Hey, good Saturday rather. Good Saturday afternoon to everybody. I'm 5 News Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert. We have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day for Flore County. This little thunderstorm, it's pulsed up really quickly. We knew they would, but this has gone from basically a tiny little shower to a hell-producing thunderstorm in the matter of about 10 minutes. That's our one severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon so far. We do anticipate many more along the way. Here's what that storm looks like. It is a classic isolated supercell running pretty much parallel with Highway 270 right now. The worst of it is going to be just to the north of Fanshawe, there, moving towards Kennedy, Worcester, and eventually into the Poteau area as well. So if you're included in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to know this. It's a 1-inch in diameter hailstone potential right now, which is about the size of a quarter. 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds could be coming out of this. We'll take a look at our velocities. Is there any rotation? There's no rotation. The concern with this is initially going to be a quick onset of some hail. In fact, when we take a look at the last few moments, that hail core, again, it went from 0 to a lot pretty quickly there, and that is going to be the concern for most of these cells initially. There is a tornado potential. In fact, Flore County, where this cell is rolling through, is included in a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. That warning has been issued there and updated. We'll go back to what that is to see what the update is. My guess is it's probably going to be larger hailstones, and that's exactly what has happened with this new update. Now we're looking at 1.5 inch size hail, golf ball size hail, potentially coming out of the thunderstorm that is just to the north of Fanshawe right now, moving towards Smacker, Worcester, and Poteau. Another day, second day in a row, Poteau, Worcester, Fanshawe, all seeing some very large hailstones potentially out of this specific thunderstorm. I do want to do this. While that thunderstorm is, well, I'm going to have to pay for that. That thunderstorm is probably the first of many. We do have a few others that we're going to keep a very close eye on for very good reason. These are moving into an area that is pretty ripe for thunderstorm development, meaning just like what we saw here in Poteau and Flore County, rather, these things can go from a shower to a pretty severe thunderstorm relatively quickly. We have some activity that's not severe rolling through Delaware County right now, and there's another little shower just to the southwest of Sallisaw. They don't look like anything right now, and frankly, they're not. But given how volatile that atmosphere is, we want to watch it pretty closely, and of course, we're going to do just that for you. I'm working alongside meteorologist Noah Simmons here this evening. He and I are going to be tracking these storms for you very closely. The full team prepared to come in should it be needed as well. I do want to talk about a couple of things. First, our overall severe weather risk for today is going to be highest the further south and west that we go. We've got a level 3 out of 5 for parts of the River Valley, including Fort Smith, Sallisaw, Poteau, Hackett, Greenwood, Van Buren, Waldron, and you see that bright red level 4 out of 5 risk that only includes a sliver of southwestern Flore County. We're talking Tallahena and areas around that vicinity. Now, we do see that threat decrease the further east we go, but it's not to say that there won't be severe storms, right? It just means the ingredients at play in those lower levels just aren't going to be as conducive as, say, in a red or an orange zone. We are all going to be needing to be mindful and weather aware tonight for the potential of thunderstorms. The hail is going to be our most likely concern, followed by wind, and the tornado potential. It's there. It's a little bit lower, but it is certainly there, especially when we start to get into southeast Oklahoma and back off towards the west, where you saw those reds indicating a level 4 potential of severe storms. We're going to go back into Poteau here, and here in a minute, we'll have Noah queue up the Poteau camera for us. Noah, if you want to be scanning that, this is a great resource we have that sits on the hospital there, and we can look back into that storm. It is appearingly a very healthy supercell. I'm not seeing any reason to believe it's going to be weakening. This one would eventually track over into Sebastian County, much like the one that moved through yesterday. It's actually taking a very similar path. Our hail up to the size of golf balls, perhaps. Right now, the largest hail core is just to the northeast of Fanshawe. You can see that is moving off towards the east-northeast. This specific storm, I can tell you, is moving at 20. Oh, man, we hate a slow-moving hailstorm because it means the damage is going to be a little bit more just because you're going to get pelted with that hail pretty quickly. Now, the good news for the folks in Poto and perhaps Worcester, with that in mind, is you got a few minutes to get the car inside the garage if you hadn't done it already today. These things moving east-northeast rather, at about 20. That's going to put it in a few places such as this at these times. Kavanaugh at 533, Kavanaugh Hill 539. Let's say the Robert S. Kerr Lock and Dam there, 544. Downtown Poto at 545. Gilmore 558. Cameron at 601. Apex at 608, assuming it doesn't speed up or slow down. Sometimes these things can, in fact, do that. But that is kind of where it stands right now. Okay, am getting some word here that the tornado watch, which for the time being, for the moment being, only includes Flore County, is soon going to be expanded into Arkansas and north a bit further into parts of, I would presume, Sequoia County at least. We'll see about Adair as well. That's coming from my contacts at the Weather Service, letting us know that the watch is going to be modified. And honestly, based off of some of these returns kind of relatively early in the event, that certainly checks out, and it looks like that very well would be warranted. I want to zoom in on something that right now is nothing more than a little moderate shower, and you can see that moving through Stigler, Tamaha, near Keota. These are going to be moving across the river towards Brent and Sallisaw. And look, for the time being, they ain't nothing to worry about. They're simply just some thunder showers. The reason I want us to be kind of mindful of that is the environment is ripe for these things to grow quickly. In fact, when you kind of just take a look, let me do this, at probably the last half hour or so, we see these grow pretty quickly. Literally within 30 minutes, we go from nothing to now we're starting to see some of those reds and oranges telling us there's a bit more moderate rainfall happening with those. And I think that is going to be the trend we see, at least for the next hour or two, of some pretty rapid development. Now, this severe thunderstorm that's now moving closer and closer to let's say Calhoun. It's probably the worst is probably going to pass just to the south of Calhoun, but it is going to be moving towards Smacker and eventually into Poto. I'm afraid this one may be on a collision course for Poto, this specifically. It doesn't have any rotation with it at the moment. We refer to these cells as being elevated, meaning they've not really rooted into the surface dynamics, which lends itself right now to more of a hail and damaging wind potential. And that's the reason the warning was issued, was for the hail potential. When I look at the track, I will say the hail looks to be somewhat maintaining itself. You can see that's getting closer to Worcester right now. If you live anywhere around Worcester, let's say Smacker, Poto, Kennedy, I'm afraid if I'm pronouncing that wrong, someone hopefully will correct me. That is going to be somewhere that we see this hail core rolling through. It's kind of tracking almost along the southern portion of this severe thunderstorm warning, but I want you to keep in mind that the wind fields will probably impact most of the warning. So if you're sitting somewhere that you're kind of north of perhaps those brighter blues where that hail is tracking and you're thinking, oh, it's not going to hit me. Well, you're probably right with regards to the hail potential, but the damaging wind potential, that's going to exceed kind of where we're seeing those higher returns when it comes to hail alone. I'm curious to do something here. We often want to look at how tall these thunderstorms are, and that's going to give us an idea of the hail potential here. And so we're actually able to do basically a 3D slice, if you will. And I'm going to slice this thing right down the middle to get an idea of how high this storm is right now. And you can see we are up to basically 40,000 feet. That storm top now about 40,000 feet above the surface. You can see that is getting closer and closer to Worcester. And the reason I care about that is that's going to give us a pretty good indication as to what the updraft is doing. The updraft here is where we start to send those little rain particles higher and higher. Well, what do we know happens the higher you go? Well, it gets cooler the higher you go, right? And so those little raindrops start to freeze into hailstones, and that process repeats a lot until the hailstone gets so big, in this case potentially anywhere between quarter and golf ball size, that those hailstones just just start to fall out of the cloud, and then we deal with our roof and car damage here locally. So that's what we're looking at there. That's topping out right around 40,000 feet. If you keep in mind, commercial airliners, just for some context, those generally start to around 30,000 feet. So we're kind of in that zone there. We're going to want to watch that closely. New tornado watch now issued for Crawford County, Sebastian County, and Sequoia County. So those 3 counties in the 5 News viewing area now included in that new tornado watch. There you have it. This runs until 11 p.m. this evening for the counties there in yellow. I wouldn't entirely rule out additional watches with time. That is going to be a possibility for us. Probably more likely a thunderstorm watch later this evening for other counties, but it's kind of where we stand right there. I'm going to send out an update here real quick on Facebook. Noah, you said you have the Poto camera pulled up, right?
It should be pointed southwest, but I think Kavanaugh Hill is on the right side of the screen.
Okay.
I believe that'd be southwest.
Oops. Oh, it'd help if I was tapping on the right keyboard, huh? Okay. My word, skies have gotten pretty dark there. And this is going to be looking right into that hail core from the Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center camera. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm afraid there very well could be some more intense activity on that camera here before long. Noah Simmons riding shotgun again tonight. Looks like we've been tracking a lot of storms the last couple of days in Flore County. Tonight's not going to be any exception. Our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day is in effect there for the potential of golf ball size hail. I will tell you, there are some showers, thunderstorms that do have lightning that are now beginning to roll into Delaware County. That is going to be tracking into greater Benton County here over the next few minutes. Now, those aren't severe. However, they very well could be in the distant future. Those would be more likely to produce some small hail, perhaps even some gusty winds. Not saying they're going to be. The further north you get, the less ingredients, the less favorable environment that we have. But rain, nonetheless, very well could impact some folks. I think the Dogwood Festival happening in Siloam Springs. You've got some other activities, the NWA Food Truck Festival at the Momentary. Those are kind of on our radar as to keeping folks posted on those. We'll continue our focus here in the River Valley with this severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Shady Point, Poto, and Worcester. This is a pretty strong supercell that kind of has this nasty look to it. There's actually something interesting happening here, just to give you some. Okay, so what we've done here, there's been an update to this severe thunderstorm warning, and I want to kind of walk through this. I'm going to put it on the screen here for you. The new update here is that we now have the tornado possible tag. So this is not a standard tornado warning. This doesn't mean that there has been anything spotted. It doesn't mean really anything other than this supercell is behaving in such a way that it may be on the way to trying to produce some rotation or a tornado. This is the Weather Service's way of just giving an early heads up. And they kind of add that little note to the bottom of what is just a severe thunderstorm warning. So we want to take that somewhat seriously. That is certainly going to be the case. We've been looking at rotation here. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that gives me any kind of concern that there's anything trying to spin at the moment. But, you start to see a supercell of that nature, it's certainly warrants your attention pretty quickly. This has got what's called a flying eagle or a screaming eagle appearance to it. And we care about that because it's going to give us a pretty good idea of how healthy the updraft is. You can kind of see these winds coming into the updraft, feeding into it right here just to the east of Fanshawe. Those are surface winds. And those surface winds are going to be moving a little bit. They're kind of going to be ingested upwards, vertically, into that specific inflow or updraft. But the updraft is so strong and so tall that it's actually splitting the upper level wind flow in two different directions right here. See, these are winds, very high up. We're talking 40, 50,000 feet, 30 to 50,000 feet, somewhere in there. And because of that surface updraft, it's splitting it, and you appearingly have this eagle kind of spreading its wings, and that tells us it's a very healthy updraft nonetheless. It's one of those things that if you want to track it, we'll probably see some other supercells, I'm afraid, like that, and showing that appearance tonight as well. We're going to go back into this closer. Let's see what the hail has done in the last few scans. Right now, we continue to track it running almost parallel with 270 here in Flore County. If you're just now finding the stream, that supercell continues to get stronger, and it is maintaining a pretty healthy organization. So it looks like we are going to have some large hail and some gusty winds moving into Worcester here in the next couple of minutes. If you're in Worcester, or even Heavener for that matter, what we would like you to do is probably avoid west-facing windows, or really any windows, frankly, around the house. This isn't a tornado warning. There is no current rotation, but it is one that is in an area that we don't trust. We never trust a storm at all in April for sure, but certainly given the parameters that are in place, we're talking a lot of storm fuel, a lot of wind shear, a fair amount of moisture or humidity in the air. All of these things producing a pretty ripe environment for these thunderstorms to go from 0 to 100, just like this one has done. This one continues to maintain its strength. I am concerned for the folks there near Braidwood, Worcester, and eventually in Napoto for the likelihood of seeing some pretty large hail with this supercell thunderstorm. Does have a bit of a hook echo there. I know the folks in the Flore County are very familiar with kind of seeing some of these features on radar. Again, no rotation. I'm watching it closely because this is one of those things that, it could start to increase pretty quickly. I do think maybe there's something starting to show up. If you want to look at that, NOAA, north of Summerfield, Braidwood, just to the west of Worcester, it's nothing I'm concerned with right now, but perhaps that looks slightly more favorable than it did a few moments ago.
It looked like it was a little bit stronger, a couple scans, but it looks like it's kind of gone down.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Noah. These other cells moving into Stigler and Sallisaw, they're not severe. They have slowed down their development. They tried to develop somewhat rapidly, but they have slowed down just a bit, which, hey, that's good news. We would love that. Let's go back to our Poto camera. I'm going to bring in Noah Simmons here in just a moment after we take a check here. Okay, perfect. Okay, yep. Maybe you start to see some of that hail core there off in the distance. Heavy preset for sure. Two of those severe thunderstorm warnings there. Let's loop this real quick before I turn things over to Noah briefly. Let's do 45 minutes. Is it splitting? Kind of looks like that, doesn't it? I wouldn't be surprised hearing from some sources at the Weather Service for an additional severe thunderstorm watch to be issued in addition to this watch. That would probably include more of the 5 News viewing area. Boy, this is a nasty supercell. I really do not like the look of it at all. I'm going to go back into the rotation real quickly, and then I'm going to go get us ready to get on TV if we need to. I'm not seeing rotation there. High winds, though. There's some gusty winds coming out of in addition to that large hail. It's in Worcester now. They'll continue moving east. May come close to Hartford, but if it continues that southeasterly turn there, that may move that closer into Scott County. I'll zoom out to have some perspective here for Scott County and Waldron. But then you go back to just the rain mode and you start to see this little cell right here, kind of breaking off. And that's going to be concerning. We'll have to see what that turns into. I'm going to do one more thing. I know I already said this, but I'm going to do it one more time. I want to see exactly how high that updraft is. Okay, so we're up to 40,000 feet. Let me align this a little better for us. So we're looking at a vertical slice. Basically, we just sliced it up like a piece of cake. Okay, let me see how, I got a storm report here. Let's see if we can pass this along. Really into silence. Okay, I'm not going to focus on that one yet. Notice that big purple blob that's situated right around 30,000 feet. This is some large hail that is, the updraft is so strong that updraft is kind of rolling right in here. It's pushing those raindrops up, 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 starts to freeze. And eventually when they become heavy enough or large enough, they begin to fall out of the downdraft. And that's what we're seeing right here. Looks like we're now up to 1.75 inches of hail. Noah.
That is golf balls.
Golf ball. Okay.
I mean, you can take it with a grain of salt, but on GR, it looks like your maximum estimated hail size is a little over 3.
Okay, yeah.
I don't necessarily think we're seeing baseball.
I don't think we are yet. Okay, let's do this. Noah Simmons, meteorologist Noah Simmons, I want to say. Let's bring you in. New severe thunderstorm warning for that activity that was moving into Flore and Sequoia County. Every time I try to pass it to you, so I get something new. That's going to be for the potential of 60 mile per hour straight line winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Keota, Stigler, Cowington, Brent. Panama downtown. Panama is not included, but I want to say Panama is included for all practical purposes. Bacoshi also included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, let's bring Noah in. I'm going to get on the wall, and we will get ready.
Okay, hello everybody. Meteorologist Noah Simmons here talking about some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, Scott's getting a couple things ready to potentially go to the wall here in the next few minutes. Just going to kind of go over some of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, I believe we either have 2 or 3 ongoing, and you can kind of see that one we just talked about wow, this mouse is really jumpy here. Oh, no, you're good. It was into southern Sequoia County and into northwestern Flore County. Okay, there we go. So we just talked about Keota heading into Cowington there, right along 271 there in northern Flore County. But if we kind of look at the southern cell, I think this is, we're concerned about both of them. Obviously, they're up to severe limits here, but I think if we were to be concerned about any particular one, we'd be concerned with the southern portion of the cell. This is basically cutting right through Flore County right now at the moment. It's up to golf ball size hail. That's the hail size 1.75 inches in diameter. So in that hail quarter, we're basically seeing up to golf ball sized hail, potentially even larger as this storm is continuing to grow a little bit upscale. It's a slow mover. This storm's only moving about 15 to 20 miles an hour east. So it's dropping some heavy rain. It's probably going to drop some hail as well. Now, it does technically say tornado possible tag, and what that means is that, well, we don't have a tornado warning. It's just something below a tornado warning that the Weather Service likes to use. It says, hey, we're kind of looking at it just in the event that maybe it shows a bit stronger rotation to potentially even drop a tornado warning. We don't have that at the moment, and we hope we don't have a tornado warning the rest of this evening, and it'd be great if we didn't have a tornado warning the rest of the year, but that might be a little difficult. Let's kind of jump into storm relative velocity winds. And as Scott and I were kind of looking earlier, we're not really seeing a whole lot out of there. Really the wind, obviously we have strong gusty winds, but in terms of winds rotating counterclockwise tightly with each other, we don't necessarily see that. And so that's a little bit of good news out there, but we'll of course kind of continue to watch that. If you're in between Fanshawe and Worcester there in 270, we're probably getting hit with some pretty large hail. In fact, when you look at our hail track, you can kind of see it's basically following right along 270. It's going to be, I'd say it's probably on top of, it's probably on top of Worcester right now, and it is come up a little bit. So if we look at maybe what the radar's estimating for the hail size there, we can kind of take a look at this, and I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing, yes, some golf ball sized hail out there. And again, that's that severe thunderstorm warning. I believe it goes until I'm not sure when it was. It was either 5:30 or 5:45. It's probably going to continue to get extended here the next, potentially over the next hour. And that's what we're going to be seeing out there with that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll kind of get back to radar, what you're usually used to seeing. And we'll zoom out a little bit, and we'll kind of focus in on everyone right now because we actually have some storms pushing into northwest Arkansas. We do have, looks like the light is moving down, so hopefully everyone can see me. The light just fell down. But again, let's kind of zoom out here a little bit. And Scott, let me know when you're ready over there. And we have some of these storms kind of pushing into western Benton County, northwestern Washington County. They're non-severe at the moment. But again, if we put a loop on this, and we'll do the last 30-minute loop, you can kind of see they're quickly moving into Benton County. So heads up in the XNA airport, might have a little bit of lightning out there. And then heads up in Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, all going to be getting hit. And then Bentonville, Bella Vista is going to be up. We'll kind of continue to go southward. Nothing really in southern Washington County, nothing in Crawford County. And again, we've had those storms really blossom within the last, 45 minutes. It went from nothing to a couple severe thunderstorms out there. And they're pushing through northern Flore County, central Flore County. We got those 2 to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Poto's on the northern end of this supercell there. Huebner's getting in on some of that heavy rain out there. And if we put on the warning tag, this is what we're warned for. Specifically, this Poto cell to Worcester. This is for golf ball sized hail, especially in that hail core. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. We know there's some strong wind gust. We'll zoom in a little bit closer, and we'll kind of take a look at rotation based on the latest scan. It does look a little suspicious. I know you've either read in your textbook or you watch meteorologists on TV. You talk about that little hook echo, and you technically see a little bit of a hook with this. Obviously, it's a classic supercell structure in terms of the shape, but we'll kind of go into the velocity and the rotation. We're not really seeing a whole lot out of there. Right now, look at the bright reds, and those are indicating some strong wind gusts with this. We don't really see any necessarily bright greens, or we're just looking for green in general, and we're not really seeing a whole lot, and that's good. We don't really want to see them tightly wound up together. That would mean there's not strong rotation, and so that's why this is still just a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we're talking about out there. Again, we got 2 to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's basically just for Flore County. And you can kind of see that that's pushing into parts of Bocoshi. Heads up if you're in Spiro, this might just be outside of the warning. Correct. So if you're in Spiro, you're not in a warning, but heads up if you look off to your west and your south, you'll see some dark storm clouds out there. And we might take a look at the Poto camera momentarily. As these storms kind of continue, I kind of want to look at the hail just in the Kyoto storm, just to kind of see what we're looking at. Again, the biggest hail is with that central Flore County cell between Poto and Worcester. If you look at hail right now, it's probably growing. At least the updraft's probably getting a bit stronger. The storm's probably growing a little bit. So I would expect some of that hail to potentially come up here in the next several minutes. But right now, we're probably looking at up to quarter-sized hail in that little gray area between about McCurtain and Kyoto. So that's a look at our hail detector. You'll notice most of the hail that we're looking at is right along Oklahoma 271 in Flore County, just southwest of Poto. If you're in Worcester, you've probably gotten hit with hail already. Keep in mind this hail detector is probably a couple minutes behind. So wherever you see those bright blues, those dark blues, that hail core is probably a little bit further to the east, just because this product is behind about a couple minutes. So just kind of keep that in mind. By now, it's probably between Huebner and Worcester right now, that hail core. We'll go back to radar, and we'll talk about our warnings here. And we'll kind of continue to see that these storms are pushing to the east. And like I mentioned about, say, 5 minutes ago, these are moving at a slow crawl, only about 15, 20 miles an hour. And that's at the last half-hour loop. We'll go to the last hour, and you kind of see how these storms have really blossomed up. I mean, take a look at this. We went from quite literally almost nothing to those storms just blossoming up into Flore County. If you're watching maybe in Sallisaw or Muldrow, the activity is off to your south. If you're watching maybe from Piccolo to Fort Smith, the activity is just to your southwest. If we have anyone watching, basically wherever you are, we did have a tornado watch issued just before 4 p.m., It was only for Flore County. However, that got extended into parts of Arkansas, including parts of Crawford County, all of Sequoia County in Oklahoma. I'm not sure if I just mentioned Sebastian County. And then pretty recently, as Scott was talking about, we have that severe thunderstorm watch that includes all of northwest Arkansas, including some of our Oklahoma counties, as well as Franklin County, where Ozark is. So that's what we're talking about there with those watches. And then Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Over here and switch
Yes,
us over.
absolutely.
Appreciate you, Noah, getting us updated. Lots of new watches coming out. Almost all of the area, with the exception of Scott, Johnson, and Logan counties, included in some level of a watch or warning for us right now. We're going to make a little transition over here to the regular studio so that we can get ready to go on Channel 5 in case we need to. Some of these supercells look, somewhat concerning, and so we want to go ahead and get our positioning ready for that. Our coverage will continue until the threat passes, which may be a few more hours. We're kind of just now getting underway here as these supercells are beginning to develop across the region. You're tracking 3 severe thunderstorm warnings south of I-40, largely in parts of Sequoia, mostly in Flore County. However, that certainly isn't going to end there. It looks like we have some thunderstorms that are not severe right now beginning to move into northwest Arkansas. We'll need to watch those to see if they don't develop into something as well. As we transition our coverage there, you're going to be seeing that radar sweep continue across the region. Not a lot of storms at the moment. And you know what? There may not actually end up being a lot of storms for us this evening. It's just that those that do develop are likely going to be strong and potentially even severe as well. So as we take a look at this, I want to go back into our severe thunderstorm warning. The one supercell that we have that is of most concern is the one now just to the south of Podo here. This one has that nasty look. It's got a nasty hook echo. You've got large hail likely falling out of this, the size of golf balls, pretty much right on top of Worcester right now. That is probably going to be moving towards Heavener, and eventually that tracks into parts of southern Sebastian and western Scott County. The hazards that we're looking at here include not only the golf ball size hail, but potentially even 60-mile-per-hour winds. I don't see rotation, but this supercell is one of which warrants paying attention to that more closely than even normal, which is obviously pretty close, given the environment that it's in. Right now, it's what we call an elevated thunderstorm, meaning it hasn't rooted into the surface dynamics or the surface variables at play. And that's good news, because if that happens, then we start to see that tornado potential really ramp up. And as long as it stays elevated, our primary concerns are going to be damaging wind and hail. But when you look at that supercell, this is one of those textbook supercells that we often see out of this. Right now, coming in from one of our storm spotters, half-inch hail in Keota and dime size just to the northeast of Heavener, and we've not even gotten to the strongest part of the cell. You can see where those purples are. That's probably going to be our hail core, and that's the hail that's going to continue falling out of that cell as it continues its slow progression off towards the southeast. These are moving somewhat slowly, generally speaking at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So what we'll do here with this one, and then we'll go back up on the others. I know there's some others. We focus on the strongest first, and then we're going to work our way and include everyone else. But when we start to track this thing out, over time, it's been moving almost due east, but at times a little bit more south of east. You can take that into these locations at these times. Now, that assumes it doesn't speed up or slow down, and of course, that is certainly something that could be happening. Our hail has come up with the most recent scan. We're now looking at the potential of 2-inch in diameter hailstones falling out of this specific cell that's now moving through Worcester. This is a very dangerous supercell that is likely at this point now producing up to 2-inch in diameter hailstones. When we take a look at some of our hail tracks with this, you can see that hail core is situated pretty much right on top of Worcester right now, tracking due east, and it soon will be coming closer and closer to Heavener. That's some pretty large hail. We issued severe thunderstorm warnings for half that, and now we've kind of doubled that up to the size of 2 inches. That's going to be some large hail, and that is without doubt going to cause some damage. And frankly, for those that are going to be outside, I know it's turkey season, at least on the Arkansas side. I don't know about Oklahoma. You know, somebody out and about hunting, fishing, or doing anything outdoors in which they might be disconnected from the weather. It's time to go ahead and give them a call, as that's going to hurt minimally, if not cause some injury with hail that large. Let's back up. Let's go to the cell just to the north here. Our focus remains this one. We'll come right back to it, but there are other severe thunderstorm warnings. Panama here is not included in this severe thunderstorm warning, but I would like you to just assume that you were. And the reason I want you to is, number one, you're right on the border, so we're kind of splitting hairs there. This cell, it's not near as organized per se as the one that's moving through Worcester and Heavener. However, it is an environment just as much conducive of severe storms as the one to the south. This one specifically right now has got 1 inch in diameter hail potential, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is going to be moving due east, north towards Panama, towards Spiro, eventually towards Bacola. Arcoma, probably misses this one, but that gives you kind of an idea of who's going to be next in line as that continues to progress closer and closer to the Arkansas state line. Things are getting dark in northwest Arkansas. We'll take a check of those non-severe thunderstorms. At least as of the moment, they're not severe, but they certainly could grow into some. They haven't really over the last several scans. As we take a look at that, I know we have the Dogwood Festival happening in Siloam Springs. You're going to get a bit of a break between that shower that's rolling through right now and this little thunderstorm that's getting ready to move into western Delaware County. So don't let that break catch you off guard. There's going to be another thunderstorm roll through. It does have some lightning, so if we have outdoor events, minimally you want to be concerned with the lightning, but probably some gusty winds out of these in their current state. They very well could pulse up and become much stronger with time. You are now under that severe thunderstorm watch going into the rest of the evening. If you're just out finding the stream, things are kind of starting to ramp up for us. When we look at our severe zones for today, it shapes up like this. Now, it's easy to kind of split the difference between orange and yellow and green, but the fact is pretty much everybody does have a severe weather potential on tonight and going into the evening hours. Let's see. Level 4, that's pretty rare. It does include Tallahena, parts of southwestern Flore County. Orange is going to be our level 3 potential, including Fort Smith, Uniontown, Cedarville, Stillwell, Cherry Tree, Salisaw, Vian, Gore, Webbers Falls, Roland, Muldrow, Panama, Arcoma, Poto, Worcester, Heavener, Bacoshi, Fanshawe as well. And of course, we get into Scott County there. It really looks like we're expecting these thunderstorms to continue moving from the northwest to the southeast this evening. That'll be the track a lot of them are going to begin taking, the exception being this early round moving through northwest Arkansas right now. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are remaining in effect. This is going to be largely south of I-40 for the time being. These 2 severe thunderstorm warnings aren't the same. You've got one that's a standard base severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch in diameter hail that's going to be coming into Panama here really shortly, as well as 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. This presentation, it's a little bit messier, right? You don't have that clear defined hook echo near Kyoto. You do have some thunderstorm activity, and it is worth paying attention to very closely. But when you start to look at this other one towards the south, this is the booger that really popped up within a matter of just minutes, and it maintains a very concerning presentation. This is a very textbook supercell. And the other thing that I'm keenly aware of right now as I'm kind of thinking through what is it going to do next is there's nothing out in front of it to interfere with it, to stop it, to take away some of the energy. And there's healthy inflow that'll continue into this cell. You can see that inflow kind of moving that general direction. It's a terrible line. Let me try this again. There's your inflow into that cell. And there's nothing down here to kind of cut it off as well. The atmosphere there is pretty charged as well. 1 inch in diameter hail northwest of Heavener, golf ball hail now in Worcester. That matches up with everything we've been tracking, that coming from storm spotters that are in the field right now. Golf ball size hail in Worcester. This is continuing to track east. That will be closing in on Heavener here soon. So while the hail in Heavener right now is the size of quarters, by the time you hear my voice, we're going to start to see that hail pick up in size. That thunderstorm is pushing around 60 to 65-mile-per-hour straight line winds, which is going to drive some of that hail into sidings of homes and businesses and things of that nature. So it's a very dangerous situation right now. I want folks on southern Sebastian County from Hartford to the south through, let's say, Parks and Waldron to get ready to be included in the next severe thunderstorm warning. That's likely only a few minutes away. If there's any good news here for the folks ahead of the storm, it's that it's moving pretty slowly, generally about 25 or so miles per hour. The problem is it's producing some very large hail for the folks that are under it, so that you would rather probably it speed up as opposed to be pretty slow in nature. Robbie, do you have audio now? want to make sure we have everything going.
Okay, I think
This specific thunderstorm moving through parts of Heavener right now has 1/4 a size inch, 1 inch in diameter hail. It is about to pick up. It is about to get larger. In fact, let's see, both of those reports from storm spotters there in Flore County. Everything you see on radar kind of matches up. Now, one of the things that is somewhat of interest here to me is it doesn't have the same presentation as it did just a few moments ago. It's looking a little bit less organized. Obviously, it's still a very classic supercell, but you don't see that well-defined hail core, and you don't see as much of a hook right here as we did to the south of Worcester. We'll go back in and check our rotation. Wouldn't expect much to come out of that. Not seeing anything that matches up, of course, as you well know, or if you don't, I'll tell you, one of the things that we look for in the wind fields is, do we get those bright reds to kind of start to match up really closely with those bright greens? And when that's not happening, then you don't have spin in the air. That's the sign that we're looking for, and we're not seeing that, which is, of course, good news. There is a tornado watch in effect for a part of the area, and so one of the reasons we're acutely aware of that rotation and kind of what it's doing is for that reason alone. Winds now up to 70 miles per hour. New severe thunderstorm warning has just come out for pretty much the same exact areas. The difference is here we're extending it all the way to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. I'm going to check some cameras from our Poto camera around. Looks pretty intense. Looks like Poto may have avoided the worst part here. Let's go back up and check our other severe thunderstorm warning. This cell looks a little bit more organized than it was. The difference here is we have some of this junk down here. I'm just going to call it junk for the time being. It's not severe, it's just some showers. That is kind of interfering. Otherwise, we'd have some good healthy inflow near Bakoshi. Moving into that cell through Keota. We don't have that unobscured path right now as we do with the southernmost supercell. That's something to watch. And that's pretty much traveling almost due east here. That will move into Spiro, eventually into Shady Point, Cameron, and Pensacola as well. Right now, the current time is 5:40. We are tracking 2 severe thunderstorm warnings through the area, both of which are capable of some very large hail. We've not found rotation in anything yet, but that's not to say that things don't change here shortly. I know we've got some storms rolling through northwest Arkansas. It's not that we aren't aware of those. We're very acutely aware of those. They're not severe right now. However, they do have some pockets of lightning. So for those event organizers that are in charge of some of these outdoor events throughout the area, we want to be mindful of that lightning as well. Now, these could very well pulse up and become severe. They just haven't necessarily at this exact moment. I do want to brief you on the watches. These have changed and evolved very quickly over the last couple of hours. At one point, we only had 1 tornado watch for Flore County. Storm Prediction Center added Sequoia, Crawford, Sebastian counties. Shortly after that, they went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm watch for Delaware, Adair, Benton, Washington, Franklin, Madison, and Carroll counties. Our 3 counties not currently included in a watch are those covered by the National Weather Service out of Little Rock. That includes Johnson, Logan, Scott counties. I wouldn't be surprised to see a watch issued for either of those locations here relatively soon. And with this supercell right here getting ready to move into parts of Scott County, I would suspect at least we're going to have a warning out of it unless it just falls on its face here real quickly. That's our hope. This supercell has produced some very large hail. We're also going to be mindful of this activity developing towards the north. A lot of this is what we very well could see track towards the southeast tonight, in addition to what's developing on top of us at the moment. So we kind of have 2 different phases of these storms that will be tracking between now and let's say about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. In fact, our tornado watch runs until 11. It's 11 o'clock tonight. This tornado watch runs until 11 o'clock. 2 distinct supercells. The one to the south is the strongest. It's kind of picking back up some intensity, some look right there. We did just have some very large hail come out of that cell in Worcester, about 2 inches in diameter.
I think my mic's now on, Scott.
Yep, you're good.
All right, cool.
And if we want to get Danny on a mic too,
I think he's working on that.
Okay, perfect. You can ask the booth which one they want Danny on.
I'm not sure if we touched on it, but I know we got the 2-inch hail for the central Flore County, but I believe we also have 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Yes, I think that did bump up. So as we continue to see that thunderstorm maintain a very healthy updraft, very healthy appearance, not only are we dropping 2-inch in diameter hail out of it as it moves into Heavener, we're also starting to see 70-mile-per-hour winds, as Noah's correctly pointed out. That's a recipe for some damage. That's a recipe for some injuries, too, if you find somebody outside caught in the middle of that. If you know somebody that's kind of out of touch with the weather today, maybe not sitting in front of a TV or the computer, you might want to just send them a quick note. That's moving through Heavener right now. That is going to move into western Scott County here in the next, let's say, 30 to 45 minutes. These storms have been moving somewhat slow, which is unfortunately bad news for the folks that are underneath those storms, taking the brunt of the hail. The other factor, though, is that does give a lot of folks some lead time if they're out ahead of it. The one to the north is a little bit weaker. We're not finding as much organization here. It's still a thunderstorm, still severe, could be producing 1-inch in diameter hailstones, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be moving through Bacoshi, Panama. Brent, I think, was included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but this one largely stays just to the south of the Arkansas River, so pretty much splitting the Sequoia-Flore County line there. New thunderstorm has developed right over Pensacola. That is going to be one to watch as well. Right now, it's nothing to really speak of. We'll zoom in and take a gander at it. This is going to be right on top of Pensacola, moving toward Hackett. Eventually, if that continues on that same trajectory, would take it a little bit closer here to the Greenwood community. That is not severe. It's just an old thunder shower right now. Typically, I wouldn't really even waste anyone's time with that. The reason I am tonight is these thunderstorms are going from 0 to 100 pretty quickly, just given the environment that they're in. It's a pretty ripe environment. There's a ton of storm fuel. There's a fair amount of wind shear. There's a decent amount of moisture. So we're ticking all the boxes when it comes to severe weather with these thunderstorms. And as long as they stay somewhat discreet, as these are, they're likely going to be pretty proficient hail and wind makers. The question becomes, can they become rooted at the surface level? And that introduces a tornado potential that we really don't want to see materialize at all. However, conditions are going to be favorable for that, at least across parts of the river valley this evening, as evidenced by the tornado watch that's going to be in effect. Current time is 5:44, right? We are tracking these severe thunderstorm warnings, not severe currently in northwest Arkansas. That's good news. I know there's some lightning, you're hearing some thunder, and you may very well be picking up some gusty winds as well. Overall, the forecast as it stands right now looks like this. We've got a lot of colors on the map. What do you say we make some sense of it? The bright red, of course, our eye is drawn there first. This is a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe storms. For the most part, it's off to the west of our viewing area, but it does include some very important people to us. That's going to be southwestern Flore County, Tallahena specifically included in this level 4. That's out of 5. So we're now kind of on the higher end of the scale there. And level 3 is nothing to ignore either. This is going to be our orange. Now we have these from time to time, but certainly is indicative of a very favorable severe thunderstorm environment that may come to fruition on top of kind of what we've already seen roll through parts of LaFleur and Sequoia counties as well. Now we do drop this to a level 2 for the I-49 corridor between, let's say, Alma up to Bella Vista, I-40 east from, let's say, Alma over to Clarksville and points towards the south there. And for a sliver of Carroll, Madison, Johnson County, we're going to be in this level 1 potential of severe storms. We'll go back to live Doppler radar right now as we continue to track these. Our severe thunderstorm warning for the northern LaFleur County cell. You know, I just mentioned to you a second ago that it was starting to look a little weaker. As a result, there is no longer a warning in effect for this specific cell that's moving through Bacoshi. I want to watch it closely. We can't necessarily just let our guard down on it, but nonetheless, you've got probably some smaller hail, sub-severe, just right below that severe weather threshold, as well as some gusty winds, frequent lightning and thunder moving through Bacoshi right now. Soon that's going to be moving through Spiro, Panama, towards Rock Island and Pensacola. The cell to the south, though, still is very strong. 2-inch in diameter hailstones, more than likely coming out of this. We just saw that go through Worcester. The worst of the hail is probably going to be situated on top of Heavener now, as we continue to see that very, very strong updraft, very strong supercell continuing to roll through. That warning being reissued right there, that's going to be for the potential of just shy of that 2-inch threshold, but I'm starting to see your pictures come in, and we're looking at definitively golf ball size hail, perhaps even at times a little bit larger. Hearing from our friend Bobby Parker in Arcoma with Arcoma Emergency Management, one of his storm spotter contacts in Worcester, passing along some very large hail. Worcester, we know you just went through the thick of it. You're going to be getting a few minutes to spare before we start to see things ramp back up later this afternoon into this evening. Right now, our severe thunderstorm is not showing signs of weakening. It's maintaining its strength. The warning itself runs all the way to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. I highly suspect in a matter of moments we'll see this severe thunderstorm warning extended into at least a good majority of Scott County. I think that's more than likely going to happen. It's a matter of National Weather Service giving it just a little bit longer. I think that would typically have already happened given the close proximity, but since it's moving so much slower, there's a little bit more time to give that warning. I suspect it'll be populating here relatively soon. This storm has a history, a very well-defined history of producing some large hail. Right now, yeah, that presentation isn't all that much, but watch what I do when we start to look at that hail track. It really started to pick up near Fanshawe. At times you can see it pulses up, and you can start to see some lighter blues, kind of like right in this area. It's kind of weakening a little bit, but these supercells, that's just kind of what they do. That's a very normal part of their life cycle. Really pulses up. You start to see some of these purples and darker blues. That's going to be on Worcester there, where we started to see those golf ball to 2-inch size hailstones fall out of it. That likely is tracking through Heavener right now. If we were to give this 2 or 3 more minutes, when we'll come right back to it, you're going to end up seeing the likelihood of those very large hailstones falling into Heavener at the moment. Live radar continues to show a very concerning supercell thunderstorm, frequent lightning and thunder. We will go back to the rotation. Haven't seen that change at all. I'm kind of looking at some other monitors around the area, and I'm not seeing anything. We're looking at that closely just to make sure. Right now, though, it looks to be a very prolific hail producer, and that's likely going to be it. Okay, so we have this thunderstorm no longer warned for northern Flore County. Certainly some gusty winds through here, though. In fact, if we're to take a look in Bekoshi, you probably got 50 to 60. Okay, there's 50. What about Pecola? We get into Pecola, Arcoma. I mean, you're looking at some gusty winds through the river bottoms here, 40 to 50 miles per hour. And while that's not enough to produce a severe thunderstorm warning, it's certainly enough to blow a few things around. So we want to be really mindful of that. That's, of course, going to be in addition to that hail potential. For folks here on the live stream, things are going to get somewhat interesting here for us in a few minutes. We've got our 6 o'clock newscast coming up in about 10 minutes. I would welcome some guidance on what we want to do there and how we want to handle that. Personally, with a supercell like that, producing 2-inch hail, I'm inclined to stick here, but I'm open to hearing from some folks. Danny, are you online yet?
Yeah, I am. And I would say, yeah, if we could, guys, probably just keep coverage on this just to see the evolution of storms. Want to also add that, as Scott was mentioning, we were expecting the watch to extend. The tornado watch has been extended for Logan and Scott County now until 1 a.m.
Okay, until 1 a.m. So now everybody in the 5 News viewing area is under some level of a watch.
It'll populate here soon. Sometimes it takes a few extra minutes to bump in.
Okay, yeah. So Danny's telling me why it's not showing up here right now. We are sitting on everyone that gets the 5 News signal included in a severe thunderstorm watch. I want to take a look at this cell back in southern Flore County. Perhaps we start to see the potential of a wall cloud being reported on it. Now, when I look at the radar presentation, I'm not seeing, I personally don't see a significant amount of rotation out of that. You know, wall cloud doesn't necessarily automatically mean tornado warning, rotation. In this case, I believe that to be the case, but did just get a report of a wall cloud near Heavener. Not seeing anything that gives me a lot of heartburn at this exact moment. Danny, did Little Rock say anything about extending into Scott County?
Nothing yet on the warning there. Their most recent update was just that tornado watch extending for Scott and Logan County.
Okay. We're going to stay with weather during our 6 o'clock newscast. We apologize for that. We know there's a lot of news happening around the area. Our teams, of course, have been covering that really closely. In this case, though, I'm generally of the belief when we have 2-inch in diameter hailstones falling, we're going to stick with weather and keep folks safe. And so news management, of course, agreeing with us here, and we appreciate that support as well. We'll continue tracking that. Lauren Spencer on standby to bring you some news at any point things kind of calm down. And then, of course, our hope is going to be that. But given the environment here, I'm wondering if that's not going to happen for a little bit. So you guys just tell me when we need to go into the newscast, and I know we'll adjust and work through that. Okay. While we're standing by here for some additional updates in southern Flore County, let me just briefly mention northwest Arkansas, scattered thunderstorms, not severe at the moment, but they do have a fair amount of lightning with them, especially this one kind of coming through Lincoln right now. That lightning is on the uptick. It is a cell, it's somewhat by itself as well, so let's pay attention to that. That'll be moving towards Prairie Grove, may clip parts of Farmington, eventually over towards West Fork. That one's moving a little bit more east-southeasterly. We go back into the River Valley, and of course, that's where right now the strongest of thunderstorms are. We'll kind of work our way up and down I-49 here. We'll get into Crawford County. Not seeing anything in Crawford County. Fort Smith quiet at the moment. I bet you're hearing those rolls of thunder. Here is the cell that was over Pensacola a few moments ago. Right now, it's situated pretty much right on top of the Doppler radar side. Here, of course, Fort Chaffee Airport's going to be about right here. It's not severe, but it very well could have some small hail in it. So I kind of pointed this out earlier. This is kind of an interesting little feature here. So we start talking about like supercells, classic textbook supercells, what you typically would see in west and central Oklahoma. That's kind of what's happening right here. You've got a very healthy updraft, and so you've got some surface winds kind of getting ingested, pulling into that cell right there where that little notch is. And those winds are kind of going vertical, and they're building this little tower kind of right in this general area. That's up to 40 to 50,000 feet. The winds at that level are pretty much west to east. And what's happening here, because that little updraft is as high as it is, it's pushing the rain in two different directions. And that's where you start to see these two little flanks, or what we often call it is like a screaming eagle. It just kind of has that nickname in the weather world, and you can see kind of looks like that eagle. If you imagine American bald eagle with its wings flapped out real wide, that's kind of what we see there. And the reason I point all that out to you is that hail is still falling. That hail is still pretty strong. When I see a signal like that, there's a pretty solid bet we're going to continue to see some large hail. I like to sometimes slice and dice these storms to get an idea of what actually is happening there. So let's do that with this one again. We'll slice it kind of right down the middle there. And that storm top is now up to 40,000 feet. This can be kind of tough to see. We're kind of looking at a weird vantage point, but it's a very useful way of assessing, okay, how healthy is this thunderstorm? And honestly, it's pretty healthy. This is 40,000 feet. Keep in mind, commercial airliners are flying at this height. Obviously, they're flying around it tonight. But that thunderstorm, because that updraft, and you can see it right on top of Heavener right now, that updraft is pushing all that precip and all that hail above 30,000 feet, up to 40,000. And then, of course, over here is where it starts to fall out of that storm. That storm isn't going to weaken until we can get some less favorable dynamics, or perhaps something to stop it. Rotation is starting to show up at times.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit there kind of southwest of Heavener. It's weak right now, but we're keeping a close eye on it.
Meteorologist Danny Cassidy, meteorologist Noah Simmons here with us this evening, tracking some of these thunderstorms as they continue to produce large hail across a good chunk of the area. Coming up on our 6 o'clock newscast, we are standing by to start that show. We anticipate staying with weather, so if you're on the stream right now, just heads up, that's what our plan is going to be to do. Just get another report out of, that was going to be Worcester, of 2.5 inch in diameter hail. 2.5 inches, my word, that is some serious hail.
That would be that tennis ball size hail.
That is, that's really, really rough. We'll go back into this here. Still waiting on a severe thunderstorm warning. Should be issued for Scott County any time now. That would be coming out of the National Weather Service in Little Rock. That minimally is warranted. We'll continue to see if it has any rotation with it To do that, we're going to assess whether or not these winds are starting to spin in those lower levels of the atmosphere. And you have to do, wow, this is not working well for me right now. There we go. It's a user error. It's not the system. Yeah, I do see a little bit of rotation just to the south of Heavener. And this is where we did get a little report of a wall cloud. Hontubby right here. Here's Heavener. A little bit of spin right there, right on top of Standpipe Road. Standpipe Road, of course, runs right into Oklahoma 128. And that's where our rotation would be. I'll tell you, I mean, it's not like a super strong area of rotation. It in of itself is not one that would warrant the need for a tornado warning, but we need to watch very, very closely as that could develop into something more menacing, and it may not take long to do it in that environment. The fact that it is starting to rotate, we have had a trained spotter indicate there is a wall cloud with it. That's somewhat concerning. Hail, though, continues to fall. We can take a look at the hail right on top of Heavener right now. So likely Hontubby isn't going to get in on the worst size of the hail, but when you start to see some of these quarter size, maybe it's down at the moment. We did just get that tennis ball size report in. That was out of Worcester, I believe. Yeah, that was Worcester, tennis ball size hail. Worcester got hit hard with this one. Any moment, they're going to issue that new warning for Scott. All right, folks on the stream, we're about 1 minute from our 6 o'clock newscast beginning. Things will look a little funny for a second, and then we'll be right back to live weather. Holy moly. The hail picture I just got out of, this is the worst possible way to do this. That was Worcester. Sheesh. Oof, that hurts. Okay.
Live from 5 News, this is a weather impact alert.
Thanks for being here on your 5 News at 6 p.m. On behalf of Lauren Spencer, unfortunately, we're going to continue to cover weather for a lot of folks. It is impacting the lives of many around the region. We do have team coverage here. Meteorologist Danny Cassidy, meteorologist Noah Simmons in the studio tonight, tracking some very efficient hail makers. We've seen some very large hail moving through parts of Flore County. This thunderstorm, while continuing to produce large hail near Heavener, is getting ready to move into Scott County. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning just now issued for Scott County, which does clip portions of the Waldron community. This thunderstorm is one that has produced tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches in diameter, tennis ball size hail. Is it producing that right now? You know, it's kind of hard to say, but it hasn't necessarily shown any signs of weakening from when it developed back towards Fanshawe. And given that, and the fact that there's nothing kind of out ahead of it, there's nothing below it, I would be willing to bet this storm is probably going to stay rather intense for the time being. It's an isolated, discrete supercell that does have the potential of not only the hail, but we're talking 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with it as well. Now, over the last few minutes, we have seen a weak area of rotation accompanying a wall cloud in this cell near Heavener. It's not enough to warrant a tornado warning or anything of that nature right now, but it's something the team is keenly aware of, that we're watching with each new sweep of the live radar as that tracks through the area. We'll see if that doesn't materialize into a tornado potential threat. We'll keep you posted on that. Right now, the most immediate pressing concern is going to be for the likelihood of some very large hail coming out of this specific thunderstorm. Right now, this cloud has billowed up to about 50,000 feet, which tells us it's a very healthy thunderstorm. And with nothing kind of out ahead of it, still continuing to move into an environment that likely is going to be very favorable for the additional strengthening of this storm. We expect more than likely that this storm isn't going to weaken over the next few minutes. Now, with that said, that's not the only storm that's rolling through the area. We've had another storm that has since fallen below severe weather threshold in northern Flore County. That did move, or is moving right now through Panama, moved through Bocoshe a few minutes ago. That's moving towards Shady Point. We'll want to be mindful of that in Pensacola as well. Northwest Arkansas, not severe, but some thunderstorms producing lightning, at times some gusty winds, and more than likely some very heavy rain coming out of this specific cell. Right here, that's getting closer to, let's say, West Fork, kind of moving through Lincoln right now. You've got some additional activity around the region. Delaware County, strong thunderstorm here as well. This moving due east, so that very well is going to move back into Siloam Springs. For the organizers of the Dogwood Festival, we want to keep that in mind. I know you just had a thunderstorm move through. I'm not exactly sure what you're going to be doing in the time being, but we want to watch that pretty closely. If we could, Trevor, are you able to pull up the ACHE camera? I'm going to be taking a look at the storm from Fort Smith. We're going to be looking towards the south here. That's not going to give us an idea of any rotation or anything of that nature, because we're going to have to be looking through likely the rain shield there. But I do want to get an idea of what it looks like on the backside of that cell. And if I need to, I can move this around. Okay, I'm going to be pointing this directly south into that storm. You guys just tell me when we can pull that up. Okay, we're live now with that ACHE camera looking back up towards the southwest. That's the storm that is likely producing 2-inch in diameter hail. It's closing in on the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line, more than likely getting very close to Scott County. That warning there. I'm getting another report of the potential of a funnel with this cloud now being reported. So let's go back to live Doppler radar, get a track of this. As we continue to track it, I want to go in a little bit closer and assess the rotation scan to see if that is in fact starting to spin up. This storm has been organizing itself over the last 5 to 10 minutes, more so than it already was. And it was already a pretty strong and organized supercell. We go in closer. Here's Heavener. Things are going to be improving for us slowly here in Heavener. That rotation, it's there, but it's honestly not the strongest. I'm not seeing anything that necessarily just stands out and gives me a lot of heartburn with that. But when we start to get ground truth, reports from visuals of trained storm spotters, then you start to consider it a little bit more. Now, perhaps that latest scan just came in. There's a little more of something kind of right here, right along 128. Here's downtown Worcester, 128 right here. Just north of Standpipe Road, near East Avenue. That little splotch right there may very well be something trying to organize itself. Now, I'm cherry picking, I want to admit that. But in terms of trying to figure out exactly where that little spin may be, it's probably going to be right there, just to the southeast, on the southeast side of Heavener. Pretty much right along 128. If you were on Oklahoma 128, okay, new tornado warning coming. We're on Channel 5 already. If we could, have a new push alert sent for that tornado warning that is coming for Flore County, the Heavener area. If you're in Heavener, I'd like you to go ahead and take shelter right now. You have a tornado warning that is being drawn up. It will be issued here in the next few seconds. We don't need to wait for that cell or that warning to be issued. We need to go ahead and take shelter probably right now. Let's get our folks moving into those innermost rooms, put as many distance between you and the exterior walls as possible. That's the rotation we were talking about. That's the one that we do have eyes on that's going to be looking into that specific cell for the potential of producing a tornado. It's going to be moving east. It's going to almost run parallel with Oklahoma 128. That warning is, well, there it is, okay. Just issued for that potential of a tornado to develop at any moment. Right now, that rotation is starting to kind of organize itself. It's coming together. We do have trained eyes on that storm, feeding us back information as to what it's doing on the surface. So we're equipped with not only Doppler radar telling us, yeah, that organization is right there coming up just along 128 east and southeast of downtown Heavener. That warning is going to run all the way to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. The question becomes, does this weekend before it crosses the state line into Scott County? If I'm in Scott County, I'm on standby. I'm putting the tennis shoes on. I'm getting the closet cleaned out just in case. It is moving somewhat slowly, and of course that's going to be some good news for us. As long as it continues to move slowly, it's going to give folks a little bit of a heads up or time to take shelter. Right now, here's going to be Runstone State Park. You're just to the south of that, but given kind of that park and how it sprawls a little bit, we would anticipate parts of the park here being included: Mountain Way Loop, Hillcrest Drive, East Avenue, East 5th Street there, and south of Cedar Lane in Heavener. You are now included in a new tornado warning. This supercell has a very vibrant history of producing very large hail, damaging winds, and now the rotation is coming up in a fashion that we very well could be looking at a tornado developing at any moment. You can start to see, here's Hontubby right here, a little bit of inflow, kind of obstructed into that hook right there.
And Scott, that's moving at a slow crawl of 10 miles an hour.
10 miles an hour, that's incredibly slow. It's incredibly slow. Well, the hail is going to be a problem for you, but now you start to see rotation like that, moving that slowly. Let's put a track on it, give folks some timeline here. Now, given it's so slow, I'm going to do this. I'm going to track it at 25. We don't typically see storms roll that fast. That slow. This is not necessarily an invitation to wait, right? This is not necessarily an invitation like, oh, it's moving slow, I got time. Loving 623, Hiawatha at 624. That storm would be in your neck of the woods. This is going to continue to be right on Morris Creek Road, Hillcrest Drive, East Avenue I should say, East Avenue H, East 6th Street. That's where that rotation is. And you'll notice it's not, Noah's correct to point out, it's not moving fast at all. Forest Cutoff Road would be next in line for the specific cell. We go back into our velocities. Okay, rotation here. It's looking a little more impressive right here. It's easier to pick it out. You're not cherry picking as we were earlier, kind of inspecting that thing. But you can kind of notice right here, we've got those greens starting to roll together with those reds. That's where we got that spin starting to happen. Winds from opposing directions starting to spin in a circle. We want to be very mindful of this. Now, if you live along Oklahoma 128 east of Heavener, all the way over to the Arkansas state line, you're included in this tornado warning. That's going to include Hontubby, Forester, Sugar Creek, Loving, Coldell, Oklahoma High Top, just to name a few landmarks that may be impacted by this potentially tornado-producing storm. That rotation not looking as impressive as it once was. On the newest scan here, we'll see once it comes in up on the green screen here. It comes to my iPad just a tad bit quicker. Okay, now we're starting to see that come up a little bit. Looks like there's a secondary area of rotation as well starting to develop. That's going to be right on Loving Road, right here. That's going to be out ahead of the storm. Not incredibly convinced that either of those are super strong, but when you start to look at it from the overall supercell parameter, maybe perhaps we are moving just a little bit further east of Heavener right now. Noah, I'd happily welcome your thoughts. What are you seeing on GR?
I've been looking at GR, and I was also looking at, of course, radar scope, and kind of as you kind of go up in the updraft, basically each tilt up, it is a little bit stronger. I believe the Weather Service has kind of talked about that. But again, we can't really. It's kind of hard to see that on Doppler radar. As long as we don't have any ground confirmation, that's good. But we did have the report of a wall cloud and that funnel cloud, and obviously we're kind of seeing that just southeast of Heavener, and it's moving at a slow crawl about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So at least it gives folks a heads up. They're going to be seeing that tornado warning, but that's kind of what we're looking at in the next few minutes.
Okay, just got a picture from south of the ball field. Okay, that's a really good report. I didn't catch the name who sent that in, but thank you so much for sending that in. This is kind of tracking very slowly east, very slowly. I wouldn't consider that slow progression as, you got time to wait it out. I'd probably go ahead and start seeking shelter pretty quickly. This storm is trying to pulse up. Another area of rotation has really started to develop there. That's going to be closer to the Loving community. That's the secondary area of rotation right there. When we start to take a look at some of that, You find no debris. I'm not seeing any debris being lofted up into this cell. That tells me there's a good chance we don't have anything on the ground right now. It's a pretty messy picture, but perhaps, just perhaps, we've got nothing on the ground right now. That doesn't necessarily mean there won't be. There very well could be with time. So we want to track that super closely, and we're going to do just that for us. If you're just now tuning in, your 5 News at 6 being interrupted by the potential of a tornado developing at any moment in Flore County, especially east of Heavener, Oklahoma. That potential for a severe thunderstorm to produce not only a tornado, but large hail to the size of quarters. At times, this one cell actually had tennis ball size hail at one time. And that, of course, is going to be very concerning for us. It's possible we do have a little bit of debris being lofted into the atmosphere right now. Noah and Danny, I'm curious, what do you see? So if here's the rotation, and when I go to debris right here, yeah, I'm starting to see that blue stick out. I can't help but wonder what that may very well be. Could be some contamination coming into the Loving community. Definitively, the rotation is weaker, so there's part of me that doesn't necessarily believe that's a debris signature. There's part of me that believes that's just some clutter of some other sort, given the fact the rotation is actually coming down with that cell.
Right, yeah, it did look like the rotation had come down, especially considering it was just southeast of Heavener.
Yep.
And it does look a little suspicious when you get, you know, that one radar product that Scott was just showing. And I kind of show it back here. Yes, it kind of co-locates with where that green and red is, but it's very weak rotation. Basically, you look behind me, you don't really see that big blue area that can sometimes indicate there may be some trees and there's leaves, maybe some shingles aloft in the atmosphere. You don't really see that right now with the latest scan, so that's certainly some good news, and we'll kind of send it back to Scott to kind of go back to the rotation there.
No, the rotation's still there. It's definitely weaker. We hope that continues. Okay, so we got that new scan in. It's going to be a couple seconds before we get a new one. Let's do this. Let's go to our hail product. What's the hail in this? My word, it's still massive. You start to see these purples. That's going to tell us we've got minimally golf ball size hail. This radar indicating hen egg size hail coming out of the specific cell. It does have a very long history of producing very large hail, pretty much right now on top of Colesdale. That's going to be continuing to cross the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line near Weeks, Gibson, Bates, Cawthorn, Morgan Springs, just to name a few locations, Brawley, Oliver, Blancett, even Black Fork on the Arkansas side there in Scott County. That hail is likely going to be moving into your neck of the woods pretty much right now. That is some really large hail. Here's the tornado warning. The new tornado warning now in effect for Scott County. You can see that warning has been issued by the National Weather Service out of Little Rock in advance of this supercell rolling through. If you're in Scott County, remember we talked about this a few moments ago. We wanted to go ahead and get you ready for that potential of a tornado-producing severe thunderstorm to roll through your neck of the woods, and it is in fact doing that right now. Waldron is included in this tornado warning up and down 71 all the way to 270 and points over to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line. It is a relatively strong supercell. We're talking an isolated, discrete supercell. And the reason that matters, why do we care so much about what it is and what it isn't? Well, when it's kind of discrete and isolated by itself, there's nothing down below it to cut off the fuel. There's nothing ahead of it for it to run into, which means until it kind of just clears the area, it's going to have plenty of ingredients available to it to continue producing minimally some large hail. And certainly some rotation is going to be possible. We continue to see that potential, enough so that we have 2 tornado warnings for this one cell. It's now east of Heavener, but if you live between Heavener along Oklahoma 128 all the way to the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line, points to the east all the way over towards Waldron, you're in the path of this very dangerous supercell thunderstorm that is now tornado warned for the next, let's say, 45 minutes or so. Noah, when does this one expire?
This one's going to expire in about 44 minutes. So that would put it about 7 p.m.
Is it still at 10?
It looked like it was about 10, 15 miles an hour.
Okay, all right, so let's track this out here.
Actually, Scott, sorry to interrupt. This is sped up to 25 miles an hour.
Oh, perfect.
Yep,
That's what I chose. So this is perfect. Thank you. Loving, 617. Brawley, 639. Beauchamp, 646. Blancett at 654. The Old Denton School, 656. Winfield at 657. Anderson, 706. Downtown Waldron, 710 is when this storm is likely to roll through your neck of the woods. The Pines at 7:12, Jenkins School at 7:14. That assumes it doesn't speed up or slow down. It has sped up, right? So we don't necessarily want to just lock ourselves into that time frame, given this storm is going to operate on its own rules, on its own timeline. It has sped up, it has slowed down. Right now it looks like it's starting to speed up. This is another sign that we want to take it really seriously. The low-level rotation is a little bit weaker than it was. I want to go back to it. We'll take another peek at it first before we go back to our debris detector to try to understand, is there anything up in the sky that shouldn't be there? That's really what debris detector does. It's going to see all the rain. It's going to see all the hail. That's normal. It doesn't care about that. It is going to be looking for leaves and twigs and shingles and building material and debris, right? And we'll take a look at what it sees. Rotation's still there. It's coming in on Puryear right here, Violent Spring Road in Scott County. Here's Walker Mountain Road, Cane Creek Road. If I'm calling out names of roads that sound familiar to you, that's where the rotation is at this moment. Haw Creek, of course, on the south side here. Haw Creek included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but it is not included in the tornado warning. The rotation looks to pass just to your north. Rotation detector right now not detecting anything, so this remains a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. I'm looking for some really isolated areas of some blue, which would be low correlation with everything else that should be up in the sky. Not seeing that. This map, it's psychedelic. It looks messy, but right now it's not showing anything of concern for us. Here's the Hook Echo right here, south of Loving. That was the one that we started to see that rotation morph into, tracking off towards the east, north of Black Fork, north of Puryear. This is going to be tracking across the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line right now. This remains a serious storm. The tornado warning for Flore County is going to go until 6:45. The Scott County cell, guys, was going to go until, or that warning was going to go until when?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Okay, 6:45 and 7 o'clock. So we do have some time to go before we start to see these warnings fall off. We are tracking the tornado warning very closely. That is our only tornado warning. It is a very intense supercell thunderstorm. There are others that, at least as of this moment, aren't warned, that aren't severe. You've got another thunderstorm crawling through northern Flore County. You got some exiting Crawford and Sebastian into southwestern Franklin. A whole slew of non-severe thunderstorms in northwest Arkansas. If you're hearing the thunder roll, you're hearing the wind pick up, perhaps a little bit of rain north of Interstate 40, right now, you're not included in any type of warning. It's not that I don't care about you. At this moment, I just care a little bit more about the folks whose lives are in danger here going into Scott County. When we start to look at the watches, pretty much all the 5 News viewing area is under a watch. This section, Waldron, Paris, through Clarksville, Johnson, Logan, Scott, they were put under a watch. For some reason, the Weather Service just hasn't sent it out, so it hasn't populated in our system yet. Once they actually do that, and obviously their hands are tied a little bit, they're kind of busy with the Supercell, that will start to populate, and of course that'll push to all your mobile phones and NOAA weather radios as well. Boy, it's a behemoth of a cell north of Rich Mountain. If you were perhaps on one of these ridges right here looking into it, this is where you would likely begin to see that wall cloud develop. We have had a train spotter that back towards Heavener, when this tornado warning was first issued, did notate a funnel cloud. Hard to say right now whether or not there actually is a wall cloud or a funnel cloud with it without that visual confirmation. But the storm certainly continues to appear capable of such. The rotation, it's not necessarily been super strong at any point, but right now it's kind of steady state, not changing a whole lot. And you know what? That's okay, because we don't want it to intensify, which is certainly something that it is going to be capable of doing. We'll go back in and look at our winds. Are they still dancing? Yeah, there's your rotation. It's right on top of the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line right there. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. In fact, we'll pull up some more road names just to give you an update on that. Given its relatively slow speed, I wouldn't expect a lot of changes necessarily, but County Road 1515, County Road 54 in Scott County, south of Cane Creek Road, also in Scott County, County Road 1510 in Flore County. Your area of rotation right here with those greens matching up with the reds, that's going to be where the winds are beginning to spin in a counterclockwise circle. That very well could be where we start to see tornado genesis occur, should there be one trying to develop near the Puryear community, moving towards Brawley and Blancett before eventually tracking a little bit further into Scott County. 2-inch in diameter hail has fallen out of this cell, so whether or not we've got large hail, the tornado potential, or the damaging wind potential, this supercell is exhibiting all three types of severe weather. It's pretty much got it all with it. And so while we're focusing in kind of on that tornado potential, I don't necessarily want any of us to lose sight that there is some very large hail also falling out of this cell. Large hail, Waldron, yeah, that happened last year too. Let's hope this thing really falls on its face before it gets there and causes any more damage. Right now it does have some large hailstones. We've seen the 2-inch, which is about the size of tennis balls. And you can see where that hail core is. It's of course going to be much larger than where the actual rotation is. Those darker blues here would indicate where the largest hail is beginning to fall. At times we did have the tennis ball reports, which were characterized by these purplish colors. Not seeing that at the moment, but that's not to say it might not start to come back. Let's go back to our debris tracker. Are we seeing anything of note, of concern? No. We continue to see a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. You can see for the folks here in red, from Oklahoma 128 to Arkansas 28, that's where that tornado warning is. It's almost traveling east southeast at this point, starting to kind of make that right-hand turn a little bit, which is often an indicator that a storm is going to have that potential for some rotation. 1-inch in diameter hail from a storm spotter in Colesdale. Okay, we can do that, but I want to do it real quickly. If we can pull up some photos that you folks have been sending in to us. My number here at the station, 479-785-5000. We can take a couple of seconds to look at that only while we're waiting on another radar sweep. Once that radar sweep comes back in, I'd like to go ahead and turn our attention back to that. So whenever you guys are ready. Okay, this is the one I showed you earlier. This is Shirley Terry in Worcester. That is softball size hail. Now, one of the things that kind of make these pictures tough is I don't know Shirley. I don't know how big a hand Shirley has, so I don't have quite the context of how big that is, but I'll guarantee you this. That's some big old honking hail. What do we have next? Okay, this was going to be in Howell. This is Haley, Lourimore there. My word. That's going to cause a lot of damage there in Flore County. This is what's getting ready to move into Scott County. Heads up, Scott County. This is from your neighbors to the west. This is what is coming your direction right now. Okay, one more. Billy H. in Worcester. My word. Very, very large hail. That continues to be a concern among others that include the potential of tornadoes. The supercell itself, back to live radar we go, is now moving out of Flore County. It's almost entirely in Scott County at this point. We can go back to what it looks like on Doppler radar, and you can see that hook echo right here where that rotation is almost entirely in Scott County. If you're just now tuning into our coverage, we unfortunately had to take over your 5 News at 6. We continue covering on 5 News Plus as well. This is radar indicated, Doppler radar indicated rotation moving into Scott County, and we're going to stick here until the threat has passed. This is our only warning actually at the moment. And so the reason we're staying very focused on the folks here is, well, number one, their lives are in danger. Number two, there are no other warnings. There are other thunderstorms, but they are not warned. At which point, if they are warned, we will, of course, cover both. I'll reset here in a minute to give everyone else up to speed on what's happening. This warning itself is going to run until 6:45 for Scott County as this tornado warned storm continues tracking off towards the east-southeast. Blancett and Brawley, you're going to be next in line. Black Fork is going to miss it just barely to the north. We go back into, we can look at rotation a couple of different ways. Yeah, I don't think that's doing really well for us. We'll go ahead and look at it here. I'll tell you, overall, it's some relatively weaker rotation. It's not as organized as it was. We consider this good news. We don't trust it yet, right? Can't necessarily trust this just yet until we can see it completely diminish. And honestly, when you look at a presentation like this, it's that classic, iconic supercell thunderstorm. You can't help but just wonder, is this thing just pulsing up, recycling? That's a possibility for us. Now, the parameters in place here locally were much more conducive of very large hail. Like no duh, right? We've saw that, we've seen that. When it comes to the rotation potential here locally, that was a little bit lower, right? Those odds weren't zero, but they were a little bit lower. And so it's very possible this thing may struggle to produce a tornado, but it has definitively tried. And given it has tried, given it has produced a decent amount of rotation in its lifespan from Heavener to where it is now, we want folks to take shelter. We want folks to take those tornado safety precautions. Of course, we knew today was going to be one of those days we had to pay close attention to the weather. And so you probably already had a plan. Now it is currently coming up on 6:30. I know we got a lot of high school proms tonight. I know we've got various other activities outside, and you're kind of wondering, what does the rest of the evening have in store for us? Well, unfortunately, the potential for cells like this to roll through is going to continue. New severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. We'll come back to that one. That was just issued, I guess. We'll come back to that one. But we have these other clusters of thunderstorms that are also capable of producing large hail. Now, the higher probabilities are going to be towards the south and west. This is this level 3 risk here in orange. We got this level 4 risk, that's rare in red, but everywhere in the 5 News viewing area under some level of a potential to see severe thunderstorms this evening into the, well, let's say overnight hours as well. Probably, I think we're done by 10, 11 o'clock. When's the eastern portion watch? When does that one end? Johnson, Logan, Scott?
Logan and Scott there, that's 1 a.m.
1 a.m., okay. All right, so let's go back into this new severe thunderstorm warning. This one does include other parts of Flore County, as well as a good chunk of southern Sebastian County. Does not include Greenwood, does not include Fort Smith, but it does include Rock Island. It does include Poto again. My word, Poto, you've been under the gun a lot the last 24 hours. This is going to be for Doppler radar indicated large hail. Mansfield also included. Hartford also included in this. Huntington is going to be in this severe thunderstorm warning. When we take a look at the hail with it, it's likely going to be right here. Now, this is probably the size of quarters, so this is going to be one of our base severe thunderstorm warnings. That's also closing in on the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line right here. Hartford, get ready. Hackett, more than likely, let's see, are we going to see any of that there? It's possible. It's possible that we start to see some of that just to the north here. I'm going to go back into our wind velocities. What's that doing? Yeah, there's probably some 60-mile-per-hour winds with it. Not seeing rotation.
The new warning, Scott, it's at southeast at 30.
Southeast at 30. Okay, is this going to be for?
That's the one that just got issued.
Oh, that one we were tracking. Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Southeast at 30 miles per hour. Thank you. In fact, Noah, with that information, let's put a track on it since we do have that info. Looks like some more widespread rain and thunderstorms moving into Benton County, more off towards the west and western Sequoia County. That could impact Sallisaw, Roland, Vian, Gore, Muldrow. Let's see if that turns into anything. Southeast at 30 puts that in these locations around these specific times. That one's looking a little more supercellular. You see that latest scan there come in? Puts it at Hill 641, Slaytonville 645, Midland 654, Huntington at 705, Mansfield 706, Dayton around 709, Abbott at 712. Yeah, it's kind of got that little bit more of a structure going to it. It's no longer being interfered with much by the southern cell. Now, if this southern cell that does have the tornado warning on it wasn't there, I would have anticipated this one rapidly escalating. But now that there's a little bit of separation between the two, perhaps this one is going to be available to tap into some more of those ingredients that thus far haven't been available to it. My word, it is still a very strong supercell. We have a very high updraft right here, 40 to 50,000 feet, which is why we've got as large of hail as we do falling out of this specific thunderstorm at times, up to tennis ball size. We showed you a few of those pictures. Brawley right here, Forest Road 784. Let's go to Beauchamp Road, Hawes Creek Church, County Road 142, County Road 54, Piney Church right here, Puryear Road right here, Hawes Creek Church, as well as, let's say, County Road 142. Those roads, those locations is where the rotation is happening right now. That rotation, it's relatively weak, but it has been somewhat consistent and persistent. Hasn't necessarily weakened, which unfortunately is a concern that will continue to be the case until that can actually occur and the warning itself is dropped. But until that happens, we'll stay put right here on your 5 News over the air, as well as on 5 News Plus this evening. Warning for Flore County has expired as it was expected to at 6:30. The area of rotation has now passed squarely into Scott County, just to the north of Black Fork. I'll tell you, based off of the current trajectory of that, while Waldron, you are in a tornado warning, and this is not to be confused with an all clear per se, it does look like the rotation may pass just to the south of you. That's some good news, but the hail may not. The hail may very well impact parts of Waldron. Got 2 different hail cores, actually. The one to the north here, that's come back up. What is that sample at? That's probably going to be quarters to golf ball right here. half dollar size hail, west side of Scott County. in addition to the likelihood of some rotation and high winds. Go a little bit closer here. Brawley is going to get the brunt of this hail probably in the next 15 minutes. Within the next 15 minutes, that hail core is going to be right on top of you. It is tracking that section of the storm a little bit more due east. It's going to cut it close, south side of Waldron. If you live along in Highway 71 south of Waldron, heads up, very large hail could be making its way your direction within the next few minutes. Danny, I know you've been looking at reports coming in. Anything that you'd like to pass along?
No new reports. Obviously, a lot of hail reports coming in from Sequoia County and Flore County, those areas kind of towards Worcester and Howe, Oklahoma, but currently no reports here. For those that are in northwest Arkansas, again, one of the areas, we're not maybe showing you again. There's some storms there, just some scattered storms, though. But we'll be keeping a close eye on those for now. We have seen some pea-sized hail in northwest Arkansas out of these storms, a little bit of wind. But nothing that's been rising to the level of severe weather. So if you're in northwest Arkansas and you're saying, hey, why aren't we showing you guys? Again, we'll be keeping an eye on it, but now just some scattered storms. But for now, again, our main focus is that line in Scott County there, and then obviously the north there in LaFleur and southern Sebastian County.
Sure. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Danny on his day off. Danny's a morning guy, and he's here late at night. When the situation requires it, the full team just jumps right into action. We appreciate Danny, Joshua, Noah, and everyone for being with us here this evening. This cell now to the northeast of Podo, it's still organizing. It's not the most well-defined supercell, but it is certainly there. It is probably dropping quarter-size hail at max right through the Cameron community that is moving towards Slaytonville, north of Gilmore. My word, is going to be just really close to us north of Gilmore. Meadowview Road, let's say County Road, that one's going to be a long one. Is that 4800? Milltown Road over towards Slaytonville. Hackett is going to get in on the action. Hackett is in this severe thunderstorm warning. The largest of hail may pass us just to the south of Hackett, but perhaps some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour included with that. Shady Point, it's going to get better for you here in a couple of minutes. If you can give me just a couple more minutes, I can give you the all clear in Shady Point. Can't quite do that right now at this moment. That is a very, I am a little concerned about this northern cell now. It took its time. There's no rotation with it per se. That's good. But there's definitely going to be some wind and some hail coming out of that. That is going to be tracking over towards Mansfield. If you're in Mansfield, I'd like you to just remain very weather aware with this cell. I don't trust that one just yet. It's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for this activity. Boy, howdy. So this is going to include Brent. This is south of Sallisaw, south of Vian, south of 64, south of I-40. This is going to be for Haskell and Muskogee counties. It does clip a portion of Sequoia County. That's one to watch. That's going to be a cell to watch. Perhaps even a little bit of weak rotation already there. Right now, it's more than likely issued that warning for the potential of quarter-size hail. That very well could track towards Keota, over towards Cowlington, Panama. You're going to want to keep your eyes on this one. I know you've been under the gun a couple of times today already. Sorry about that, but your night might not be over. Now this cell and moving through Gore, Vian, that one's probably going to be undercut by this one, but it's still going to produce some heavy winds, some gusty wind conditions, heavy rain, maybe even some small hail. That's all it appears like right now. Okay, I do think I have some good news to pass along. Are we ready for good news? Our tornado warning has been dropped for Scott County. The rotation was continuing to weaken, so we are going to be dropping our tornado warning for Scott County. That's good news. We're breathing a sigh of relief, right, across Waldron and Blanchett. Breathe a sigh of relief, but unfortunately the severe thunderstorm warning is still there. We still have large hail coming out of it. We still have gusty winds coming out of it, so we're not necessarily done. It's not necessarily going to fall on its face. It's still producing some severe weather. Very large hail core continues with this. Tracking to the east towards Blanchett. Waldron, you're not included in any warning anymore. Parks, you're not. But let's be really mindful of this specific hail. It's generally been moving a little bit more to the southeast here at about 25 miles per hour. And so that is going to be moving slowly. Bad news for the folks getting hit with the hail right now. Good news for the folks ahead of the storm in terms of getting a chance to move the car in the garage, right? That rotation is no longer as defined as it was. It had been relatively weak for quite some time. When I start to look at that, I think the Weather Service made a really good decision to let that warning go about 10 minutes early.
Yeah, just to pass along for that Scott County warning, that is for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So although the tornado warning has been dropped, it's still a very strong storm.
That's exactly right. Let's do this. This is a good opportunity to kind of reset things up here, give everyone else an overview as to what's going on. We have severe thunderstorms moving through parts of Sequoia, Haskell, LaFleur, Sebastian, and Scott counties. There are other thunderstorms that are admittedly strong, but they're not severe, rolling through parts of Franklin, eastern Crawford, southeastern Washington, southwestern Madison, as well as a good chunk of Benton County. Those specific storms are not severe at the moment. However, they do have a fair amount of lightning with them. And so if you have outdoor plans or are outdoors, you might want to be mindful of that. Okay, so in the absence of a tornado warning, here's what we're going to do. We're going to return Channel 5 back to regularly scheduled programming here in about 60 seconds. Our storm coverage is going to continue on 5 News Plus. It's free. It's free for all of your smart TVs. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. You can find us on any of those locations as we continue tracking these severe thunderstorm warnings. The game plan, as always, is if a tornado warning is to be issued, we will break right back into programming. But give us about, I'll give you about, let's say, 45 more seconds to go ahead and make that transition over to the streaming platforms, and then we'll take Channel 5 back over to whatever is supposed to be airing right now. Trevor, if you want to get that ready, okay, perfect. Let's give it just a little bit more time. In the meantime, let me show you this. Watches area-wide. Okay, so finally we got Logan and Scott to populate there under a tornado watch. This one runs until 1 a.m. We have the 11 o'clock tornado watch for Crawford, Sebastian, Sequoia, LaFleur counties. Everyone here in pink, all of northwest Arkansas, northeast Oklahoma, and Franklin counties, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see you over on 5 News Plus. All right, thank you so much for standing by during that transition of taking Channel 5 back to whatever was airing and letting us continue to extract these storms with you tonight here on 5 News Plus, Facebook, YouTube. Danny Cassidy, meteorologist Noah Simmons in the saddle here. I'd like to do this. I'd like to bring Noah in over here to the wall. I'm going to pass the baton to him for a few minutes and go get me a good drink of water. Okay. Noah did a great job forecasting these, driving the radar, keeping us posted. Noah Simmons, take it away.
Thank you, Scott. I believe my mic is still on.
It is.
We're just going to keep talking and kind of pick back up while Scott takes a brief break and Danny continues to kind of look at some reports and see if we have anything to pass along. But this is what we're seeing on Doppler radar, right? We took a deep breath. We don't have any tornado warnings at the moment. Remember, we had that one in LaFleur County and Scott County just got dropped within the last few minutes. And now we're kind of looking at some sporadic storms, right? We have some here in northwest Arkansas. We'll kind of zoom in a little bit closer. We'll kind of just go down the line here, and we'll start in northwest Arkansas. Real quick, obviously we don't have anything severe at the moment, but you kind of see some of those cells starting to work their way into Benton County, northwestern Washington County. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. Again, we had some reports of maybe some pea-sized hail. Danny made a mention of that there, especially if you're in between, say, Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, Salem Springs just got hit with some of those heavier downpours. They're non-severe at the moment, but keep in mind, these are working their way over to some more populated areas from Bentonville, Rogers to Springdale. We'll kind of go down the line here, and we'll take a trip down Interstate 49. We got some cells moving into Madison County, so from St. Paul to Huntsville. These are non-severe at the moment, but they're certainly producing some downpours, maybe even some small hail out there. Of course, we have our Franklin County cells that have kind of been popping up just east of Mountainburg. Ozark's getting hit with the downpour right now, so if you're maybe watching maybe from the Ozark, Mulberry area, Coal Hill area, maybe some thunder and lightning out there. But we'll kind of focus in, though, on our severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll start here at the Scott County cell. We'll zoom in a little bit closer to this one right here. This one is just kind of by southwest of Waldron. The warning technically doesn't include the Waldron area. It's just outside, but we still have some large hail with this. In fact, this southernmost severe thunderstorm warning in Scott County, this actually has the largest hail out of all of our severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Could that, of course, change? Yes, it's possible, but in between, say, Blancett and it was either Blue Mountain, I can't remember what it was. We'll kind of zoom in a little bit closer here. And we'll kind of take a look at that hail core. This is just kind of right around Blanson. We'll take a look at the hail. And again, you can kind of see that there. just southwest of Raleigh. There's Black Fork, just northeast of Black Fork. This hail is probably going to be about golf ball sized hail, and this is kind of continuing to push its way eastward. We can kind of actually sample it here, and I'm kind of curious to see how big of hail we're talking about. Again, this is probably our largest hail that we're seeing across the area. Doesn't mean your neighborhood's maybe not seeing any hail out there. Again, this is focused in on Ping Pong right now, and that has that potential, especially in that hail core. Luckily, it's over some rural areas, but this is going to kind of continue to push its way eastward throughout Scott County, and we'll kind of continue to watch that. Let's talk about our other severe thunderstorm warnings here and kind of zoom out a little bit more. So there's that Scott County. There's Flore County. Flore County, we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. There's actually in northern Flore County right now. We'll go back to radar, and we'll kind of go a little bit further north here. We talked about Flore County a lot. Remember, no tornado warning. It looked like the strongest rotation with that tornado warning was right around Huebner, but that has since passed eastward. It's really weakened, of course. And we got to keep in mind, we got some strong 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with that storm I just talked about in Scott County. So it's not just the hail, it's also the wind-driven hail that you also got to watch out for. Here's that cell that got severe warned, say about maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. This is in eastern Flore County. We'll zoom in a little bit closer to this one. And this is going to be producing, I believe this is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to be between about Hartford. We got the Bonanza Hackett area getting hit with some of these. And if we kind of look at hail, again, we've been talking about hail a lot the last few hours. And again, that's kind of why the reason. Looks like our hail maybe has come down slightly, but I would still suspect that we could have up to quarter-sized hail as this crosses in from Oklahoma into the Arkansas side there. You can kind of see Hartford. There's Rock Island just to your north. So that's kind of where that hail core is. It's not the biggest hail core that we've seen the last couple hours, but we'll certainly watch that, even with some strong winds. We'll kind of look at maybe how strong our winds are and kind of see anytime you have those bright greens and those bright reds, that's where you have some strong wind gusts, upwards of 60 miles an hour possible. So that's what we're looking at. We'll go back to radar, and we'll kind of focus in on this last severe thunderstorm warning that is just outside Flore County and even into parts of Sequoia County. So you kind of see that there by Tamaha. Here's Keota. This includes just northwest of Flore County. And we'll kind of go a little bit further west. It has a kind of a suspicious look, kind of a classic supercell look, especially when you kind of get that hook echo. That's exactly what we see there south of Tamaha. Now, if you kind of look at maybe some rotation, it's not tornado warning or anything like that. It's not really impressive at all. Again, you would want to see maybe some bright greens, maybe some bright reds. We have some bright reds and pinks indicating winds away from the radar. We just certainly don't see any tight rotation, and that's good out there. So hopefully kind of continue to see that as we work our way. So that's that's the severe thunderstorm warning. Here's Salisaw. If you're in Salisaw, you're probably hearing some thunder, potentially seeing some lightning out there. Here's Brent, Interstate 40 kind of going along just behind my shoulders there. So you're certainly dealing with multiple storms out there. And if we kind of go back to home base, right, we have some watches. You may have gotten a notification on your phone saying you're under a tornado watch, maybe you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that's kind of what we have out there across the board. And as we work our way into the rest of the radar, we kind of see northwest Arkansas. Yes, we've had showers and storms, but they're non-severe. Maybe we've had some pea-sized hail, maybe some gusty winds with some of these storms. They're not severe at the moment. We'll, of course, alert you whenever we do get a new
No, I'd like to point out new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Scott County. This one does include Waldron. The reason this warning has now been issued is for the continuing potential of 2-inch in diameter hailstones. As we've been tracking that right now, moving through the Blanchard area, still pushing off towards the southeast. Waldron, it's hard to say if Waldron downtown is going to get hit. I think the majority of town is probably going to be spared from the largest of hail, but we still could see some smaller stones falling in Waldron. That tracks towards Parks. Parks, however, a bit of a different story. The largest hail core likely pushing closer and closer to Parks there, and that is moving relatively slowly. So we've got 2-inch in diameter hailstones, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds in addition to that potential.
Thank you for that, Scott. And we'll actually put a little quick storm track. I believe that's east at 35. Someone correct me if that. Okay, that is east at 35. And we'll kind of zoom in. Again, 2-inch hail, that's considerable. I mean, that's more than just your quarters. I mean, we're talking about bigger than golf ball. And someone can tell me what 2-inch size hail. I don't remember what that is off the top of my head.
The official is hen egg, but yeah, a little bit bigger than golf ball size.
So definitely that's going to pack a bit of a punch, especially when you have strong winds kind of blowing that hail out there. And you kind of see that storm. Now, I just want to zoom out a little bit more, and we'll kind of get a little efficient storm track because I mean, look, this storm's going to kind of hold itself together probably outside of Scott County as well. And we'll do a little track on this here, moving east at about 35. And as this kind of continues to push its way eastward, yes, it's going to be dropping some hail and some wind, but a lot of these areas actually saw some heavy rain from literally just yesterday. And so we still have to watch out for some localized areas of some ponding on some roadways. So we'll get a little storm track on that. That's going to be in Parks here in about, say, 5 to 10 minutes. It's also going to be at the Parks Baptist Church, also in about 5 to 10 minutes. If you look at Harvey, it's about 7:09. Now we're kind of getting outside of our coverage area into Gibbs at 7:24 and Washita in 7:32 as that storm kind of continues to work its way eastward. So that's kind of that new warning that we talked about. It's been probably our most, I don't want to say destructive, but it's been, I guess, our most misbehaved storm, as it was tornado warned earlier. We had some large hail with it, and we are going to, of course, see that continue.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some new viewer photos that have come in. These are in addition to what we saw earlier. This is from Heavener, Shelley Morrison. Shelley, good evening. Thank you. I'm afraid you got some roof damage. That is some incredibly large hail. This is the exact same supercell that right now is moving through Scott County that is responsible for those hailstones right there. Let's go to see what we have next. Oh my word. Joshua Clemmer in Loving, Oklahoma, right there along Highway 128. That is remarkably large hailstones coming out of these storms. What do we have next? That is it. Okay, we've got those coming in. Our number here at the station is 479-785-5000. In fact, I'll put that up behind me here. 479-785-5000. It's not a gimmick. It literally comes to our cell phones, straight to our cell phones, and our producers help us put it up into the computer screen there. Not only do we want to see your photos and your reports from today, I would invite you to save us in your contacts, let us know whatever's going on or what you need us to know about when it comes to weather in your neck of the woods. Again, one more time, 479-785-5000. We'll take it back to Noah.
Very large hail, no doubt about that. Definitely a bad day to be driving or even just outside and you get kind of pelted with some hailstones that big. Now, we'll just talk about this Scott County cell just for a little bit longer. I kind of want to look at velocity, storm relative velocity, and kind of see maybe what kind of rotation we have. It's not tornado warned at the moment, but if we kind of zoom in a little bit closer, we'll take a look and we'll kind of investigate a little bit. And again, it still has that classic supercellular structure. If you kind of look at your Doppler winds out there, right? You got your greens going toward the radar. Remember, the radar site's up in Fort Smith, so it's kind of on the top part of your screen. You can't see it because we're zoomed in, and then those reds are kind of going away from the radar. So you got the greens and they got the reds. So you got a little bit of counterclockwise spin. Ideally, you want to see it a little bit tighter to maybe potentially drop a tornado. We don't want that, so we'll kind of keep our eye on that. And this is that Scott County line. So we're really far south in our coverage area. You can kind of see Y-City just behind my back. So if we're in Y-City and we're in Ritz in Scott County, we're certainly watching that for the potential and for this to potentially spin up. But right now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warned. We've got some very large hail with it. This is up to 2 inches in diameter hail, and that's certainly enough to put a dent in some things. So definitely don't want to be outside. Make sure we're maybe staying away from windows and taking those proper precautions out there. So we'll go back to home base, and we'll jump to radar right now. And Scott and Danny, do you have any more updates and any more reports to kind of pass along as we kind of look at Doppler radar here?
I have seen a couple of text messages coming in. I've not gotten to those just yet as I'm checking on some rotation and some other storms. No additional updates there. The severe thunderstorm warning for Sequoia and Haskell County, that is going to continue there for a little bit longer. And of course, that also includes northern Flore County as well.
Yeah, just one other note as well. Not currently in the area, but there is a cell just off to our northwest near Delaware County. They'll be keeping a close eye on that severe warning. It's not in northwest Arkansas, but as Noah's going to point there too, in Delaware County, we'll keep a close eye on that cell, but now currently outside of northwest Arkansas. But there is a potential redevelopment later this evening they'll be keeping a close eye on.
Looks like one of those warnings there has just been allowed to expire. That's going to be the Sebastian County warning that is going to be falling off your map here right now.
Okay, so we got a little bit of good news, maybe a little bit of unfortunate news, but I think the good news we'll take is that storm in eastern Flore County and southern Sebastian County, like they just highlighted, is below severe limits. Doesn't mean it's not producing any hail. It just means the hail that they're probably seeing with that storm is probably a little bit smaller than quarters. So maybe think penny to nickel-sized hail with that. And of course, as Danny just mentioned, we had that severe thunderstorm warning that's just northwest of Delaware County. Here's Benton County, right? Bella Vista, Bentonville, Gravette area. This severe warning, it's not in our coverage area, but we're keeping our eye on it. over the next several minutes, and hopefully it starts to kind of miss our area. But
Noah, can I point out something to you real quickly? Just to the south of Sallisaw, that severe thunderstorm warning has been updated to now include the potential of tornado possible. That is now included in that specific warning. That's going to be for the cell getting ready to come into Bekoshi. That warning not only does have a strong hook echo with it, we do have visual on some rotation now just to the east of Stigler. Visual confirmation of rotating thunderstorm there east of Stigler. That storm could be the next tornado producing storm if it continues trending the way it is.
Okay. Thank you for that, Scott. A little bit of unfortunate news there. We'll kind of focus in and talk about that cell, though, a little bit as we kind of been talking about that Scott County cell for long, right? Still got big hail. Make sure we're staying away from windows. This sound eastern LaFleur and southern Sebastian. It's non-severe at the moment, but keep in mind this cell that Scott just mentioned, it's kind of on the cusp of our coverage area. It's got that suspicious, hook echo. Not every storm that has a hook echo, is going to produce a tornado, but whenever you get a little, hook echo like this, you got the inflow kind of just west of Kyoto, kind of feeding this storm a little bit, and you can, of course, get a little bit of rotation out there. We'll kind of investigate it a little bit. Again, Scott was mentioning that this is kind of a tornado possible tag. This would be just west of Kyoto. Nothing kind of jumps out to us that says, this is super concerning, but it's definitely something that we're going to keep our eye on, as this is going to track actually in northwestern LaFleur County. So maybe if we're in Spiro to Panama, let's just keep an eye on it, as this is going to be entering northwestern LaFleur County. I know it's been kind of a busy last couple hours with, multiple storms out there. And I'm kind of curious, can one of you guys give me a track on how fast?
Southeast at 25.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All these are moving relatively slow this evening.
These are very slow movers, and with this cell that we just kind of talked about, it's moving southeast at 25, and we'll kind of take a look at a little storm track on this. And this is at 25. We'll do Supercell, kind of a classic Supercell look. A lot of these have had classic Supercell
They sure have.
looks.
They sure have.
And we'll kind of take this in this general direction. Keep in mind, if you're kind of north of this cone area, you could be getting hit with some large hail. This is kind of just for the area that we're maybe watching for a little bit of rotation. It's not tornado warning at the moment, and I hope it doesn't become tornado warning, but if we're at Mount Olive Church, here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to be on your doorstep. The Bekoshi Church at 7:19, Bekoshi Town at 7:23, so about a half an hour from now. And then I mentioned Panama at 7:38. This kind of holds together. 7:42 in Spiro, it's expected to hold together. Really nothing in the way for these storms to kind of fizzle out. So that's what we're looking at for some of these storms. And we'll kind of get back to Doppler radar here. Big scale, big picture. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We have 1 in Scott County that's producing some larger hail, up to 2 inches in diameter. We'll investigate that cell here in a little bit. We got some storm cells in Madison County, even into Franklin County. It's about to get into about to cross the river into Johnson County, Those cells are non-severe, but we'll, of course, watch them. The greatest severe potential, though, is off to our southwest, especially into southeastern Oklahoma. So we're watching this cell in Scott County. We're watching this one that's about to enter LaFleur County in the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes. And we'll kind of go in and investigate some of these. We'll take a look at the Scott County cell just a little bit more, and I might have to go a little bit further south. There we go. And it's kind of, the Scott County cell, it's kind of lost its, earlier we were kind of talking about a big hook echo. You kind of saw that, say, 10 minutes ago. It doesn't necessarily have that. It doesn't mean there's potentially no rotation with it, but we're probably watching some hail with this. In fact, if we do look at the hail with it, well, here's some good news. It looks like our hail has come down. And keep in mind, this hail product is usually a couple minutes behind. So, yes, it shows up between Blancett and, say, Mena with that hail core, but this is probably just a little bit further east, closer to Y City area, right where 270 and 71 meet. Here's Parks, Waldron's to our north. That's where we can expect some of that hail. And we'll just, just for a few seconds, we'll talk about some storm relative velocity and kind of a rotation. Very broad, nothing sticks out, nothing's concerning with this scan. Again, this is the Scott County line here. Here's 71, Y City. We're keeping our eye on it as that hail is going to continue to push its way eastward, but at least the hail has probably come down a little bit. So maybe instead of, say, hen egg sized hail, maybe we're a little bit smaller than that. And let's hopefully hope that trend kind of continues out there. And we'll kind of go in a little bit further north here. We just talked about the Scott County cell. That's continuing to push its way eastward here at a really slow crawl. We got this cell in eastern Flore County. Here's Sebastian County. Mansfield getting hit with some heavy rain. We'll look at hail just for a little bit, and it's below severe limits. There's probably at least some small hail, and that's exactly what we're seeing there. Here's that southern Sebastian County line there. Here's Mansfield getting hit with it. So probably some smaller hail, maybe some nickel-sized hail, maybe some pennies with that. And it looks like we had that severe thunderstorm warning that looks to have just been continued. And we'll kind of take a look at that. And while I kind of take a look at that, if you guys wouldn't mind just keeping our eye on that cell that's about to enter Flore County.
You got it. I'm keeping a very close eye on it over here, moving towards Keota.
But for the moment, we had this severe thunderstorm warning that's been continued, and rightfully so, because we've had hail. This storm has produced a history of hail all the way through Flore County, pretty much all the way through southern Scott County. And this is going to be, is this going to be a base severe thunderstorm? I guess I can always look here.
It is based right now, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, some quarter-sized hail, some 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. At least it's not maybe, say, hen egg-sized hail. We had some large hail about an hour ago, and luckily the hail's come down just a little bit with this cell. Obviously, lots of lightning. Lightning doesn't necessarily make a storm severe. Obviously, you don't want to be outside and get struck by lightning, but lots of lightning with this. It's a loud thunderstorm that's kind of traversing southern Scott County, just south of Waldron. Waldron, we're getting hit with some rain right now, but that's what we're looking at there. And I believe that's going to kind of continue to push its way eastward at a slow crawl between about, say, 20 and 30 miles an hour. There's that Mansfield cell that we kind of that we're watching. It's non-severe at the moment. We'll kind of take a look at some of our other warnings and some of our other severe weather zones here that were expected the rest of this evening. But
Noah, I'll jump in on that cell you're about to dissect right there. I've been watching it really closely, and I'll just tell you, I'd like to speak specifically to the viewers in Bocoshi, Panama, and certainly Keota as well. The rotation is very weak. We do have some well-trained folks there giving visuals of that. That was coming in about 6:49, so a little less than 10 minutes ago. The rotation is not organized. It is weak in nature, but when I start to see the overall structure of that cell, classic hook echo, that classic discrete supercell, does have that tornado possible tag with it. If I'm in Bocoshi, Panama, and maybe even as far as Spiro and Cameron, I'm just paying really close attention to it, okay? I'm probably going to get the shoes on just to save a few extra minutes in case this thing continues to tighten up, just in case that warning is issued. Is it imminent? Yeah, probably not, but I'd like to give you as much lead time or heads up as I can. And in this case, it's a cell that I think bears paying a lot of attention to very closely.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for that, Scott. And we're certainly watching. It's not really in our coverage area necessarily, but it's going to be in our coverage area in, say, a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. And Scott kind of listed off some of those towns and cities that need to be alert. You don't necessarily need to take shelter right now, but just be alert that this storm is going to be working its way in the northern Flore County as it continues to kind of be severe. And we'll kind of just take a deep dive into that specific storm that Scott was just mentioning, just talking about. And right, it's got that classic supercellular hook echo. And this is going to be pretty much just west of Keota, almost on top of Keota. And we'll look at a rotation. There might be maybe a little bit of something, maybe trying just west of Keota. But again, this is relatively weak. We typically want to see some stronger outbound winds, which would be the red, and then the inbound winds, green, really tight together. We don't necessarily see that at the moment. And so that's kind of what we're looking for. But we're certainly watching that, kind of where it locates there with where that hook echo would be just northwest of Flore County. So that's what we're looking at there, and we can kind of even go to a rotation detector. Very, very little. It's again, it's very, very weak, like we just mentioned. So we're certainly keeping our eye on it, though, as this does have a tornado possible tag. And basically that just means that it's not a tornado warning, but it's something the Weather Service and all of us are watching. That makes us go, okay, that's definitely worth watching in the event that the rotation certainly strengthens. So we're going to keep our eye on it. We're going to be watching that these next several hours. And yes, it does look pretty menacing out there. And this looks like this is being continued, the severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm assuming this is going to be continued for a tornado possible.
It continues with tornado possible, base at 1 inch in diameter, hailstone potential, as well as up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. If we want to come to me real quick, I'd like to pull up actually Max 2. That's the most pressing storm, no doubt, the one I've got Noah on. The other one, though, that is in a place where we've not seen much severe weather, very well could be northwest Arkansas. We're looking at a storm that's getting ready to move into the Grand Lake area. If you're familiar with Grove, Jay, there in Delaware County, this now has golf ball size hail, specifically to the northwest near Veneta, Oklahoma. This traveling pretty much due southeast is going to bring it into Grove, Jay, eventually into parts of Benton County, assuming it maintains its strength at that current trajectory. And so while that's also moving relatively slow and is definitely a ways away, I do want to give folks a heads up that, yeah, we've not seen a lot ongoing in terms of actual severe weather in northwest Arkansas. Look, I know we've had a lot of rain and some lightning and thunder, but that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be one that we want to watch closely. Let me do this kind of while we're here, give Noah a second to catch his breath. How fast is that cell moving? Well, that one's specifically moving only about 20 miles per hour. So if I were to put a track on that at 20 miles an hour, that's going to be a ways away before it gets into the Benton County region. Broadly speaking, that puts it at Grove around 747. That's going to put it at Coy right around 811, Bella Vista 854, Bentonville 910, Pea Ridge 916, Rogers 922, Lowell at 930, Springdale at 937. So that one's a ways away, but it is starting to pick up a little bit of intensity now with golf ball size hail. That storm is one that we're going to add to the list to track really closely as well.
Yes, thank you for that. Again, lots of different storms that we're tracking out there across the board. Not everyone's severe, but we certainly have definitely some questionable storms. Obviously, this one near Kyoto, it's just outside our viewing area, but we're certainly taking a look at it because it has that structure and it has that look that makes you go, all right, this is almost a little concerning. And as we look at our storm winds and our velocity, it's very weak and very broad, but it would be right over Kyoto, kind of where those greens and reds are meeting up, right? Flore County is just over here, basically kind of behind me. I'm almost covering it up. You can kind of see Bocoshi in the bottom right of your screen. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit more here and look big picture and who's seeing storms, because it's not just northern Flore County, right? We got that severe warning in southern Scott County. We had some big hail with that. We still have some hail just south of Waldron, pretty much on top of Y-City right now. We got a couple cells in Johnson County and Franklin County. We'll kind of focus in on those more. We got a little bit more development between, say, Salisal and, say, the Lincoln area. Just a little bit of storms starting to develop across parts of Adair County on the Oklahoma side and into Delaware County. We're still watching those storms. Scott made a mention of that cell in northeastern Oklahoma. Its trajectory would put it a little bit southeast, potentially clipping places like Bella Vista, Bentonville, Sulphur Springs, Gravette, as this kind of continues to push its way southeastward. Let's just focus in a little bit more here on some of these storms. We'll kind of go real quick here as we still have two severe warnings. We'll kind of focus in on those here. But again, here's what northwest Arkansas is seeing, right? Some heavy rain, some downpours. It's non-severe at the moment from Bella Vista to Rogers to, say, Fayetteville. That's where the heaviest rain is. It's raining fairly heavy and storming heavy at XNA, so maybe a couple delays going on right now. We'll kind of go a little bit further south here along some of these storms that were pushing their way eastward. Not a lot of them are moving very fast. You kind of get the idea. They're dropping some heavy rain, especially with places like over Ozark, just northeast of Cass and southeast of St. Paul. Probably not the best day to go on a float trip as you're starting to deal with some of those heavier showers. Here's Clarksville, just southwest of Clarksville. We got some of that heavier shower, kind of near Morrison Bluff area. And obviously Logan County, non-severe showers and storms. So all these are non-severe. We'll go over to Fort Smith area. Fort Smith, we have that severe thunderstorm warning that's going to get extended just to your southwest. We were just talking about that. It's got that classic supercellular shape. It still has a tornado possible tag with this warning as it continues to push its way into Flore County. And we'll kind of take a closer look, because you look at it, and if you've read textbooks and you read stuff about weather and meteorology, this is kind of not what you want to see. And we'll kind of take a little closer look. And did the speed change at all with this new warning? I didn't get a chance to look.
That new warning is currently situated at southeast at 25 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
And or let's just put a little quick storm track on that actually while we have the chance. You said 25?
25.
Okay, thank you. Here we go. We'll kind of put this. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right, let me redo this here. And this is going to be southeast at 25, like we just mentioned. This is going to be classic supercell, so we'll put a supercell track on that. Keep in mind, if you're kind of outside this little cone area that I'm going to draw here, This is going to be, say, in Bocoshe about 7:21, so about 15 more minutes. Heads up there, Mount Olive Church, we've mentioned you guys are going to be pretty much on your doorstep right now. Shady Point at 7:40. I think we've already mentioned Shady Point. You might have already had some large hail. Power plant also about 7:40. Poto's been hit not just today, but also yesterday with some storms at about, say, 7:51. So we still got some time, but as these storms are moving slowly, yes, it's good news, and then it gives you a good warning, but you know, if it's dropping hail and some strong winds, it's just, you really want to get out of here so you don't have to deal with it anymore. So here's Bocoshe, here's Flore County, here's the river. We got the Fort Smith proper area. Muldrow, Roland, Salisal, off toward north along 40. This cell is just to your west and just to your southwest. As it continues to push its way southeastward at 25 miles an hour, it's still going to be dropping some hail, but also some gusty winds and a tornado possible, which, again, we've talked about, is basically just the Weather Service of saying, hey, we're watching it, but again, it's maybe not enough to potentially warn it to be a tornado-warned storm. That could change. We hope that's not the case, but we'll kind of take a deeper dive into this cell here that is pretty much into Flore County at this point. And the other thing I wanted to mention, that little cone track I mentioned in those towns that I listed, Bocoshe, Poto, keep in mind that the hail core is going to be in this dark red, almost magenta pink area. That's that hail, and that's really not included in some of those towns that I kind of just outlined for you guys. So keep in mind, we're still going to have some large hail out there for you guys, and yes, potentially some gusty winds. So we'll kind of take a quicker look at that storm in northern Flore County and southern Sequoia County. Definitely looks a little bit menacing out there. And we'll take a look at our storm relative velocity. So if we were to see rotation here, it would be just southeast of Keota. We talked about this about 3-4 minutes ago. It was kind of near Keota. It's distributing some signs of some weak rotation there just southeast of Keota. That's why this big warning was kind of extended there all the way out to Fort Coffee, to Spiro, to Panama area. And so we're certainly watching that. We hope it doesn't pulse up or anything like that. But again, it's got a very suspicious look to it, and that kind of has us concerned just a little bit. So that's what we're taking a look at. That's moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Heads up if you're in Bocoshe to Panama. We'll take a little zoom out here. We'll talk about that cell just to our southeast. I believe that's going to be in southern Sebastian County, and we'll take a look. We'll come back to this cell just a little bit because we're basically watching about 2 to 3 cells. Maybe you can make the argument we're watching 4 cells with that one closing in on northwest Arkansas.
That new one that you're about to zoom in on right there, coming out of Mansfield, the National Weather Service out of Little Rock right there, placing Waldron and other parts of Scott County under a new severe thunderstorm warning. That cell, as it's rolled through Mansfield and far southern Sebastian County, has started to intensify. Noah, it looks like we're going to be looking at hail right now up to quarter size in diameter with 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds, getting ready to move back into Scott County. So right now you actually have 2 different thunderstorms capable of producing large hail in Scott County alone.
Right, again, yeah, Scott County, Flore County have been kind of getting hit hard within the last hour with some of those storms. And I got the hail pulled up, at least the hail detector, and definitely kind of see some of that hail kind of pulsing up across parts of the Ouachita Mountains as this enters in to Scott County in between, say, about Mansfield. Here we go, Waldron. So, right, this severe thunderstorm warning, the bulk of it missed just south of Waldron. But heads up if you're in Waldron, you're watching this storm producing some quarter-sized hail. It's going to continue to push its way southeastward. So, yes, we had some thunder, lightning, kind of some light to moderate rainfall, but we're going to be picking up this cell. And it looks like I'm hearing someone in my ear saying we might have some hail photos. If we have them up, we might as well take them real quick before we kind of jump back to radar. And this is from Cassie in Worcester, and wow, that is, holy smokes, that's some big hail. You typically see that in I guess that is Oklahoma. I was gonna say you typically see that in the plains of Oklahoma and Texas, and man, that's some big hail. And that almost looks like it's tennis to baseball sized hail. So we're looking at.
Noah, this would be a great point to start talking about the science behind. We talk about storm fuel. Noah, if you would, walk us through the problem. Why does the fact that we have so much storm fuel translate to monster hail like that?
Oh, say you have lots of energy, lots of instability, especially in that hail growth zone, right? We're getting colder as we kind of go aloft in the atmosphere. And if you have a really strong updraft, it suspends that hailstone for a long portion of time. If you have all that energy and a really strong updraft, that hailstone's not going to want to come down until it gets really, really heavy. And man, my goodness, that's a heavy hailstone. Eventually it had to come down at some point. And unfortunately it came down in Cassie's potential yard there in Worcester, Oklahoma. And yeah, that's a big hailstone.
Insurance adjusters are going to be busy. Roofers are probably already descending along Flore County, Scott County as well.
That is true. Again, if we can go back to radar here, I kind of want to talk about some of these cells just a little bit more. Right, Worcester here off in the Flore County, that's where that big hail was. We still have some hail with these storms just south of Mansfield. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here and get some more towns and communities in the area before we'll kind of focus in on that Scott County. It looks like that Scott County cell is maybe distributing a bit more of a hook echo nature, so that would technically be just south of Scott County. But again, here's where the heaviest rain, the heaviest hail potential is, kind of right along State Highway 70 there. If you're familiar with County Road 249, it's just past of West Harmon Road, and I'm kind of just reading these off kind of just northwest of Winfield. You kind of get the idea. This is pushing its way southeastward. Some quarter-sized hail, some gusty winds with that, and we'll kind of zoom in a little bit more here. Oh, that was the wrong button. And that's what we're talking about here. So it looks like, you know, our far southern, our far southwestern counties, so a place like Sequoia County, Flore County, Scott County, they've been the most active, right? Sebastian County as well, they've been the most active. This is just outside our coverage area, but, you know, definitely distributing a little bit of a concerning look just south of Y City. In fact, if you're in Y City, you're probably getting hit with some big hail. And
we do have a fair amount of folks that do tune in from Mena and Polk County, and of course, Polk County, very familiar with very bad storms. I remember back in 2009, that very strong tornado rolled through there. Spent about a week actually deployed with the Department of Emergency Management there in Polk County. So if you're there, you do have definitely a severe thunderstorm that is going to be capable of producing some large hail, maybe even some rotation at times. Overall, wind patterns aren't very conducive at this moment. We have seen attempts for these storms to rotate. Therefore, we had those tornado warnings roll through Flore County. Right now, however, it's hail and straight line winds that are going to be the most likely hazards, which isn't a surprise. We pretty much knew that for the last couple of days. Let's hope that we don't see that tornado potential materialize. However, I do say this, as we look back into Flore County, and my word, talk about a week, we have talked a lot about Flore County. You need some sunshine, you need some rainbows, and I'm afraid that at least with this storm coming through, it's going to be a little bit longer before that's the case. South of Muldrow, we have that classic supercell getting ready to move towards Panama. This does have a little bit of small rotation with it. The primary concern getting ready to move into Panama, Spiro, Bacoshi is going to be for that potential of some large hail. We're talking about likely at least 1 inch in diameter. I'm talking quarters in comparison to some of the other hail sizes we've seen today, but it's possible that we could get as much as golf ball at times. Right now, the warning is in effect for 1 inch in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and with that little bit of rotation that's somewhere right between Keota and Bacoshi, we're watching that closely, scan by scan. With every new sweep of the radar, we're taking a close look at it. It's not strengthened any at all. In fact, I'll just tell you, maybe it's about just as weak as it was when we first noticed that several minutes ago. And so let's hope that trend continues. Right now, my concern primarily for northern Flore County, Poto is not included. However, if you're in Poto, get ready. It's going to be moving your direction. Mesa Skirt just passed you to the north, is going to be for hail out of this one, hail and 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds.
Yeah, so definitely a few concerning storms that we're looking at. I believe I had hail pulled up here recently, and that's that Scott County cell. Remember, the hail was a little bit lower. Now it looks like it pulls back up, kind of just near Y City or just south of Y City. Right here's Mena, here's Waldron, and that's really where that strongest hail core is. And we'll zoom in a little bit more. And whenever you see the pinks, that's not exactly a good sign. We're talking about some fairly large hail, and now we're pretty much zoomed in on just south of Y City. And keep in mind that this hail product, this hail core is probably a little bit further east because it's sometimes a couple minutes behind. So just kind of keep that in mind. If we kind of sample that here, it says less than a quarter, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's wrong.
I would say I'm probably more than a quarter if we're seeing pink on there. But you kind of get the idea. Maybe some golf balls, maybe some hen eggs. Danny mentioned some hen egg-sized hail from the storm earlier, and so that's what we're going to be looking at. But yeah, it says less than quarter, and it looks like this warning either just got updated or continue. Maybe they'll get a hail hail finding on that.
That is going to be upgraded to 2-inch in diameter hail. So we're back up to Henegg. That warning now being for Polk and portions of southern Scott County for the potential of 2-inch in diameter hailstones. Of course, that's going to be in addition to that potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Right along Highway 270 in Y-City. Y-City is getting hammered right now with large hail. This storm moving somewhat slowly, still tracking it currently at 25 miles an hour. Y-City batten down the hatches. You're going to be in the thick of this for at least a few more minutes before you start to see it let up.
Yes, and that's some very large hail. I mean, let's give this a second try. And I mean, since my time I've been here,
Boy, that increased.
Hasn't been that long. This is probably the highest color that I've seen on the hail detector. Whoa. Again, yeah. I mean, you kind of take it with a grain of salt, but it's kind of near softball-sized hail, which is a little insane to be talking about, like talking out loud. But luckily, it's kind of moving through a little bit of a rural area, right? We got Y-City, so Y-City is probably getting at least some hail, maybe not baseball-sized to softball hail, but you kind of get the idea. Some very large hail with this system as it moves across Scott County, and that kind of continues to push its way.
Take a look at the rotation there as well, the storm relative velocity. It looks like that's starting to come up just to the north of Big Fork, Board Camp as well. We're talking far northern Polk, P-O-L-K, right there. You can start to see that rotation. It's broad, but it's definitively right there.
Right, and it looks like we're looking at, if I can read correctly, Eureka School potentially, Yocama, if we can kind of take full screen and I can get a better visual on this. There we go. Yocana, Scott, if I'm saying that wrong, please correct me. We got Eureka School here. So right, we got the reds, so the wind's going away from the radar. We of the greens going toward the radar. So right, we got some of that rotation there. And so we're certainly watching that. This is just south of Scott County. Scott County is kind of where this banner that says storm winds is. That's where Scott County is. And so we're certainly going to be watching that as it progresses its way eastward.
Well, you're getting reset there, Noah. If we could, up in the booth, I believe there is a new wall cloud video. This is one that I asked to be time-lapse. That is available for us. This was from much earlier in Heavener, and of course it's time-lapse there, so it's not current speed, but if you look closely, you can kind of see that mid-level rotation right there. It is the storm, it is the wall cloud that actually did produce the tornado warning. I've not received any reports of damage. We never saw damage or debris detected by Doppler radar, but nonetheless, you can get an idea of what this cell did do. This is the exact same cell that's now tracking into southern Scott County and northern Polk County. It's the exact same one. It is pulsed up and pulsed down a time or two, but more often than not, it's been pretty darn strong. And you can see by evidence of that rotation right there, some of these storms are stronger than others. That one packed a big punch with very large hail, tennis ball size hail perhaps, as well as that rotating wall cloud. We'll go back to Noah. In the meantime, if you would like to text us your reports or videos, pictures, only if you can do so safely, 479-785-5000. That's our number here at the station. It comes directly to our cell phones. It's always very helpful if you include your name because, most important, I want to give you credit. Number two, I need to know the location in which that was taken. We're getting a lot of photos of some very large hail around the area. It would help us to pass that information along to the National Weather Service in terms of giving them a precise location as to where these reports are coming in from. All right, let's go back to Noah.
Right, and that was certainly a little bit of an ominous-looking cloud right near Heavener, and that was actually really where our strongest rotation was, and it was actually, I think, the same cell that's really on that Scott-Polk County line.
It is, yep.
Here's Heavener. That's where the rotation was strongest. Kind of came down a little bit. Still has been producing some very large hail, but then we kind of look at our storm winds and our velocity right now, and it looks like the storm might be coming up again, especially here in Polk County. This is eventually going to be working its way, I believe, into Montgomery County, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right. Well done.
As this kind of continues to push its way. We'll just take a quick zoom in because I was actually looking at this northern Flore County. We'll take a look at it here in a few seconds. It didn't look overly concerning, but we'll go to it here in just a few seconds. We'll take a look at the Polk and Scott County line cell. We got to zoom in first before we take a look at it. And we're looking at, some strong winds, and they've shown some signs of starting to tighten up a little bit, right? We got some bright reds and we got some bright greens, and they've shown some signs of really tightening up here just east of Acorn in Polk County. This is going to be eventually working its way into Pencil Bluff just behind my back. Here's Arkansas 270 there, if it kind of meets up with Y City at Highway 71. So this is south of Y City. Y City, we probably got some hail. Keep in mind the hail core is probably right along this Polk-Scott County line. So we're watching it. It's kind of just outside our coverage area, but we'll keep our eye on it. I kind of want to go back, though, to that northern Flore County cell. It's kind of been a while since we've talked about it. Again, there's all that hail core there along Scott Polk County. I mean, you see some magenta purples and pinks, and you know that's some big hail. So we're probably talking at least hen egg-sized hail with this storm as it continues to push its way eastward. So just want to mention that. We'll zoom out a little bit more, and we'll talk about that Flore County cell. Keep in mind this severe warning just southeast of Mansfield. That's going to be heading into Waldron. This has quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So, just because this bulk of the storm just went south of Waldron, we still have this severe warning. So make sure we're probably staying away from windows, potentially staying outside in case, get some wind-driven hail. Probably not going to feel the best out there. So we'll focus in now on this northern Flore County cell. Here's Fort Smith. So maybe if we even have some of our Fort Smith cameras, we can maybe pull that up and look to the west-southwest and kind of look.
I've been keeping an eye on ACHE. If you want to start there, I can run that for you.
Yep. If we can pull it up in the control booth, that would be great. And there we go. Looks like we're looking at.
You got a few lightning strikes looking directly into the heart of that storm. Now you're also looking through a little bit of rain, so if there's were to be a lowering of the base or anything of that nature, we probably wouldn't be able to see through that. Obviously, we don't have rain vision. I wish someone would invent that. But there is a little bit of rain obscuring the view back towards Panama, which is going to be seeing the intensity pick up here relatively soon. If we want to take a look at Mercy Fort Smith, I've also got control of that one. This is going to be a live look into Fort Smith right now, where things are pretty quiet. We're not seeing any activity that is of concern to us right now in the Fort Smith area. Boy, it's been close for Fort Smith, but right now we're in fine shape. We'll continue to track some of the other activity moving out of northeast Oklahoma for that potential. But right now, the strongest of storms are going to be just to the west of Fort Smith. And you can kind of see the backside of that system as we look over Rogers Avenue towards the south there. That is going to be coming into eventually Sebastian County. While Fort Smith may miss the bulk of this storm, I mean, yeah, you might get a little rain out of it, but in terms of the largest hail and the highest winds, that's probably going to be tracking yet again into an area that has already seen it. Southern Sebastian County, places like perhaps Greenwood and Hackett, and eventually into Mansfield and Hartford. Slaytonville would probably be in the path there as well.
Yeah, so definitely always good to kind of get a visual in terms of some of those cameras. If we kind of jump back to radar and what we're seeing out there, we have that big storm just southwest of Fort Smith. So we were looking at all of our cameras from the Fort Smith area. Here's the radar site. That's kind of where that beam is kind of rotating a little bit. And here's the storm that we've kind of been focused in on, right? It's over Callington. It's over Spiral right now. Here's Panama getting hit with some heavy rain. It's a loud thunderstorm. It's warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail. It also had a tornado possible tag, which basically just meant that, hey, there's a little bit of rotation that we're just keeping our eye on. It's not enough to potentially issue a tornado warning, but there's enough there to maybe keep our eye on it. And speaking of rotation, if we look at it, it doesn't look overly concerning. And I kind of mentioned this a couple minutes ago. Nothing jumps out to us that says we could have a tornado at any moment. That's why there's no tornado warning or anything like that. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is just west of Panama. If we were to see any rotation, but it's very weak, so we're not too concerned with that.
Hey, Noah, sorry to cut in. Just for the viewers' clarity, like when you say like nothing's jumping out to you for rotation, can you kind of describe like what that means or what you're looking for?
Right, and that's a good point, Danny. So what we're looking at is, if you kind of look at the top banner here with the storm winds, we got the red is the winds going away from the radar. So here's our radar site in Fort Smith. This is actually a good representation because we're really close to the radar here, and we can actually sample it out. If we look at our storm winds, we got reds going away from the radar. We got the greens going toward the radar. Anytime you have your winds going away from the radar and your greens going toward the radar, you get those winds kind of going in opposite directions, and you kind of get that counterclockwise spin, especially if you kind of continue that into the updraft into the storm. And so what we'd be looking at is we want to see at least some sort of green, and primarily some bright green, which would indicate some winds going toward the radar, because the radar site's just behind my back in Fort Smith. We obviously have the reds that are going away from the radar, but we don't necessarily have the greens going toward the radar. And so that's what basically what it means when we're not seeing anything jump out to us and that's why this is just a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. So we'll hopefully kind of continue that as we work our way into the next several minutes here.
While you're getting reset there, I will pass this along to you. We did have a report just a few moments ago come in just on the east side of Springdale, pretty much right along Darn Tyson Parkway, of a very brief period of, looks like, nickel-size hail. That is, of course, not severe, so we had no warnings for that in place, but something to note with some of those cells moving through parts of northwest Arkansas that aren't severe, but they do have potential for some gusty winds and clearly some nickel-size hail and some gusty or some heavier downpours. That's being noted across a lot of Benton, Washington County. Madison hasn't seen quite a lot yet, but this activity is tracking towards the east, eventually will impact Madison and Carroll counties.
Yeah, so even if we're not talking about you, it's typically because you're not under the most severe warned storm or not the most concerning storm at the moment. So yeah, we've been talking about the storms in Scott, Sebastian, and Flore County, but obviously we still have a bunch of storms elsewhere, not just in northwest Arkansas, but even in parts of the River Valley, a place like Flore County, Johnson County, that maybe produce some small hail. Obviously we got that report in parts of right along that Benton, Washington County line there in Sonora, kind of near Beaver Lake. That's where we had some nickel-sized hail. So, right, we got some heavy downpours pretty much moving through Washington County, Benton County. I believe there was an Arkansas, a Naturals baseball game that was supposed to be at 7, I think, or 7:30. It's probably going to be delayed or probably at least postponed at the minimum. And as those storms kind of continue to push its way east, where they've really kind of lit up the radar. And let's actually just talk about some hail, because we have seen, some reports, at least a little bit, of some hail in this just east of Springdale area. We'll kind of go to our hail track and hail detector. And again, this hail detector, it's not set in stone. It kind of just sometimes gives you an idea. Because we're probably seeing some very small hail with some of these cells, it's probably going to have a hard time detecting that. So yes, we have some heavy rain, even some small hail mixing in with a lot of these cells. We kind of jump back to radar. You really see that there from Bentonville to Springdale to Lowell to Fayetteville. If you're in Farmington, Prairie Grove area, right, we got some heavy downpours, maybe some small hail mixing in with it. It's non-severe at the moment, and we'll hopefully kind of continue that's the case. We're still just keeping our eye on this cell in far northern Delaware County, as it's probably has some large hail, especially in that little pink magenta core. So that's probably the radar detecting some larger objects in the atmosphere, probably some hail, especially into that updraft. So we're keeping our eye on it. That trajectory kind of has it just eastward into, I believe, McDonald County in southwest Missouri. So that's what we're looking at. Of course, it could clip Benton County, so we'll keep our eye on that. All these showers and thunderstorms have basically blossomed within the last, say, couple of hours. There was pretty much nothing on the radar about 4:30, and within 20-30 minutes, I mean, we had storms blossom up. We had our first warning in LaFleur and Sequoia County. And speaking of LaFleur County, that's that warning. And we'll actually put a track on it. It looks like it's still southeast at 25. And so we'll kind of do a little track here. And it's definitely going to be pushing its way into southern Sebastian County and eventually probably into Scott County. So Scott County heads up, we might have another one. And I'm actually going to do, instead of a supercell track, we'll put a little squall line track just because the storm is so big and want to kind of account for some of the hail potential with this. And we'll kind of go all the way southeast here, about, we'll say that's good enough. So Shady Point, it's on you right now. Kavanaugh Hill in close to the Poto area, about, say, 5, 6, 7 minutes from now. Montreal in 8:03, about Hartford just into Arkansas at 8:12. Huntington at 8:16, Mansfield we already got hit a little bit earlier, 8:20. Mansfield Middle School also at 8:20, and then potentially Lucas at about 8:30, so about an hour from now. And that's just this storm, right? We still have some heavy rain, probably a bunch of hail off into Scott County. We'll take a look at that one a little bit.
The hail tracker on that you're about to see is going into Polk is very, very large.
Okay.
I think that's where you were going. Sorry,
oh, wow.
I may have distracted you. Yeah, I'll take it from there. So this is going to be just south of Y-City. Y-City is right here. You can see just to the south of it, near Forest Road 9808, County Road 380, McConnell Road, Peak Road, behind Shorts Road. That is going to be one of the larger hail cores I've seen, at least at least over the last couple of years, when you ask the radar, like, okay, like how big are we talking? You're going to find it is pretty large softball size hail, potentially coming out of that storm. Weather Service has it currently warned for the potential of baseball size hail. There's obviously some difference there. Radar thinks the softball. Weather Service is going to go with baseball. Frankly, does it matter? Shoo-wee, that is some really large hail just to the south of Y-City. That is moving southeast into more of Polk County. And eventually that storm does track over towards Montgomery County. This cell, much like, well, it is the same one. It's the exact same supercell that rolled through Flore County. It is a testament to simply how volatile the atmosphere is. It is very loaded with what we call storm fuel, or energy in the atmosphere that really helps to foster these rapid updrafts, very strong updrafts that take those little raindrops and send them 30, 40,000 feet up in the sky, where this hail begins to form. Obviously, it's much colder right there. Eventually, it does get so big, in this case, baseball to softball size, and it does fall out of that storm. I'm curious, while we're here, let's do this, give Noah a break. He's been doing a wonderful job talking a lot over there. I'm curious how tall this storm is. So what I'm going to do is do one of my cake slices again. Just going to slice it and dice it right down the middle to see, okay, what does this thing look like vertically? And right now the tops are about 40,000 feet. So if you can imagine, at 40,000 feet, that's generally above most commercial airliner height. Right here, that thunderstorm has billowed that high. So if you're in Mena, I don't know what the clouds look like right now, but if you're in Mena and were to go to look northeast, you would see a very tall thunderstorm. If you're in Waldron, unfortunately, you got another storm coming up on you right now. But if you were to look southeast, you're going to see that towering supercell, cumulonimbus cloud there. Very, very, very impressive supercell for all of the wrong reasons.
And speaking of impressive supercells, right? We had that one that moved through Polk County line, and looks like the hail was much larger a matter of just moments ago. And if we got to look at our hail now, it's a little bit lower. But we weren't necessarily maxing out on this hail detector. But when you see dark reds pull up on your hail detector, from a meteorological standpoint, you need a really, really strong updraft to suspend a hailstone that large. So even if it wasn't softball sized, say if it was baseball sized hail, you need a really strong updraft to keep baseball sized frozen pieces of ice aloft in the atmosphere. You need a rapid updraft with that. So it's kind of cool there from a weather standpoint. Obviously not cool for anyone impacted by it, as that warning is going to get continued for northeastern Polk County and eventually northwestern Montgomery County, which is just outside our viewing region. And I believe this one in northwestern Scott County potentially just either got continued or reissued, and we'll take a look at that, as it's still showing some hail signs just west of Waldron. So Waldron's been getting hit, and we might get hit just southwest of town. So here's Waldron right here. Winfield, if you kind of take west 248, there's some hail that we're going to be talking about, and we'll sample it. We're probably going to be seeing maybe up to quarter-sized hail with this, potentially, nickel to quarter-sized hail. So yeah, definitely some hail with that system. That's why it continues to be severe warned at the moment. And we'll kind of go back to home base and talk about hail that we're seeing area-wide. It's pretty much some of these storms just south of Interstate 40 corridor, especially that one southwest of Fort Smith. Right, we had some very strong supercells. And speaking of a supercell structure, if we look at radar, you can really tell that this cell just southwest of Fort Smith area, again, kind of has a little bit of a suspicious look. It didn't really look like it was distributing a lot of rotation or anything of that nature, but you can kind of see, and it looks like this storm, it's a big storm, it's a beast of a storm, moving out of the severe thunderstorm warning. So my guess is, I'm assuming they're going to continue, or potentially they'll expire it if the hail has come down with that. And
looks like they're continuing.
Okay.
New one right there.
Right on cue.
Right on cue. Does include a sliver of Sebastian.
So there's that warning that's kind of flashing, and as long as it's a severe thunderstorm warning, we're okay with that. We don't want it to be a red flashing polygon. That would indicate a tornado warning. We don't have that, but that's that severe thunderstorm warning. Poto, we've been hit either once or twice already today, and looks like we might get hit either a second or third time. I've kind of lost track, but if we kind of take a deeper dive at this cell, Pacola, the casino we're getting hit with some heavy rain. lots of lightning, lots of thunder. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here as that warning kind of got extended, and we'll do a little storm track here in just a bit. Here's Cameron. Here's, I believe that's 112. And then you kind of take that south of 271 to Poto. Lots of different highways here, Bacoshi to Panama. Probably getting hit with some hail there. And if we kind of jump into something happened there, a little bit of a glitch. Let's kind of jump to hail here. And it's pretty much right on top of Panama, potentially just east of you with this hail detector. We're probably looking at some quarter-sized hail with this, and I believe, I'm assuming that's a baseline severe warning with this?
It is. In fact, they not only baselined it, but they also took out that tornado possible tag.
Okay, so that's great news. So for anyone just joining or anyone that was kind of confused on what Scott means by that, earlier the warning and really the storm was showing just a little bit of signs of rotation, and the Weather Service sometimes issues a tornado possible tag, which basically just says, hey, we're kind of keeping our eye on it. It's not enough to issue a tornado warning, but right now, rotation has really come down. We're kind of just looking at some hail, even some strong wind gusts with this, as that hail core is pretty much either right on top or just east of Panama. So if you have any hail reports or maybe some hail pictures, obviously send those in there. I'll kind of pull up the number here on the screen. Obviously, we want you to do that safely. I'll actually get out of the screen so you can actually see the number. Text us 479-785-5000 for reports, pictures, and videos. Sometimes we can show that on air. But please do so safely. We don't want you to go out and, golf ball size hail and you get pelted. Again, that number is 479-785-5000. We'll jump back to radar real quick. And actually, before I jump back to radar, just want to talk about, and we'll zoom in a little bit, some watches and warnings, because there's a lot of watches and a lot of warnings out here across the board. And if I kind of get out of the area, maybe it'll work here. Okay, never mind. All right, so here's that tornado watch. Across the area. That's that area in yellow. So this tornado watch for, let's see, Sequoia County, Flore County, I believe Crawford County, Sebastian County, and Danny might have to help me out. That one goes until about 11 p.m.
Correct.
And then the tornado watch for Scott, Logan, I think that's it, Scott, Logan, that goes until, is it 1 a.m.?
1 a.m.
1 in the morning. Now we got the severe thunderstorm watch, and I can't keep track of everything, but we have Franklin, Madison, Carroll, Benton, Washington, then we got Delaware, Adair. This one's going to go until
midnight. So all these times, all these different times, just know that roughly around midnight, these severe storms will be continuing.
Okay, thank you for that, Danny. Yeah, lots of different times, and like Danny just said, basically up until midnight, because once you kind of get past midnight, and even potentially before that, our severe weather potential really goes down, and we're not expecting an overnight severe weather event. We're not expecting an overnight line of storms or anything like that. Could we still see some residual pop-up storms? After midnight, it's still possible. I kind of just want to bring that to your attention that we got the severe thunderstorm watch in that pink area, and then we got the tornado watch in yellow. And again, blows my mind how many people kind of get them confused. A watch just means that conditions could be favorable the next several hours of a potential, either a severe storm or a tornado. It doesn't mean you necessarily have to take shelter. Just, have a way of getting warnings and know where your safe shelter is in case a warning were to get issued. So we'll jump back to radar. That cell that we've been talking about the last 30, 45 minutes, that's in McDonald County, which is southwestern Missouri. That one looks like it's going to continue to work its way eastward. We'll take a little bit closer look right now. I know northwest Arkansas, we're getting pelted with some heavy rainfall, maybe even some small hail embedded with these, but these are below severe limits. You can kind of see that moving through Benton County, moving through Washington County. Really the heaviest rain, the heaviest precipitation between about Springdale to Fayetteville, say maybe Elm Springs out to Siloam Springs along 412. Probably some heavy rainfall if you're driving outside. There's that severe thunderstorm warning about to enter into Missouri here. As long as that continues to kind of trek its way eastward, that's a good sign. That's some good news. Maybe not for the people in Missouri, but potentially that it misses places like, say, Sulphur Springs, Bella Vista, Bentonville area, say Pea Ridge, Avoca. Kind of get the idea as those storms kind of continue to push their way eastward. Obviously, we still got a lot of redevelopment in Delaware County, Adair County. Kind of see that in Washington County and Benton County. I've been listing so many counties off that I'm kind of losing track right now. But that's what we're talking about in northwest Arkansas. We'll kind of go down the line once again. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Arkansas, just that one, but that's expected to trek just north of the Missouri-Arkansas line. So we'll keep our eye on it. But, right, we got a lot of heavy rain there, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer just real quick because Washington County, especially if you know anyone at the Naturals baseball game, I believe the Arkansas Razorbacks potentially had their spring football game scheduled earlier I'm not sure if they got it in or if it's just going to be canceled, but we still have some heavy rainfall. Obviously, lots of lightning between Fayetteville, West Fork. Winslow heads up getting hit with some of that rain. We'll just take a look at hail, just for the sake of it, and not really expecting probably too much hail to be coming up with this, and that's good. Doesn't mean there's no hail. There could be some pea-sized hail mixing with this, but that's what we're keeping our eye on as we work our way to the south. Just zoom out a little bit more, kind of get a better picture of what's going on here. Earlier we had some cells push through Franklin County, even parts of Johnson County, and it looks like those have kind of died down a little bit, and that's definitely a trend in the right direction. It looks like we either have 1 or 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, right on cue, it looks like that one's going to get continued for Waldron and the rest of Scott County. We're kind of handing off this county just south of Scott County into Polk County. That's going to kind of work its way eastward into Little Rock's jurisdiction. We'll, of course, kind of take a look at it here in a few seconds. But here's that new warning. It's moving through Waldron right now. So Waldron, we're probably getting hit with some hail and some gusty winds. We'll take a closer look at that one as that continues to push its way southeastward. And if you guys have any more updates to pass along or any new reports, please feel free.
Can we pull there we go, my mic back up. Let's do this. I want to take a look at our Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center camera. This is going to be in Podo. You've, of course, got that storm bearing down on Podo right now. This is a base severe thunderstorm warning. So we got about 1 inch in diameter, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But that hook, you can clearly see it. Well, you can't because I've not zoomed in, but I will. Well, there we go. There's a live look from Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center right now as we take a look right into the heart of that storm. I'm going to scan around. I hope you don't get seasickness or motion sickness. If so, apologize. But look at this. So that's looking a little bit off towards the west. We can gook a little more here. We'll try to do this somewhat slowly. Then we start to see the core of that storm begin to really move through. Now you're looking into the heart of that hail core and heavy rain. The reason it looks so bright right there, well, that's the setting sun reflecting off of those bright raindrops and those large hailstones. If we were to sit here, and maybe we will for just a second or two, as we look at that, that's going to be that really intense precipitation as we're looking generally in the direction of Kavanaugh Hill there. Just to give you some context, kind of where we're looking at from the hospital, that is the intense downdraft, or where those hailstones are falling out of the storm. Right now could be up to quarter size in diameter, which is certainly enough to do damage. That's why the warning itself has been issued, right? But in comparison to what we have seen move through parts of Flore County already today, this is at least not that bad. Insult to injury, absolutely. It will make more damage on top of the damage we've already seen with this storm closing in on that camera right now. Downtown Podo, get ready. This storm is going to be in your neck of the woods within about 4 to 5 minutes. The precip will pick up. The winds are already picking up. You can kind of see those low-level clouds there on the leading edge of that storm moving somewhat quickly at the top of your television screen right there. For Panama, you've got about 4 to 5 more minutes before this thing is, the worst part is out of your hair. Cameron, however, you are likely going to be dealing with this storm for some time right now. We do want to keep a very close eye on this specific storm. Not seeing much in the way of rotation. Doesn't appear to be so much right now, but we're watching it very, very closely. Our concern with this specifically for the moment is going to be for large hail, high winds, and that eventually is going to take a very similar path into portions of southern Scott County, including Hartford is going to be in the path of this storm. Midland is going to be in the path of this storm. Slaytonville is also in the path of this thunderstorm.
Yes, thanks for that, Scott. Again, we kind of have the web camera pulled up there in the bottom right-hand of your screen there. That's kind of what Scott was looking at. Right, it looks a little menacing with those dark clouds. That's just because the sun's kind of reflecting that. And we'll kind of pull that back out, and we'll focus in on some of these storms. Just want to bring to your attention, right, Northwest Arkansas is getting hit with some heavier downpours. Washington County, maybe some pea-sized hail, maybe some, for sure, heavy rain, lots of thunder and lightning with this Washington County cluster of storms that's going to push its way into Madison County. So probably rough go on the roads out there. Maybe not the best idea to be driving in, but if you do, you got to maybe take it a little bit on the slower side. We'll focus in a little bit further south here along some of these storms, right? We have basically 1 to 2 to 3 storms that we're still kind of tracking that are basically up to severe limits. And we'll take a closer look at this in northern Flore County. Again, we were kind of taking a look at from the Podo camera. Lots of lightning with this, and it's basically pretty much right on top of Poto at the moment. And let's kind of take this off real quick.
Quarter-size hail 3 miles east of Panama.
Okay.
We have added a tornado possible tag to this severe thunderstorm warning from the Weather Service as of about 5 seconds ago.
Okay, thank you for that. And because it has a tornado possible tag on it, we're going to jump into rotation. And we'll kind of talk you through what we're watching and what we're looking at right now. And what we're basically going to be looking at is we have the red and the pinks. That's the winds going away from the radar. The radar site's up here in Fort Smith, kind of just above my head, almost kind of covered up by the banner. So we got lots of reds and definitely lots of winds going away from the radar within the storm. But then we kind of want to see maybe some greens and some winds going toward the radar. We don't really see that necessarily. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. This would be potentially kind of close to the Poto area, actually, but we're not really seeing any bright greens at all. We certainly see bright reds, but just because you have strong winds going in one direction, you need some strong winds kind of going the other direction to kind of create that counterclockwise spin. We're not really seeing that outside. So we'll jump back to radar and we'll zoom in just a little bit more. Obviously, it has a little bit of a, definitely a. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. A little bit of a suspicious look to it. And we'll zoom in a little bit more. And is this storm moving? Is it still southeast 25? Did it speed up, slow down? Do we with this northern Flore County cell?
This northern Flore, this is going to be, with the latest update, moving southeast at 30. If we could, I know you're going to put a track on that. I want to go live to Eastern Oklahoma Medical Center right now. We got a storm spotter report of a lowering in the cloud. This camera is in perfect position to see that lowering. Let me tell you this, it's not one that gives me any concern as of this exact moment. You know, I don't trust a storm to pulse up, but when I look at this, kind of actually from the backside of that cell, I don't see that as being a very well-defined lowering, and certainly not a funnel cloud. As Noah's walked you through, I'm not seeing any actual meaningful rotation with it, but I'm keeping a close eye on that. If you're seeing this come into town, likely right now in Poto, we're keeping a close eye on it. It's got more bark than bite when it comes to rotation or tornado potential. By far, the risk of large hail and gusty winds is going to be a bit higher for this cell.
Right, so definitely keeping our eye on it. Right, we have that cell right just by Poto. I had the kind of web camera pulled up in the bottom right. It's kind of a little big right now. I mean, kind of see that as Scott kind of rotates there. We have the radar kind of pulled up there on the left. Here's Poto here. We're basically looking. Are we looking eastward, southeastward here from this camera?
This one is going to be eastward right now.
Okay, so we're looking eastward. Right here's Poto, and we're going to be looking eastward. Basically, any area of rotation, which isn't super strong at the moment, it would be pretty much passing on top and just southeastward. And as we kind of rotate that camera, it does look a little menacing as this kind of passes southeastward of Poto. Right, we have maybe some lowering cloud bases, lots of lightning. Kind of a cool shot, but maybe not necessarily cool that we're watching the potential for some rotation with it. So that's what we're looking at. And again, we'll kind of keep our eye on it. As you can really see those rain curtains kind of continuing to push its way in as Scott kind of rotates that. Some really strong rain curtains, probably some really gusty winds with this. Keep in mind, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, not necessarily a tornado warning. So we really have some strong wind gusts, potentially 50 up to 60 miles an hour, and obviously some hail. So we'll kind of jump back to radar, and actually, and Scott, you can. This is your call on this. If we want to just take the Poto camera and kind of look at it the next few minutes as that storm rolls in, we can. But we'll certainly.
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's pull it up for just a bit here.
Yep.
This is going to be as effective as Doppler radar, as though there's a cloud to ground strike there off in the distance. You can see the hail coming through. The wind there is blowing those sheets of rain. I'm scanning the skies closely just to make sure there isn't something trying to lower there. There was a report, actually 2 reports of some lowerings come through the Poto area from some trained storm spotters. You know, radar doesn't give me a lot of anxiety right now, the presentation of where that rotation would be. As we slowly scan the skies here, I'm not seeing actually anything lower.
While you're kind of voicing over that camera shot over Poto, I mean, let's still keep a look at that Poto camera. The rotation nothing jumps out necessarily. It looked like we had a report of potentially a wall cloud rotating. This was kind of near the Poto area. Obviously, our visibility is going to kind of continue to get reduced here as that storm pretty much pushes on top of where the camera is. So we're not going to be able to get a great visual on it here over the next few minutes.
Yeah, it looks like the higher precipitation is now overtaking this camera, which is going to, of course, obscure our view. And, our hope is we never lose these cameras, but often, when the worst of the weather comes through, they do sometimes go down. We'll see if we can't keep this dude online. I'm kind of spinning around, but the truth is our visibility is going to drop on this one relatively closely. There is a little pocket right there, just to the south of Gilmore, southeast of Poto, in which, I believe those spotter reports are probably accurate. It's weak at best. If you wanted to pull up Max 2, I could show you what I'm looking at right there. So you can kind of see that pocket right here. It is far from defined. It was a much bigger circle than I intended. County Road, East 1380, Sugarloaf Creek Road, Midway Road, Sugarloaf Baptist Church. That's kind of where that rotation would be. That's where these reports are coming out of. That latest update comes through, and even then, to me, that looks much more like a damaging wind threat coming out of it on top of the hail. On top of the hail coming out of it. And my word, there looks to be some very large hail coming out of this specific storm. You can see that track it's taking, and we very well could be looking at, again, closer to quarter to golf ball size hail, somewhere within that vicinity. And that's going to be closing in closer and closer to Hartford between now and probably the next 15 to 20 minutes.
And these storms aren't moving super fast. They're moving about southeast at 20 to 25 miles an hour. And Scott just kind of examined that storm a little bit. We'll get a little storm track on that. And that's going to be pushing southeastward about 25 miles an hour. Pretty much all of these are 25 to 30 as I just kind of checked real quick. And we'll kind of do a little track to kind of account for maybe any little area rotation, but also the hail core. So maybe instead of a supercell track, we'll kind of just do a little bit of a squall line track, even though it's not your traditional squall line that you might see on radar. But we'll kind of look at this here. And if you're on the south side of Fort Smith, we're getting hit with some heavy rain, but the hail core is just off to your southeast, about to cross into parts of far southern Sebastian County. So far southern Sebastian County has already been hit. Northwestern Scott County has already been hit. We look at storm track here. This is going to be in Montreal at 8:07. We mentioned Montreal a little bit earlier. Heads up in Midland just after at 8:08. The high school as well as Hartford at 8:14 and 8:15 respectively. Mansfield got hit once or twice already today. It's going to be 8:23. Oliver at 8:40 and potentially Elm Park at 8:42, a little less than an hour. So that's that storm track with this cell. It's got, I believe, 1.75 inches hail, which I should really have these nailed down, but it's going to be maybe over hen egg.
Golf ball size.
Golf ball sized hail. And that's definitely not, that's probably maybe going to put maybe a little bit of dents in some people's cars, especially if they're driving, just based on the force and the physics there. And we'll take a look. It's kind of been a while since we've looked at hail tracks.
It's come up in the last scan especially. And so if I'm in Mansfield or Hartford, I'm getting ready for a pretty large hailstorm to come through. Slaytonville as well, Midland as well.
It absolutely has come down, or not come down, excuse me. It has come up for sure between Poto and Cameron. And like Scott said, if you're definitely in the Hartford area, if you're in the Mansfield area, I'm kind of covering it up. I'll kind of zoom out a little, or step off a little bit. You can kind of see Mansfield here, my right hand. There's Hartford. And wow, it looks like the hail detector has come up a little bit.
Oh my word! Yes, it has.
And we'll take a look at what this is potentially sampling, but potentially up to tennis ball sized hail with this storm. So our hail has really come up, meaning our updraft is kind of strengthened a little bit. So anytime that that hail is coming up, it's definitely going to be a rough day out there. So this is just east of Poto, just east of Cameron. This is pretty much, I'd say, right on top of the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line, just because this is maybe delayed a couple minutes. But with that hail core, heads up if we're in Hartford, it's got some big hail. Wouldn't be surprised if they do extend this severe warning outward, because eventually here in the next several minutes, this is going to be moving into far southern Sebastian County, if not already, and eventually potentially into northwestern Scott County. And man, that's some big hail. It's a big hail core. And you can kind of see that if we jump back to reflectivity, you kind of see some of those pinks and some of those magenta colors there, just east of Poto, just south of Cameron. Anytime you see those pinks there on the radar, kind of on the higher end of the scale, that's the radar indicating that there's some bigger oblong objects potentially there that the radar is picking up. And well, that would suggest we got some big hail, so that your really high reflectivity core in the pink, that's what you're seeing out there as this kind of continues to push its way out of Flore County, but eventually into southern Sebastian County. So we're right on that line, right on that cusp. And that's probably our most severe storm at the moment. And we haven't really looked at the Scott County. If one of you guys could take a look at the Scott County cell and see maybe what that's been doing, we'll kind of take a closer look here.
It's almost steady state, maintaining itself through the Parks area. 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be our base severe thunderstorm warning. Some hail nonetheless. That's going to be rolling right through Arkansas 250 down to Arkansas 28. Need more Assembly of God Church in the path of that cell right now. The Pines as well, Overlook Hills Road, a little Buffalo Drive, Buffalo Road, as well as Bush School.
So here's that Scott County cell, and right, we got that base severe warning. Waldron's gotten a hit once or twice already. Probably had some hail in the Waldron area as that kind of continues to push its way southeastward into Polk and Montgomery County, and those storms have been packing a bit of a punch. There's probably some big hail just south of Scott County with this storm that's severe warned. We're still keeping our eye on it as it continues to push its way into eastern Scott County. The good news is that we're starting to get into a little bit of rural terrain here in parts of the Washita's, but obviously we still have some folks here living in some of our communities. We'll kind of take a look with this severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it's either going to get upgraded or potentially continued. And let me know what
Stand by. It's coming through any second.
I'm assuming they're going to maybe increase the hail size potentially.
That hail is going to be upgraded to 2.5 inches in diameter. That is some incredibly large hail. 2.5 inches of hail coming out of Poto into Gilmore, Slaytonville, eventually towards Hackett, Midland and Hartford. Hackett will miss the worst just to the south, the community of Cameron in Flore County in the thick of that hail right now. If you live near Trestle Ford, things are calm at the moment, but that cell is quickly tracking your direction.
Yes, that's some big hail. That would put it about, is it teacup-sized hail? Is that what we're talking about?
So that 2.5, that's what lines up with that tennis ball size. That lines up really what we were tracking earlier, so that's that tennis ball size hail in there.
So tennis ball, so this warning got upgraded to tennis ball sized hail, which if it's a tennis ball, it's a baseball, who cares? It's going to definitely cause some damage out there. You got some really, really large hail with this storm. This has a considerable tag to this warning, which basically just means this is an upgrade from just a base level severe thunderstorm warning. If this hail was to get even bigger, this would be a destructive thunderstorm warning, and that would be for baseball sized hail and larger. Right now we're at tennis ball sized hail, which is still very large to begin with. We're going to really zoom in here and in terms of that the hail track and the hail detector, and kind of get some towns and list some towns and communities across the way here, because this is some really large hail that we're basically looking at that's going to be entering into Sebastian County. We're going to zoom in a little bit more. Keep in mind this hail core is probably going to be right along the state line. So Slaytonville probably getting hit with some big hail. Gilmore probably just got pelted with some hail. We'll kind of zoom in a little bit closer here to Hartford. If you're in Hartford, you maybe only have a couple minutes, a few minutes potentially before this hail core is going to track to your southeastward. So if you have a garage, probably going to be a good idea if your car's not already in there to maybe bring that in. I don't necessarily want people panicking and driving to get to some garage or anything like that. Your probably best idea is to stay put if you don't necessarily have a garage, as this big hail is going to be coming in. So definitely not a good idea to be driving either into this or maybe trying to avoid it, as you don't really want hail that could certainly damage your windshield. When you have hail the size of tennis balls, that's what that pink color is indicating. And we'll kind of sample a little bit. It's probably saying tennis balls once more here. Again, yeah, tennis ball sized hail about to cross into the Arkansas and the Sebastian County line, if not already. So if we're in Hartford, we really got to take this severe thunderstorm warning seriously, because we have some really large hail about the size of tennis balls possible within this hail core to the pink. So that's what we're talking about. We might have to put a little storm track on this here. It's just some very big hail. we've had storms with a long history of producing some hail, not just in Flore County and Sebastian County, but also in Scott County. We've had hail elsewhere, but it looks like our biggest hail has been confined to LaFleur and Scott County. And so we'll kind of put a little storm track on that, and potentially it has come up, and we'll take a look here. Potentially you have the baseball-sized hail. So this is no joke. This is some serious hail. If we're under the severe thunderstorm warning between LaFleur County, well, if you're in Poto and Cameron, you don't have to worry about the hail. It's already past you. But if we're in places like Hartford and potentially places like Mansfield, I would still be watching this very closely. We've got some very large hail working its way eastward. You don't necessarily see tennis to baseball-sized hail every day, but that's what we're seeing out there. We just want to put a quick storm track on this. I'm going to assume they're going to potentially reissue this warning any second or any minute here. We'll go back to radar. And I believe this is moving east-southeast at about 25.
While you're doing that, I do want to make viewers aware. I'll let you get that drawn out. Just real briefly, the thunderstorm now moving through Washington County, Prairie Grove, West Fork, parts of Fayetteville, drifting towards the southeast, towards Greenland and Elkins. It's not severe at the moment, but I've noticed a definitive uptick in its intensity, which means we very well could be working our way closer and closer to that severe thunderstorm warning. We know things are loud in northwest Arkansas, but nothing at the moment is severe. Our focus will continue there, where we now have the potential for baseball-sized hail.
So the storm is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. And let's just do a little bit more of a zoom out so we can kind of get this storm in its entirety here. And we're going to do a little bit of a squall line to account for maybe any areas of small rotation, but also that big hail core that's just east of Poto, about to cross into the Arkansas state line. So we'll kind of look at this here, and this is definitely a big storm. Definitely not to take lightly. We've had some very big storms here the last several hours. Excuse me, the last few hours. So this puts it at Trestle Ford right now. We mentioned Hartford a lot. This is going to be at Hartford High School in Hartford in about 7 to 8 minutes. At the James Ford Church at 8:16. Mansfield, we talked about 8:21. Of course, the hail core could clip you in Mansfield. The high school about a minute later. Calvary Church at 8:33. Winfield about 8:40 p.m. And if it kind of continues to hold its intense strength, we're talking about Anderson and Pleasant Hill School at 8:43. So very large hail with this. They're probably going to reissue this warning momentarily as it kind of continues to work its way into Sebastian County and eventually into Scott County. So unfortunately, Scott County, we're not necessarily done with this. I believe this warning still has a tornado possible tag, so we'll kind of jump into our storm relative winds and what we're looking at in terms of rotation. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here. Again, the hail is the bigger story with this storm. I want to make that clear. We're watching some big, large hail with this. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here, and there's that warning that's going to get reissued. So we'll take a look at that here in just a few seconds. This is our velocity. It kind of shows us some rotation. We do have some strong winds kind of going away from the radar, so probably some gusty winds as this storm kind of rolls into parts of Sebastian County. So here's a Sebastian County cutout line. South here is Scott County. I'm kind of covering up Brawley there. It's just behind my legs. And that's what we're looking at. And if we look at rotation detector, probably not showing a whole lot. Again, here's the legend on the top of your screen. Dark blue is very weak. We want to see weak. Ideally, we don't want to see anything, but that's what we're showing, some weak, some dark blues out there as it kind of continues to push its way eastward here into far southern Sebastian County. So
on that storm specifically, Noah did just get a report out of Monroe, Oklahoma. That's going to be there near Sugarloaf along Oklahoma 83. That report came in of, I've already lost it, golf ball size hail right there. And while we're here with me, I want to take you into northwest Arkansas. Our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day in northwest Arkansas has been issued for Prairie Grove, Greenland, Hogeye, and West Fork. This specific thunderstorm ahead does have the potential of $half size hail, so 1.25 inches in diameter, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Greenland, Prairie Grove, West Fork, as well as Hogeye included in this thunderstorm. Right now, Illinois Chapel Road, Center Point Church Road, Nichols Road, McKnight Avenue, and of course Interstate 49 and Highway 71 in the path of that storm. That's the one we mentioned to you a few moments ago that was beginning to come up. That will not impact Lincoln or Cane Hill. That thunderstorm is developing somewhat quickly and now is producing likely at least quarter, perhaps as high as $half size hail.
So there's our first severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Arkansas. Obviously warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some $half size hail, which puts it about 1¼ inch diameter. And that's enough to potentially maybe cause just some minor damage in parts of structures and maybe a little dent in your car. So hopefully that's not the case, but that's what we're talking about. We have a much larger hail core, and we're gonna talk about that cell here up in northwest Arkansas here in just a few seconds. I just want to reiterate that we got that reissuance of that warning into Sebastian County. And I'm just going to do a little explanation for you. You might be really confused, especially if you live in Scott County, and you might be confused and saying, well, why has this not been extended into Scott County? Well, the answer for that is that Tulsa's National Weather Service jurisdiction includes Flore County and Sebastian County. Little Rock's jurisdiction includes Scott County, which is where Oliver and Blansett are. And so that's kind of where you get these weird outlines, because each National Weather Service office is responsible for drawing that warning polygon. So that's literally the explanation. Regardless, it shouldn't take away the fact we had some very large hail, especially in this pink corridor, in this pink magenta color. We had hail up to the size of tennis balls, maybe even as high as baseball-sized hail. We hope that's not the case, but that's what it's going to be warned for. And we'll zoom in a little bit closer here before we take a look at that northwest Arkansas cell. I would just want to, bring to your attention, we probably need to stay, not probably, we do need to stay away from windows, because anytime you get hail this big, and if it's wind-driven hail, it could potentially, cause a crack in windows, or it could even shatter a window. So I would definitely make sure we're staying away from windows there, for sure indoors. If we're in Hartford, if we're in Mansfield, you're technically just outside the warning polygon, but I would still keep an eye on it, as this hail core is going to be moving slowly east-southeastward, eventually outside of Sebastian County. Here's Trussville Ford. We're probably getting hit with hail right now. This hail core is probably going to be very near Hartford. If not, Hartford potentially is already seeing hail right now. So maybe if we do have people from Hartford, they're maybe watching the live stream, maybe say something in the chat, or again, maybe text us something about the report. If you're seeing any hail, we're checking some of those reports. So that's what we're looking at. And we're going to do one little storm track before we talk about that northwest Arkansas cell here. Just to reiterate to the point that we got some very large hail. This is typically when you get issued a severe thunderstorm warning, people usually just kind of blow it off. And, maybe that's not necessarily the best way to go about it, but especially with a storm like this, indicating some very large hail, I would certainly, take it seriously, as this is moving, I believe, at 30 miles an hour. And
I think you're correct.
And we'll kind of just put we'll kind of just do the track along this hail core, because that's probably the most impactful thing with this storm, as this kind of continues to push its way eastward. And I'm going to make an awkward, okay, there we go. Hartford right now. So we're getting hail right now in Hartford, most likely. The Shiloh Church at 8:15, Oliver at 8:25, Winfield 8:37, evening shade school in about 30 minutes. So again, if I listed off your town, or you live near that town, or you live near that church or area, I would stay away from windows, because we have some potentially large hail with this, especially in that pink, purple, blue color, as that hail continues to push its way eastward. So that's definitely a stronger storm. And there's that warning that kind of got extended into Scott County. But again, we kind of just looked at some of those towns that are in the past. So we kind of covered that area. We'll just jump into northwest.
If you want to stay focused on that cell, you've been very thorough on that. I'll handle northwest. This is going to be our first severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Arkansas. This is for Washington County, and it includes towns such as Woolsey, Sulphur City, West Fork, Greenland, Prairie Grove, and Hawkeye. The hail has actually come up just a tad. We're looking a little bit closer to that $half size potential right now, moving into West Fork. In fact, it's probably going to be a pretty rough drive up and down Interstate 49. I'm going to pull up, while we're chatting here, some of those cameras. Unfortunately, this is not just some larger hailstones. It more than likely does have that 60 or so mile per hour straight line wind with it. So it's not only going to make travel treacherous, but you're talking about some insult to injury when it comes to potentially some large hail falling as well. It looks like the closest camera we got there is going to be Greenland. I'm going to pull this up here real closely. It'll take me a second to do this in real time. And it's probably going to say something wrong on top, and that's okay. Perfect, it's not. All right, so this is going to be in Greenland, looking north into that cell. Just beyond the curve here, as we round back towards the east, it looks like, based off of traffic flow data, that folks are moving very, very slowly. As you would imagine, if you were driving through a quarter to $half size hail, you're probably not going to be going at that full 70 to 75 mile per hour speed. Now southbound, they're picking up a little speed. They're exiting the hail core, moving into some lighter rain before eventually off in the clearing. Stay put right there. I'm going to change one of the cameras here. This is going to be closer. Okay, that was the same one. This is going to be mile marker 59. So this is the one that kind of, you round the hill. We're all familiar with coming up that hill, and then you can see the Fayetteville landscape there. Sometimes you can see Razorback Stadium lit up. That's what it looks like right here. This is going to be just barely to the north of the worst. And so if we had this ability to spin RDOT's camera southbound or 180 degrees from where it's looking now, it would probably show you a pretty good picture of that cell as it rolls through. Unfortunately, can't do that. West Fork, however, is probably in the thick of it at the moment. This is going to be Pitkin Corner. It is looking southbound, and you can see things improve pretty quickly the further south you do travel into parts of Washington County. That's an update on that cell. Let me show you what it looks like on Doppler radar before we go back to NOAA in Flore and Sebastian counties, where we currently have the potential for baseball size hail. Right now, our maximum estimated hail potential in West Fork is likely going to be quarter to $half size hail. And where those pinks are, right on top of West Fork, Pierce Road, Mineral Springs Road, Old Holler Road, right up and down 71 and 49. That's going to be where the highest hail is at the moment. It's moving east-southeast towards the Hicks community, Rocky Comfort Church. That's, of course, an older historical church. Trace Break, Woodland Road, Low Gap Road, Black Oak Quarry Road. That's going to be a couple of those locations in the path of that thunderstorm. It's going to be primarily exhibiting large hail and damaging winds. No rotation with that.
That's what we're looking at with some of those cells in northwest Arkansas. Scott's going to keep an eye on it. I got a little bit of good news to pass along with the cell that we've been tracking from Flore to Sebastian and to Scott County. We've been talking about all of you guys a lot recently, and basically the good news is that our hail has come down just ever so slightly with this cell. Now, is there still some large hail potentially? Absolutely. But it looks like this is warned for not 2.5 inch sized hail, but now 1.75 inch sized hail. So maybe instead of seeing hail size is this big, maybe it's a little bit like this, which is still enough to cause damage. So we'll kind of take a look at that hail there. And it's going to kind of continue to push its way eastward. The good news is that if you're from Mansfield to, say, Midland, in this vicinity here on the northern side of this warning polygon, you're probably going to miss the highest hail core. Doesn't mean you won't maybe necessarily get some smaller hail, but it looks like the hail core with its trajectory taking it southeast, where I would more be concerned if you're in Oliver and maybe just north of Blanset. Again, we're looking at northwestern Scott County and parts of the Ouachitas there. So that's what we're looking at. We'll take a look at this hail and potentially up to tennis ball, which is not ideal, but that's what we're still seeing out there. So maybe it's not necessarily baseball, but based on the warning polygon that the Weather Service drew down, they did just lower the hail just a little bit. So maybe that's a little bit of good news that I can pass along. But
Noah, I did just get a report out of Hartford of golf ball size hail coming out of Hartford there.
Okay. And whoever sent that report in, thank you for that. Obviously, if you want to send a report in, please do it safely, because hail hitting you can certainly cause some injuries, and we certainly don't want that. But it is good to get some ground truth from either viewers or storm spotters or anything like that. And we talked about Hartford a lot the last 15 minutes. And again, here's a little bit of good news, a little bit of good signs that the hail is continuing to kind of come down.
I don't have good news. If we want to come back to me here in Washington County, our hail has increased quite considerably. We are now looking up to 2-inch in diameter hailstones. Likely we are closer to that ping pong size hail rolling through West Fork right now. Things are very intense for us in West Fork. Stay put. It will get better. Give me 5 to 6 minutes. I can give you the all clear at that point. But that hail core has come up. It is now situated pretty much right on top of 49 and 71. It is tracking into eastern Washington County towards Arnett and Hicks. That hail core has come up relatively quickly. In fact, when I loop this, you can kind of just see the overall trajectory of that thunderstorm rolling through Hawkeye. Things got really intense just to the north of Hawkeye, right along Orr Road. So this is, of course, just to the southeast of Prairie Grove, right along Highway 156. That hail core running parallel runs into West Fork, still tracking to the east here, producing now up to 2-inch in diameter hailstones. Potentially that size. Back to Hartford, that hail has now increased to golf ball size hail, according to some fire department officials in Hartford. Back in Monroe, where that storm rolled through earlier, Monroe, Oklahoma, that was tennis ball size hail. You know, these are those moments where we really actually we would prefer this to have been an absolute bust. Unfortunately, that storm fuel is showing what it can do tonight in producing these very large hailstones. And I'm afraid for many of us, it's not quite done. Sulphur City in Washington County is going to be next. Alhalla Road is where the heaviest of hail is at the moment, the highest, largest sizes, I should say. Trace Break, Black Oak, Corey Road, Thunder Road, that's ironic, over towards Highway 74, getting closer to Durham. Durham's not included in our warning yet. Highway 16 is not included in our warning yet. But assuming this storm continues, it's probably going to be extended into more of Washington County with time over towards Snake Branch Road. Of course, that runs right into Durham right there. Washington County cell has come up. It looks like we continue to see a very efficient hailmaker with this. While I'm here, while NOAA's getting set for that storm down south, I am going to put a track on it for us. This one, much like the others, is moving somewhat slowly. Right now, it's currently tracking at 25 miles an hour. So with that in mind, I can give you an estimated time of arrival on when this storm is going to arrive in your neck of the woods. I'm going to draw this track a little bit further than the actual hail core itself to give folks in Madison County a general idea of when they could expect it. Puts it at Sulphur City here at 826, Low Gap Church 828, the Hicks community right around 829, Arnett 834, Durham at 836, Nichols Memorial Church 841, Thompson at 843, Cannon Creek 845, Crosses in Madison County 851, Delaney at 855, the community of Patrick 858. Looks like St. Paul right at 914. That assumes these storms don't speed up or slow down. They can, they have, and they likely will, but that could give you a ballpark idea of when to expect that storm to roll through. Again, if you're just now catching up to what's happening in Washington County as well as in Flore and Sebastian, we have storms that are potentially, well, not even potentially anymore. We have confirmation that we have storms that are producing up to baseball size hail across parts of the area. We'll go back to NOAA for an update in Sebastian County.
Yes, some very big hail reports for sure. And Scott had that unfortunate news that one in Northwest Arkansas had 2-inch sized hail. So for an everyday object, think of a hen egg. So if you make eggs in the morning, that's a kind of a good everyday visual. That's how big some of that hail is. If we look at this cell, and for perspective, if you're kind of confused on where we're looking at, here's Flore County on the Oklahoma side. Here's Sebastian County. Fort Smith would be just to our north, just north of this banner. It says hail detector. And then here's Scott County. So here's Oliver. We've had some very large hail within this swath when it crossed into Flore into southern Sebastian County. Now it's on the Sebastian-Scott County line, and we'll take a look at our hail. And it's not necessarily set in stone, this hail detector, but potentially our hail has come down just a little bit. But earlier we did have some reports in Hartford. We had, I believe, some golf ball size hail, but we also had some reports from the National Weather Service, from people sending them in, that we had tennis ball sized hail, which is just insane. At least it looked like tennis ball based on the hailstone in someone's hand. Of course, I don't know how big that person's hand is, but you get the idea. It's some big hail that we're talking about, and almost, and I'm not going to make this judgment, but potentially looks like this cell and the one in Northwest Arkansas could almost have the same hail size. Looked like this one was dominating in terms of the largest hail, but since that one in Northwest Arkansas has come up, that's certainly something we're going to keep our eye on.
Noah, go back to the radar presentation right there. That cell is concerning me as it moves from Sebastian into Scott County. The overall presentation right there is yet again increasing in terms of organization. It looks like that hook echo trying to start to develop once more right there on top of the Scott Sebastian County line. Of course, hail is going to be our primary concern. There have been some reports of some rotation in that area. I've been looking at it closely over here. I see the rotation. Right now, it's not enough to warrant a warning or concern at the moment, but the trend here over the last, let's say, 60 to 120 seconds is one that has quickly caught my attention, and that I want to give folks a heads up there from Oliver through Brawley that we might have something else kind of on our hands here soon, in addition to that likelihood of some very large hail. We know that's happening. Did just get a report. That's going to be tennis ball size hail. That was going to be 7 miles southeast of Flore County. That was going to be 7 miles southeast of Poto, I should say. So I want you to keep that in mind. The storm in Washington County still maintains very impressive signature when it comes to large hailstones, likely anywhere between probably golf ball size hail, right to the east of 49 right there. That warning set to continue for a little bit longer. I suspect there will be an additional downstream warning that includes more of Washington County and perhaps even parts of Madison County, unless that cell doesn't weaken up a bit. Quite a bit of scattered activity in parts of Benton County near Bella Vista. You've got Jay in Delaware County that's also getting some thunderstorms right now. Those aren't severe at the moment. We'll watch them. They do have some lightning with them. Tells us they could be in an environment that does have some ingredients favorable for some development. But right now our two warnings are for parts of Washington County as well as Scott and Waldron counties. The southernmost cell, I think, is probably the strongest. It certainly appearingly is the most organized at the moment. And the one that does have a teeny bit of rotation with it right now that has just crossed the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line near the Bates community, not far from Coaldale, along Highway 28 going into Gibson and Bates in Scott County. We'll take it back to Noah for a moment.
So yeah, we're certainly we're watching this this cell. This is our far southernmost severe warned storm. We only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one in northwest Arkansas that Scott talked about. We have one in parts of the River Valley. And really, this is we're talking about the Ouachitas now, especially if we're getting south of Sebastian County. So here's Mansfield. We're getting hit with the heavy rain. The hail core is where some of these darker reds are between Oliver and Mansfield, about to cross into Scott County. And you kind of see it's got that classic supercell. We've been talking about supercells the last 3-4 hours already. And it has that kind of that classic supercell hook shape to it. And if we kind of jump to any potential rotation, we're seeing, some bright greens which would indicate winds going toward the radar, which is way up here. And then we have some reds going away from the radar. So if I kind of circle it, and it's not exactly super strong, but it would be right in this vicinity, just crossed into northwestern Scott County. That's the area I little circled. And it looks like the newest radar scan, that would put it kind of just south. But again, it's not super strong. It's nothing that's super concerning. We want to see some really tight greens and some really tight reds together. And we'll certainly keep our eye on it, but that's what we're looking at in terms of rotation. We'll go back to hail because this is still warned for some large hail, of course. And this storm has had a history of some large hail, especially as it crossed from Flore County and into Sebastian County. We're still dealing with some large hail out there. Luckily, we're not seeing any purples, pinks, reds in terms of the hail detector legend, but still, we get some blues, and that would probably indicate a little bit larger than quarter-sized, potentially quarter to $half-sized hail that we're seeing as this pushes its way into Scott County. So we're watching it for hail, some gusty winds, of course, and we're keeping our eye on a little bit of rotation as this pushes into Scott County. So Flore County, we don't really have to talk about any rotation, any hail for the time being. Hopefully we're done with severe weather for Flore County. It's been, they've kind of been getting hit with 2 or 3 storms here recently. We'll jump back to radar. Here's that warning polygon. That's what we're taking a look at here. Oliver, Mansfield, big, broad sector of, yes, some heavy rain, but also a little bit of hail potential in that as well. And, we'll certainly watch that and keep our eye on it. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this to folks, but the southeastern Scott County cell that was severe warned is no longer severe warned. So that's at least some good news. Still some heavier downpours, lots of lightning, lots of thunder. But this is the one guy we're watching in addition to the northwest Arkansas cell. So we'll kind of take a look at some of the potential towns in this vicinity here. Still moving about 30 miles an hour, and that's going to kind of continue to put it. If we do 30 here, these storms have been moving very slow. Typically, you sometimes see these storms moving 40, 50 plus, but today is just not that day. And we'll kind of take it here with this cone, and Keep in mind, if you're outside the cone, you can still see some hail. But if we put a little storm track on that, it's going to be at Brawley at 8:38, Winfield at 8:49, Denton School at 8:51, Waldron Municipal and Waldron right around 9 p.m. And then at Bowles 9:09, and then eventually Parks at 9:17. And if this continues to hold itself together and looks a little menacing, Harvey in just a little over an hour. So that's kind of that storm track. The cone gets a little bit bigger just in case the storm starts to wobble a little bit. Storms always wobble, and this one is certainly no exception as it works its way a little bit eastward. Scott, do we have another update?
Well, I'm getting numerous reports in from Hartford. In my word, it looks like Hartford has taken a large hailstorm rolling through. Many of you are texting me. It looks like we've had around tennis ball size hail at times moving through parts of the area. Here's my number at the station, 479-785-5000. I've gotten a couple of reports out of Hartford. Look, I'm well aware you got bigger problems, bigger fish to fry than sending me your photo. But when you get a moment, if you could, in Hartford or southern Sebastian County and moving into Scott County, if you could let us know what you're seeing there. It certainly looks like we've had some very large hail roll through the area. I am going to go back to live Doppler radar into Sebastian County. We do have, as expected, a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one does include the rest of Washington County east of West Fork, so it is going to include Durham. It is not going to include Elkins. Elkins is just to our north here. Here's Sulphur City, Arnett, Cannon Creek, as well as folks along Highway 16 into portions of Madison County. Does include Japton, Brashears, and St. Paul. This severe thunderstorm warning is continuously for the potential for not just 60-mile-per-hour winds, but our hail core here, about golf ball size hail rolling out of West Fork and moving just to the south of Elkins. And that's where those larger hailstones are likely going to be falling. In fact, when you kind of look at the track there, you start to see that really big pulse up. I'm going to give it about 4 to 5 more minutes, and what we're going to find here on radar more than likely is these blues and purples are going to start to show up here north of Winslow, going over towards Durham, eventually crossing towards Brashears, Japton, St. Paul, right in that general vicinity. That hail core has kind of strengthened, and it's almost maintained its strength at times. Dumped some big hail just to the north of Hawkeye, and we're starting to see that come up as we continue to track that supercell through that area. Again, definitely has the winds, but it also has the potential for quarter size or so hail coming out of that, which is down from the golf ball potential that it did have earlier a few scans ago. Could change, but right now we're at quarter size, 1 inch in diameter, moving through eastern, southeastern Washington County, not Winslow. Elkins is barely not included in the warning, but it does include Brashears, Japton, St. Paul, in parts of Madison County.
So that's what we're looking at with that northwestern Arkansas cell moving outside of Washington County and eventually going to be into Madison County. I've just been kind of looking at this this cell that's pretty much almost, it's not completely in Scott County, but it's almost entirely, it's still hanging on to southern Sebastian County. I meant to say something earlier and I got sidetracked. We technically do have an RDOT camera in Y City. I know they did have some hail. We don't really need to look at it right now, but maybe if Scott wants to put a pin on it, maybe as this storm kind of continues to work its way southeastward, maybe we can take a look at that. Obviously, we can't rotate them. That's RDOT has that capability. This little flashing area in southern Sebastian County will most likely kind of continue to work its way eastward, especially southeastward with this big cell. If you're in Waldron, we're starting to get some light to moderate rainfall, and this is going to be warned for some hail. And we're talking about hail about the size of, say, golf balls, maybe a little bit bigger than that. We're talking about an inch, a little over an inch and a half in diameter, and that would put it now golf ball to potentially hen egg-sized hail out there. Now, the whole storm's not going to have hail that big, but as you kind of get into that hail core, and we'll kind of zoom in a little bit closer, that's kind of exactly what we're going to be seeing out there. We had some really big hail into the Hartford area. Our hail, I think, has come down at least somewhat. You can kind of see where these dark reds are, right along the Sebastian-Scott County line. That's where our big hail would be.
It's going to be right on top of Poto Mountain, for those familiar with Poto Mountain right there.
So right on top of Poto Mountain, probably not a good day to be hiking or taking a stroll outside. And we'll take a look at hail real quick. And there's definitely some hail with it. The good news is that it's maybe not as large as what it was 20 minutes ago. Again, if we were in the Hartford area, we had some very big hail. This hail track has kind of shifted a little bit further southward. And, we'll just measure it just in case and And before we'll jump to Scott, we'll talk about rotation just a little bit here. But we're talking about quarter-sized hail, maybe hail a little bit bigger than that, maybe a little bit smaller than that. But at least the hail has come down at least a little bit from when it was into Flore and Sebastian County. So that's some good news. And then if we look at a rotation, again, we're seeing a little bit of bright greens here, which indicate winds going toward the radar. We got some reds going out. So if we were to see maybe any signs of rotation, it would be in this general vicinity just northwest of Brawley. And again, we're in northwestern Scott County, so we'll keep our eye on that. I'm not sure if Scott or Danny both have any more updates to kind of pass along.
We'll take us back into the Washington County cell. You've done a great job tracking that one. We can tag team these two while we're somewhat in between two different storms. Hicks, Arnett, Durham, that's where the hail is falling right now, but it is moving into Cannon Creek. You might have some smaller hail right now near crosses in Cannon Creek, but the fact is it's probably going to get a little bit bigger here over the next couple of minutes. This is moving towards Japton. Eventually it does somewhat intersect with the Pig Trail, Highway 23, on its current trajectory off towards the east into parts of Madison County. Right now it would appear the area most prone to those larger hailstones is going to be right around the Durham community towards Arnett and Hazel Valley. If you kind of were to triangulate those locations, that's where the largest of hail is falling. Not to say there's not some other hailstones falling out ahead of that storm, but specifically that's where we find the highest potential for some of those. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that has produced hail in West Fork, Hogeye, Greenland, anywhere between quarter to $half size hail. Seeing a few photos from you folks coming in, sending in those pictures. We appreciate it. Maybe you're just now finding the stream or tuning in. 479-785-5000. That's the number here at the station. It goes to our cell phones. We really appreciate you sending us those pictures and reports. Now, sometimes we're getting a lot of, I'm not going to be picky, to be clear. I'll take anything you can send me. Sometimes people will send pictures of hail in their hands. The problem is, I don't know how big your hand is. So if you could, it's often really helpful to include either a coin or another uniform-sized object, whether that's a golf ball, a baseball, a coin, you name it, something that's consistently the size. Gives us some good perspective as to actually how big that specifically is. But I am seeing your reports coming in out of Greenland and West Fork. Right now, that is going to be for quarter-size hail, as well as some of those stones probably up to closer to $half size hail. That's now moving on top of Arnett, closing in on the Cannon Creek and Crosses communities before eventually transitioning over into Japton.
Thank you for that, Scott. So that's what we're looking at. Kind of just to circle back and just to maybe recap or summarize still what we're going to be seeing here the next few hours. The severe potential, once you kind of get past, especially 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight, it's really going to go down. You'll see these tornado watches on your screen. Right, we got the tornado watch that includes Crawford, Sebastian, Sequoia, LaFleur. This goes until 11 p.m., but again, we still have that tornado watch into parts of Logan County. In Scott County, that's going to go until about 1 in the morning. And then we got the severe thunderstorm watch that goes until about midnight. That's that pink area. So just goes to show you that the severe potential really goes down past midnight. And honestly, they could trim these and take some of these counties off before those times I just listed off. You kind of see these little orange polygons. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what we're talking about. Again, we'll jump to the radar real quick. But again, to kind of recircle back where the highest risk was, I think the Storm Prediction Center did a really excellent job in kind of highlighting those risk areas where basically we've seen those large hail reports in parts of southern Sequoia County. All of Flore County, we had a lot of hail reports. Obviously, southern Sebastian County, Scott County, that's where really all of our hail reports have been. But we still in that level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk in yellow. We've had some hail reports and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. That's that cell that Scott's been tracking, exiting Washington County and getting into Madison County. So that's kind of what we've been talking about. And again, this risk is just for today, and the good news is that this will probably be our highest risk that we have to talk about for at least probably a few more days. Obviously, we have a couple more risks the next couple of days, but they don't look as serious as the one we've been tracking so far this afternoon. So here's radar. This is kind of what we're talking about. Big picture, we got some heavier showers and thunderstorms in Delaware County and Oklahoma. Benton County still hanging on to some sporadic heavy downpours and some lightning. There's that severe warning that Scott's been kind of tracking, about to exit eastern Washington County and about to go into southern Madison County. For the time being, Crawford, Franklin County are dry. We got a couple spotty showers north of Clarksville, especially as you kind of get into the higher terrain of the Ozarks. And then as you kind of go south of Interstate 40, we have some more showers starting to bubble up just south of the reservoir, just southwest of Salisaw. Those are non-severe at the moment. Keep in mind we've kind of used up a little bit of energy with some of those storms earlier within the last couple hours, but that's those storms that we've been talking about. Just want to talk about that Scott County cell one more time and get a look at hail as well as maybe any potential rotation. It'd be fantastic if we were done with tornado warnings the rest of the day. That'd be great. You kind of see in southern Oklahoma, we got some tornado warnings, but that is not our problem as we kind of work our way into Scott County here. As this cell is pretty much almost, I shouldn't say almost, but almost outside of Scott County. We'll take this polygon out. There's a lot going on here. All right, here we go. So there's that classic supercell structure. It's a big storm, and maybe it's weakened at least a little bit. The good news is that Mansfield, the rain is starting to come down a little bit. Might get maybe a couple more heavier downpours on the west side of town in Mansfield. But as we work our way into Scott County, that's where the heaviest rain is. And you can kind of potentially notice where the heaviest hail is, right on that Sebastian County line where that darker reds are. You're almost getting into some of the pink colors, but that's where our heaviest hail would be. Still watching a little bit of that hook. If we were to have any inflow and some of that warm, humid air that the storm would ingest, it would basically be kind of within this this general direction. So we'll take a look at it just for the time being before we take a look at any more reports or anything like that. Here's the hail. Biggest is just kind of south of that Sebastian Scott County line. If you kind of look at our hail there, and we'll sample it just a little bit. My guess is probably looking at some quarter-sized hail with that. That is much better than maybe tennis ball-sized hail that we saw an hour ago. So we don't want to see tennis ball-sized hail. At least if we're to see any hail, we want it to be quarter or smaller. We'll jump back to any rotation, anything of that nature. Again, we have some reds and greens. It's very broad rotation. You want to see some really tight colors, some tight, bright colors really close together. We're just not really seeing that out there as we kind of get into Scott County. We'll even go to rotation detector, and probably not a whole lot going on. Again, very weak there. There's that scale on the top of your screen, some dark blue, some very, very weak rotation, and that's why there's no tornado warning at the moment. And let's hope that continues to be the case for the rest of this evening. And really, just real quick, before I turn things to Scott and Danny for any reports, look at all of our storm reports. I mean, we talked about hail as a higher potential, and that's pretty much verified, right? We had that hail report south of Waldron. We've had this hail report's probably in the Y-City vicinity, I would have to guess. Look at all these hail reports coming out of Flore County. These hail reports would probably have been in the Hartford area, just on the Sebastian County side. Lots of big hail, and I can even potentially, talk about one of these hail reports. Let's see if this one pops up. I mean, look at this, guys. 2.5 inches hail. That was about almost a half an hour ago. 2.5 inches. That's what, tennis ball size? Oh, it's almost baseball sized hail that at one point was falling from the sky that someone was able to take a picture of and measure. And unfortunately, that's probably going to do some damage, whether it's to plants or maybe some roofs. That potential was there, and that's exactly what we've seen. And I could go all the way through all these hail reports, but we can do that at a later time. So we'll jump back to radar, and we'll see if Danny and Scott have any more updates to pass along with any of these storms, for that matter.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There are a lot of reports coming in. Our phones are a-buzzing, and we love that. We appreciate you guys as at home, loyal as always, sending those reports in. We've got the team behind the scenes working to get a lot of those photos and pictures on air. When time allows, we will certainly be showing those. I'm hoping to do that relatively soon. A couple of other observations going into the evening. Now, we still have our severe weather potential. That's not necessarily over. Those watches are going to be in effect until loosely, let's just say midnight. Some are an hour before, some are an hour after, but let's just loosely say midnight. That potential is going to continue there. So we're looking at, a little more than 3 hours or so until that is improving. One of the things I've noticed on radar over the last several scans, look back towards Tulsa. Now, we do have a lot of rain beginning to develop. That's largely good news. I don't see, those discrete isolated supercells, but some of these storms could very well have the potential back towards the I-44 corridor to bring a little bit of lightning, thunder, and perhaps, unfortunately, even some severe weather to the area as well. So that's what's happening off towards the west. I don't think there's going to be much in the way of tornado potential with these. However, I can't entirely rule it out. So I share that to say, Yeah, we're dealing with these isolated supercells, these menacing boogers. But the fact is, there's probably going to be some additional rain developing well off to our northwest, back over towards Tulsa. That, of course, tracking our direction with time. We need some rain. We need a lot of rain, really. So I'm not necessarily upset with that. I just hope that we've used up a lot of the storm fuel available, and we can take an assessment of that. This is going to load in here kind of interestingly. Give it a second. Okay, there we're kind of current on that. So if we could, maybe let's pull this full screen here. It's kind of interesting to dissect, and you kind of need to look at it a little bit closer when we can. There we go. So you're looking at the storm fuel that's largely available for these storms right now. The hot spot continues to be really just the Flore County, southern Sebastian, Scott County. Right there along that boundary is the path that the strongest of supercells have taken, which is exactly where the science would suggest would happen, right there along those boundaries. These storms love boundaries, and you can think of a boundary as like a front, if you will, and it's kind of draped right there. They get rooted in it, and they just track so closely, have a lot of ingredients. That's why we've seen a lot of storms develop near Kyoto, Bacoshi, over towards Panama, through Poto, and they kind of just continue that track into southern Sebastian and into Scott County. With that said, you can look at some of those greens and some blues. That's storm fuel. It's a little bit lower. There's not as much, but obviously it doesn't always take a ton. We can see the evidence of that happening right now across parts of Washington and Madison County with some of those hailstones that came through. So, you know, we're using up a lot of this storm fuel, but there is still some left. It's not necessarily spent entirely. We added a lot today, and that was one of those ingredients that we kind of knew going into the day was not going to be a problem for us. Now, if it was overcast and rainy all day, yeah, it would have been a different story. But unfortunately, with the amount of sunshine we saw today, that warm front lifting back towards the north, we're pulling up some moisture, and we're definitely still sitting in an atmosphere that's going to support a few more storms into the evening hours. We've seen the majority of things south of I-40. However, that one severe thunderstorm warning right now for eastern Washington and a good chunk of Madison County is set to continue for a little bit longer. In fact, you can see that warning runs until 9:15. It includes Durham, St. Paul, Crosses, Japton, and that's going to be in effect for, let's say, about 34 more minutes. Right now, Doppler radar indicated there. Got plenty of reports out of West Fork and Greenland and near Hawkeye of quite a bit of hail. Haven't gotten a lot of reports out of Durham just yet. Of course, there's not as many folks that live east of 71 there. I know there's plenty though. So at which point you get a chance to let us know kind of what you've gone through, how bad it was. We certainly would appreciate those reports. That helps us give the folks downstream, specifically Japton and St. Paul and eventually Venus and Boston, heads up as to what's coming their direction. Right now, based off of the data, it would suggest that the cap at the moment is going to be about 1 inch or quarter size in diameter. Of course, as well as 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. Do want to check back in on our Sebastian and Scott County cell. There's still rain falling in Sebastian County and likely Mansfield as well. Hartford perhaps is kind of on the tail end of things, but the worst part of the storm has now moved squarely into Scott County near Winfield, Oliver, closing in on Brawley yet again. Are you sick of us calling your name out today? I get it. Scott County and Flore County are probably ready to not be mentioned, and we certainly respect that. We will, though, until the threat's completely over. Waldron is not technically included in this severe thunderstorm warning. The line pretty much stops just to the west side of town. With that said, you're going to get some strong gusty winds. You're more than likely going to get some heavy rain, and I wouldn't be at all surprised for at least some dime or nickel size hail across parts of Waldron. The strongest part's going to close in on Winfield, Brawley, and Blancett. So a few roads. Tramp Loop, Nella Road, the old Denton School, Ross Creek Road, County Road 106, Arkansas 248, Forest Road 784, County Road 54, as well as County Road 262. That's going to be in the path of this hailstorm as it stands right now. That will track closer to Bulls, the Pines, Parks not currently included. Well, they are. I apologize. That was a new warning that came in. Parks and Y-City is included in this warning. That's going to run out for a little bit longer. These storms aren't moving fast. Unfortunately, if they were moving quicker, we could get the damage done and over with and maybe mitigate it just a little bit. Got a couple more of those thunderstorms riding that boundary near Bakoshi back towards Keota and Stigler. Those are not severe at the moment. However, if we kind of loop this for the last hour, maybe it gives us an idea. Are they developing? Yep, they're developing, and they're doing so somewhat quickly. So as those roll through Callington, Bakoshi, we want to watch that and see what do they do. The trend for the development in that general area has been that they're going to intensify as they roll back into Flore County. Let's hope that's not going to be the case with this one, but it is in an area that still does have some favorable ingredients supporting it. Delaware County, non-severe thunderstorm rolling through there as well. That's going to get ready to move for the most part into Benton and Washington counties. We'll see if that doesn't begin to evolve. Benton County has had a lot of non-severe thunderstorms and rain today. That's set to continue for at least a little bit longer. That could help to use up some of that storm fuel. It doesn't necessarily mean there's not going to be a potential. There certainly is going to be. We haven't shown you the watches in a hot minute. Let me show you what that looks like. The Pepto-Bismol pink is going to be our severe thunderstorm watch. The yellow is going to be our tornado watch. Those included in the tornado watch include LaFleur, Scott, Logan, Sebastian, Crawford, and Sequoia counties. Those included in the severe thunderstorm watch are going to be Franklin, Madison, Carroll, Benton, Washington, Delaware, Adair counties. Those run until about midnight or so for the majority of those. So I think we're still looking at some bad storms rolling through. Right now we're on a little bit of a downward trend in terms of intensity. Does that hold? Yeah, it's unfortunately a situation where you just have to wait and see if that is going to hold. Right now, my hope is that it will. And some good news to pass along. The severe thunderstorm warning for Washington and Madison County has been canceled early. The hail potentially falling out of that cell is now below the severe weather threshold. That's that 1 inch in diameter marker. We're now below that. Still could have some dime to nickel size hail potentially falling out of it as it crosses into Madison County, near crosses. That is hopefully a trend that we can see the other storms follow this evening. The sun is set. Generally, that helps a little bit. There are some other factors at play that do come into the picture after dark, specifically what we call a low-level jet, some wind speeds picking up at the surface. That can, of course, counteract the weakening storm fuel. So it's not always a slam dunk when it comes to, yeah, the sun's going to set, they're going to fizzle out. Unfortunately, there are some other variables at play that we're going to have to consider as well. It does look like the situation is far more worse, if you could imagine that. In southern Oklahoma, we've had numerous tornado warnings, some of those extending into the Dallas-Fort Worth area as well. Here locally, we did have that tornado warning roll through a good chunk of LaFleur into Sebastian and Scott counties. That has not produced damage. The rotation was there. There were rotating wall clouds, but that storm did not produce a tornado, though there's a lot of probably hail damage, not just to roofs and cars. Without question, those are going to be impacted. In fact, there's going to be a lot of claims coming out of LaFleur and Scott in parts of Sebastian County. But there's also likely going to be some vegetation damage, tree damage. We also have crops in that area that are probably going to be impacted. You also have just average everyday folks' backyard gardens that are probably going to be impacted when we start to see anywhere from quarter, but certainly up to the golf ball and baseball size hail that was reported out of part of these storms. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Northwest Arkansas, nothing severe yet again. However, lightning and thunder set to continue. Maybe we'll get a little bit of rain out of that. We'll have to watch for this specific cell now rolling back into Scott County. Question just came in, how far is the storm that moved through Scott County gone? It's not moved hardly at all. It's crawling at a snail's pace. Let's zoom in. We'll get an idea of its forward movement. We're down to a base severe thunderstorm warning telling us that it is 1 inch in diameter hail at the max and 60 mile per hour winds at a max. That storm, someone asked, how fast is it moving? It's at 20 miles per hour out of the southeast. If you keep in mind, average community or town roads, 25 to 35 miles per hour. This is driving slower than that. So it's not making a lot of progress at all. The worst looks to avoid Waldron right now. Heavy rain, perhaps some small hail mixing in with that. The heaviest is going to be near Brawley and Blancett. As we speak, that's where we could be seeing some hail coming out of that storm, perhaps up to the size of quarters. Danny, it's been a minute since we've heard from you. Danny's been working like the Dickens. You guys have been working his little fingers off to death, sending in some numerous storm reports, and we appreciate that. Appreciate Danny being here, not only on his day off, but of course, Danny typically wakes up about 2 a.m. to come to work. And so, Danny, if you need to get my caffeine stash back there, have at it. If you would, Danny, just describe to me a little bit kind of the overall consensus from the reports that you've been taking in.
Yeah, and I can stand up here a little bit here and show my face. But yeah, the consensus really has been, I'll get over here. The consensus has been is just a ton of hail reports. Main areas of concern have obviously been in Sequoia and Flore County, in the Worcester areas, the Howe areas, the Monroe and Hartford areas recently, in Arkansas and Oklahoma. We saw it in West Fork, in Greenland, like that kind of, it almost looked like snow.
That picture you showed me, yes.
Yeah, it's been common reports of snow there. So we're hoping that damage can be limited, but I did see, I can't remember exactly where, that someone's car windshield had shattered. So unfortunately, there's going to be some of those reports out there. But again, hopefully we continue to see things wind down a little bit. Obviously, still have a few warnings out there, or one warning actually in Scott County. So we're hoping that after that moves through, then it's just general showers and storms. But of course, throughout this event, we'll continue to keep an eye on it. And again, for those reports, again, if you do it safely. Again, that's at 479-785-5000. We'll put it on air and online when we can. And again, do it safely if you can. Send those photos in.
We do have some of those photos that are now in the system. I'd like to roll through those while we're kind of getting an update on our Scott County storm. So, Trevor, at which point you're able to punch up some of those. That
was the car I was talking about.
Okay,
yes.
So this is going to be near Forester and Loving. This is going to be on Oklahoma 128 in Flore County. That windshield is probably one of many that look like that, I'm afraid. John, number one, thank you for sending that. Boy, I'm sorry about it. I sincerely mean that. I know a lot of folks are probably annoyed and hurting a little bit tonight with some serious hail damage, and I just hate to see it. What do we got next? This is going to be from Patrick Harris. This was also taken near Hartford. Patrick, thank you for sending that in. If I had to guess, Danny, let's say $50 size hail there. That was kind of on the lower end of what we saw in Hartford. We'll advance forward and see what else we've got going for us. This next picture here is going to be from the Gilmore, Monroe areas, from Greg Wallace, also looking about maybe tennis ball, baseball size, kind of somewhere in that area. It's kind of tough to say, just looking at people's hands. We all have different size hands, but damaging, very significant monster hail nonetheless. We can keep progressing. Yeah, this one came out of Monroe and Hartford area. Jordan Roberts sending this in. Jordan, thank you. I saw this picture come in earlier, and I was hoping we could get it into our stream here. This is, my word. One of those hits you, hit your car, hit your windshield. That's damage. But we know that in these hailstorms, it's a lot more than just that. So it's kind of wild to imagine several of those coming down, hitting you. You got 60. At times, we've had 70-mile-per-hour winds, likely pushing these hailstones into the ground, into our roofs, even harder. Of course, you hope no one was caught outside in that specifically. That, again, is going to be some of our biggest hailstones we've seen right now. We've got a lot of other pictures and reports many of you have been sending in to us. Again, we sincerely appreciate that. In many ways, this job is a lot easier when we get ground truth from folks, and we were able to show those pictures, pass that information along to the folks downstream as to, hey, this is what's coming your direction. Personally, my opinion is that stuff prepares folks downstream a lot better than any of this stuff. Now, it's a tool. It's helpful.
Yeah, well, some of us are visual learners, and myself included. So, yeah, you can see that hail, and you're like, oh, my goodness, like that's what's coming. And one thing to note, too, with those hail reports, we talked about this earlier. We love the reports. We're being picky with this. But if you can, and compare it to a coin, or I know maybe, I don't know if you have coins anymore, baseball, tennis ball, like even like, trying to like I remember once someone did like a pop can or a soda can, like compared to that, like the cylinder on it on top. Whatever you can to compare it to some sort of spherical or round shape object. And then when you do, send in your name and the location so we can get that in on air and again online to share it.
Sure do appreciate that as well. Current time here, 8:54. We've been live streaming since I don't even know when, 4 or 5. 4:30. Yeah, and we're not done. We still have a very strong storm rolling through Waldron, Arkansas right now, the worst of which is probably just to the southwest of town, and that is going to be our focus until we can put an end to all of these severe storms. For some housekeeping, if you will, I know we continue our stream right now on Facebook, YouTube, and 5 News Plus. We stream around the clock 24/7 on 5 News Plus. Rain or shine, the storms don't stop, we don't stop. And so we invite you to follow us there as well. Not only do we put live Doppler radar, we've got all of our weather models that we don't gatekeep. We believe that if they're in your hands, they're just as useful. So you don't have to wait on us to show it to you on air. You can go just track those weather models yourself, as well as forecasts. We do some insightful looks at the forecast that we have a lot more time to do on 5 News Plus. Shameless plug there. If you're watching us right now on 5 News Plus, and I can see that there are a lot of you there, thank you for being here with us. There's a lot of choices, and we're happy to be among some really good sources for you this evening. Tracking these storms, and my goodness, things went south quickly today. That goes to show you just how much a locked and loaded atmosphere can do. All it took was a match to get lit, and once that match got lit, these thunderstorms went from 0 to 100 really quickly. My personal observation, as I've been watching that radar beam sweep the sky for the last 4 to 5 minutes as we were kind of going through some of those pictures and reports, at least for the moment, things appear to be somewhat trending down. Does that mean we're done for the night? No, I don't think so. I hope so, but I don't think so. I think we very well could have some additional thunderstorms. You know, I go back into where a lot of these storms have formed this evening near Stigler, Keota, Bakoshi. They're kind of riding that storm field boundary. You can kind of see that visualized right here perfectly. In fact, they kind of develop here where that one thunderstorm is right now on top of Stigler, just to the south of the Arkansas River. And they kind of track through Bakoshi. They get into the Poto, Panama area, eventually over towards Monroe. You start to see some of those roll through Hartford and Midland, eventually down into the Waldron area. So we aren't necessarily done. I point all that out to say this: there's still a thunderstorm kind of developing right in that same source region again. It's not severe, doesn't have any concerning signs present on radar, but it is developing in that area. So number one, again, you've heard me probably say it if you've been here for a little bit tonight, you never trust a storm in April, but you definitely don't trust a storm that's situated right on top of a boundary in which there's a plentiful amount of storm fuel. And so we look at this storm kind of rolling through the Keota area right now, just to the east of Stigler, kind of wondering, okay, what does the next 10 to 15 minutes look like with that storm? This is specifically a 1-hour radar loop. And I'll tell you, it doesn't exhibit that explosive development appearance that some of these others have. Yeah, could that change? Absolutely. But right now, it's not going from 0 to 100. Maybe it's more gradually going to from 0 to 45, if you will, just to kind of think of it differently. Not severe at the moment. Let's continue tracking it. That will bring rain to a good chunk of northern Flore County, southern Sequoia County, over into Sebastian County as well. That one may very well track south of Fort Smith. Fort Smith was going to be close tonight. We kind of talked about that in the Facebook comments a little bit. Van Buren, Fort Smith, Alma, close in proximity to some pretty bad thunderstorms. Thus far, the bulk of Fort Smith has avoided any bad severe weather, which of course is our hope will continue to be the case for the rest of this evening. We go back area-wide, you can continue to see some non-severe thunderstorms developing back towards the west. These are the ones I pointed out to you a little bit earlier ago. They are showing some signs of intensifying as you start to see all those lightning strikes come up. That's, in my opinion, one of the ways I kind of check the pulse, if you will. It's like getting your pulse checked or your blood pressure checked. It gives you kind of a quick gauge of what is that storm doing, and you do have some of those lightning counts going up. So minimally, it's going to get loud, and minimally, we don't want to be outside when there is a lightning storm coming through. So, you know, we got that going. That's going to be generally moving off towards the east-southeast. So if you're hoping for some rain out of this, there's still certainly going to be some opportunities for the next few hours as that shower activity continues to build back towards parts of the northeast Oklahoma around the Tulsa area. Now, I'm about to do something that I may regret. I'm going to pull up one of the models that I've not had the opportunity to look at over the last few hours. And so this is me looking at it in real time with you. I have not had the opportunity to look at it and see if I think it's right or wrong. This is looping for the next 3 hours, gives us an idea of what the next 3 hours may have in store for us. I'll get the fellas in here to give me some context. Personally, it looks reasonable that we could continue to see some thunderstorms move through. Maybe one or two are strong. Wouldn't rule out a severe thunderstorm in NWA, but the overall weakening trend towards 11 o'clock, midnight, with a lot of that activity seemingly beginning to lose some intensity with time. Noah chiming in?
I was going to say, I mean, in all honesty, the models earlier today didn't really handle Northwest Arkansas's coverage and storms quite well. They showed a couple severe storms for sure, and we certainly did see a couple severe storms. You can kind of see from that hail report. But in terms of the models earlier today, it handled the River Valley action well and parts of the Ouachitas. But in terms of Northwest Arkansas's coverage, it wasn't exactly great. And as Scott kind of showed there on that 3-hour radar loop, and I can kind of pull it back up again, it has at least more of a reasonable, expectation. It might be a little overblown, maybe kind of by the Fort Smith Ozark area, but you kind of see we did have some storms kind of firing up near Salisaw. Obviously, the activity in Northwest Arkansas is going to kind of continue to push its way eastward. So, yeah, some heavier downpours and some much-needed rainfall to help our drought conditions out. But yeah, I mean, obviously we have some more storms to kind of get through. Scott talked about the storm field earlier. Here's a look at our storm reports. Danny and Scott were talking about that about 10 minutes ago. Lots of hail reports, and that's what we were most concerned about. And you can see where all those hail reports, well, not all, but most of them were confined to Flore, southern Sebastian County, Scott County. We did have that severe warn cell that crossed between West Fork and Greenland. That's what this hail report is. And then it kind of went into Madison County. So that's our storm reports. If you're maybe been wondering, have there been any tornadoes? Well, not here locally. We did have a couple tornado warnings, but we didn't have any confirmed tornadoes, and that was good. We did have, I believe, a rotating wall cloud and potentially a funnel cloud in Flore County, but I don't think anything touched. If we zoom out, here's where the tornado reports have been into southern Oklahoma, kind of right along Interstate 35. So you take a trek from OKC all the way to DFW, you would have been running into some rough weather there. That's what those tornado reports have been. And really, and I'll have to talk about this in my newscast because exactly 1 hour from now, I'll have to do the 10 o'clock newscast, but we'll talk about the severe weather potential the next couple of days. The good news, and you should still tune in for the 10 o'clock newscast, but the good news is that the storms that we've seen this evening in the last 4 or 5 hours, this will probably be, and Scott and Daniel will probably agree, will probably be the worst that we'll see probably over the next several days, because there's severe potential the next couple of days. It doesn't look super impressive. It's there, but it doesn't look anything, like tennis ball-sized hail, like a lot of reports that we did see across the area. In fact, actually, if we, real quick, just a little teaser, here's actually tomorrow's severe outlook. You'll kind of notice lots of the area in that level 1 and a 5 severe weather risk, which still just shows that we can still see some isolated severe weather. You notice that the higher potential is off once you kind of get into Missouri. Still parts of Benton and Carroll County are kind of clipped in that level 2, but keep in mind today we had a much higher risk for not just parts of Oklahoma, but of course parts of Arkansas too at that level 3 to 5 enhanced, that level 2 to 5 slight risk in yellow. And exactly that's kind of what we've seen with the bulk of those reports. And you kind of jump back to radar. We just have that one severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Scott County. We got lots of showers and thunderstorms pushing through Northwest Arkansas at the moment. But for now, that's our only warning, and we'll actually kind of take a quick jump into it before I turn things over to Scott once again. We'll kind of jump right into it, and I can zoom in a little bit closer here. And actually, Scott, I'm not sure if the Y-City camera is showing anything. It might not be, but
It's so dark there. When we see lightning, we're good, but it's so dark.
I've totally forgot it is completely dark outside. I've lost track of time.
It's easy to do.
Yeah, it is 9 p.m., but we'll zoom in nonetheless on that storm, which is the only severe warn for our area at the moment. And Y-City would be right in this vicinity. I can maybe zoom in a little bit more, but here's Waldron, here's Blansett. This is a base severe thunderstorm warning. What that means is that this is warned for up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail about an inch in diameter, up to an inch in diameter size. So think quarters in your pocket. So that's what we're talking about. We can look at hail real quick and see what we're seeing. And the hail has kind of continued, not kind of, it has continued to trend downward between Blansett and Waldron. We've had a lot of hail across Scott County, Flore County, southern Sebastian County. If people are wondering maybe how big that hail is, this is kind of a rough estimate, and we'll sample that light blue, still putting about quarter-sized hail. That's exactly what that severe thunderstorm warning is. And I believe this severe thunderstorm warning goes until about 9:30 p.m. For Scott County. And once that hopefully expires, maybe it'll get expired earlier, we don't know, but once that expires, hopefully we'll be done with warnings, and I can...
Sure. I got some information specifically to Scott County. I've also got the Y-City camera pulled up. So if you want to bring Max 2 full, that would be a good place. I told you it's dark, but with all the lightning that's coming through, you can actually see pretty well here in Y-City. This is going to be looking off towards the south. Once we do get that pull, I know they're working on it. Just bear with us for a second. It's near constant lightning. In fact, you can almost see in real time. We may have lost the producer for a second. I know they're getting ready for the 10 o'clock newscast. Noah, if you want to pull up RDOT traffic, we can do it your way.
Yep.
So specifically in Scott County, this storm is beginning to lose a lot of its classic, perfect, thank you. This is gonna be Y-City right behind me. This storm is starting to lose the classic supercellular characteristics. It's not weakening necessarily, it's just morphing into something not as intense. I think we're probably gonna see still some hail, maybe not as big. I also think our wind potential is gonna be increasing as this, what was a supercell, kind of becomes more, it's almost like a line, if you will, not completely a squall line, but certainly a strong thunderstorm as this continues to push south and east. Overall, the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, I'll just pass some information along to you. They sent us over an update about 10 or so minutes ago, and they said, look, you know, these supercells are still going to be capable of some large hail. There absolutely is going to be a potential for, you know, 1.5 to additional 2 inches of hail in some of these stronger thunderstorms. However, when it comes specifically to the tornado potential, it's lower than it was. And, you know, we've seen some storms try to spin up and haven't been able to do so. With that potential kind of decreasing, you know, I don't want to jinx us, and so I'm not going to just say it's not going to happen, but I think the window for tornadic development is certainly beginning to close. Now, I always want to say this because it just feels like we have this misconception when it comes to damaging straight line winds that they're somehow lesser than a tornado, or when some damage gets assessed straight line wind versus a tornado, it's like it's a slight. It's not at all the case. The fact of the matter is straight line winds do cause just as much damage as some tornadoes. And so just because we're kind of losing that tornadic potential doesn't necessarily mean we're done with storms overall. Storms that can cause some damage, whether that's wind or potentially some really large hail. And that is kind of where we stand right now. Current time is 9:06. We do have a 10 o'clock newscast. You know, my hope at that point is, Noah, in fact, if you, let's see, I don't know what the best way to do this is. Do you need to prep for that any at all? I don't know how much work you got done before we streamed.
I did have my main weather built for the 6 o'clock, but that got blown out. But since most of the stormy activity might be over, I might need to refine something.
Let's do this. Let's Noah and I trade spots, and we'll let Noah come over here, get his 10 o'clock show prepped, and then I'll continue tracking these cells that are developing. You leave me a clicker over there.
Yeah, I think the clicker's on the
Perfect.
keyboard.
Thank you so much. I'll say this also. I assume, but I don't know if we are going to have a 10 o'clock newscast. There was an incident in Washington, D.C. tonight. I haven't been able to check the headlines. I know that we are currently in a special report in which the president is expected to be speaking shortly from the White House after there was a shooting near the Correspondents' Dinner or at the court. I don't know. I don't know the details. All that to say, there's a chance we don't even have a 10 o'clock newscast. I don't know, though. It depends on how long those things can go. So a lot of news to happen tonight, and unfortunately a lot of weather happening as well. That lightning is still frequent here in Y-City. We've been looking at the highway here for quite a while. Folks traveling smoothly through there. I'll take that off, and we're going to go back to live Doppler radar as we continue our tracking of these thunderstorms around the area. It is going to be the Scott County cell that is our main concern for the moment. It's the one that does have severe weather potential. Specifically, we're talking about some hail and some higher winds. Winds becoming the increasing concern specifically with that cell as it continues its track off towards the south and east. I'm actually going to back out of something real quick because I want to adjust what I'm looking at over here. What a day it's been. 5 hours later, we're still tracking severe storms. We knew it was going to be one of those days across Oklahoma and Arkansas. Thankfully, we've not seen tornadoes, but my word, the hail damage is going to be quite something. Dude got a report of dime-sized hail along Highway 71, just going to be just to the south of Waldron. That's coming from Skywarn Storm Spotter net, ham radio. It's the same ham radio net I used to participate in a lot, which is pretty cool. I suspect that's using the N5 XMZ repeater on top of Mount Magazine is probably where that report came in on. Pretty cool stuff. We appreciate our storm spotters, appreciate our ham radio operators. I'm a ham radio operator. I don't get on the radio much because I'm often here, but you don't hear about it a lot, but there's plenty out there still, and they come in handy so often in these moments of severe weather and other emergencies. I appreciate those folks getting those reports to us, and they're doing so really well tonight. This cell producing perhaps that was at dime size right here along 71, just to the south of Waldron. And so we probably do have some small hail mixing in Waldron, not enough to do any damage. Certainly not like what we tracked about a year or so ago when we tracked that cell in the middle of the night. That, I mean, my word, that just darn near just did a lot of damage across parts of Scott County, eventually over into Logan County as well at Boonville. We're going to take a look at our hail tracker. What's it doing right now? Where's it at? Yeah, you're not seeing those blues and purples and pinks we saw earlier. That's some really good news. That kind of confirms that general overall consensus among all of us that, yeah, we're kind of stepping back and looking at the lower severe weather potential. It's not zero, but it's still certainly there. I want to pull something up. I just saw something somewhat interesting on one of our cameras. We've not used a lot of our cameras tonight, but we do have a pretty extensive camera network that we are able to tap into and track a lot of these storms. One of them specifically is situated in downtown Fayetteville on the square, but I have it pointed over towards Old Main right now, off towards the west. There is a developing thunderstorm on the backside of it, and it has produced a decent little lightning show there, looking over towards Old Main. I'm not sure if the spring game went off today. I know we've got Kyle, our new sports anchor, who went to it. I think Alex went to it too. I saw Alex here. Not sure if it was impacted or not. Kind of lost track of time like Noah did. We've been here for a while. Haven't been able to check much. Apparently there's a lot happening out there. And at any rate, this is a live look off towards the west as we track some of those thunderstorms roll through. A lot of lightning. So if we know anyone on Dixon Street, it's time to move into one of your favorite establishments. You're not only going to have some lightning rolling through, that presents its own danger in of itself, but you've also likely got some heavy rain and some gusty winds coming. It's not severe, but it's one that you're going to hear the rumbles of thunder and you're going to see Mother Nature's light show. We'll take a closer look at that once we cue back up live Doppler radar here. It's a stronger thunderstorm rolling through parts of Benton and Washington County right now. It's not severe. Continuing to look at that. Interestingly, this one over here, it's not severe, but it is isolated. And what we want to be watching closely for tonight is where do we get these more isolated thunderstorms, such as what we kind of see here on that Sequoia Flore County line that we talked a lot about tonight. This one that's going to be closer moving into, let's say, parts of western Sequoia County in the next hour or so. Those are the ones that will have the potential, the most potential to be rowdy in nature. We don't like that necessarily. But at any rate, we'll go back in and look at northwest Arkansas here, this thunderstorm rolling through. So we're dry in Fayetteville at the moment. Farmington, some showers starting to roll through. You're hearing the lightning and the thunder, X and A through Cave Springs towards Lowell, Springdale, Johnson, points up to Bentonville. You've got some decent thunderstorms rolling through right now as you're hearing it. And if you're nervous about them, Siloam Springs as well. Don't necessarily be too worried about these. They're not severe. They're more bark than they are bite. Wouldn't rule out some small hail. Primarily, though, just some gusty winds and more than likely frequent downpours. Yeah, I see you can see a pocket of some small hail or two. That's going to be less than the size of a penny. Danny raised a really good point earlier. We don't even make pennies anymore, so I wonder how long we're going to be able to use that analogy. May have to adjust our radar maps here a little bit, the sooner rather than later, unfortunately. This tracking towards Hobbs State Park, if you know anyone camping, whether it's Hobbs, or honestly, for that matter, now down towards Devil's Den, these thunderstorms are eventually going to roll through. May not hurt to give them a heads up. Noah, one other thing you might want to do, you might want to change your batteries. I was at 30% about 20 minutes ago, so
okay.
You're probably just as low as I am.
Okay.
Where that booger popped up really near Cass and St. Paul, it's not severe, but it's strong. just to the north of Cass, probably near Reading Campground. You're going to get a big thunderstorm just to the north of Birds. Now, this is the heart of the Ozark Mountains right here. Okay, there it comes. New severe thunderstorm for that. That's not surprising. That's going to be for northern Johnson County, it looks like. This coming out of the Weather Service in Little Rock. This one is also one that is somewhat isolated in nature, so yeah, going to have to monitor that very closely. Is there rotation? There's probably not, but we need to look. Let's do it. No, there's no rotation there at all in that cell. That's going to be for some hail potential. Yeah, and you can see that hail potential now moving or getting ready to move out of northern Franklin County into far northern Johnson County. This is near, I mean, we're talking the Boston Mountains. OARC General Store, north of Arkansas 215. Boy, a burger from OARC General Store tonight would be really good. If you've not had them, they're like famous. They're like top notch. Right up here, OARC General Store. Worth the drive, every minute of the drive. Danny, have you been?
I have not. I still got to go.
Have y'all not done it around the corner there?
They did, but I had not gotten here yet.
Sounds like it's time for a new around the corner.
I'd be all for it.
I think they're closed at this point. Waldron, our cell, continues to roll through. Worst is past Waldron, though. We're probably going to be in good shape for this specific storm in Waldron. Hail's still there in Blansett. Boy, it's crawling. It's not rolling very fast at all. Give it about 5 more minutes, Waldron, and then you're at least going to get a good break. We'll see what else rolls in to the northwest of you. This is an area that, as Noah pointed out, I mean, we were talking some serious hail coming through. I mean, the pictures that I saw were just, remarkable. Okay, that's a quarter size. Not too impressive, but nonetheless. Here's that 2-inch hail near Heavener. I think it got a bit bigger in Heavener on that specific report that came right there. Am I too close to it? Nah, dadgummit. Well, this is going to put me in a cranky mood, isn't it? I've had it. There we go. Okay, that was just 1 inch as well. What about the Hartford one? We had some big hail come out of Hartford. 2.5 inches. Sheesh, that was around 8:10, so a little more than an hour ago. Very big hail producers today. Did get some good reports out of Greenland, Hawkeye, West Fork as well. That came in, those kind of populating there largely. Oh, I guess did have nickel size in East Springdale, right there along Don Tyson Parkway as well, going out towards the lake. Let's loop this, get an idea of what all we've seen for the last 3 hours. I think one of the things that sticks out remarkably to me is, I mean, when we talk about classic supercells, those that rolled through LaFleur, Southern Sebastian, and Scott County, I mean, they had all of the characteristics of very strong supercellular features. You had the classic hook echo, the screaming eagle, the very tall updraft, and that's of course the ones that produce the largest of hailstones. And they maintain themselves for a really long duration. You start talking about a long track supercell, without question, that was definitively what we saw there. Now this storm coming up just near Stigler, Keota, near Bekoshi, the lightning is coming up quite a bit on that. It's not severe at the moment, but when I start to see an uptick in just lightning alone, okay, we're going to investigate a little more. So we'll do just that. Go into that cell. So what we can do, okay, about 160 to 190 strikes with time. It's up from at 1.77. You can kind of see that as it gets more current. You can see that lightning count continue to increase near Keota, Cowington, Panama. That'll move over towards Pecola. You're going to get it again. It hopefully doesn't have any hail in it. We better look. It's got a little bit. Some small hail coming out of that just to the north of Keota, south of Brent, across the lake. That's in Cowington right now. So if we have anyone along Highway 59 in Cowington, wouldn't hurt to hear from you. Tell me what kind of hail you're seeing, if any at all. But That's certainly where that hail would be. It is tracking almost due east, takes it to Spyro. The worst of that one may miss Panama. Kind of depends on if it wants to drift to the south a little bit. Now I'm just doing a 30-minute loop to get an overall progression of just the most recent scans. Yeah, it may come close to Panama, which doesn't surprise me. That's kind of where that boundary is set up, unless it's moved. I don't think it has. That may be one to watch. When does our severe thunderstorm warning in Scott County expire?
That'll be 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Oh,
Or, sorry, 9:30.
9:30. Okay, so about 10 more minutes.
Got ahead of myself.
I think there's a chance that expires. Based off what I'm seeing right here, the hail has come down. Yeah, is there a little wind in it? Maybe a pocket or two of wind, but I think there's a chance we drop this warning. Chance.
Just a small report to pass along. Seen some dime-sized hail near the Gentry area. So that one cell that's kind of near West or Siloam Springs, Gentry, Western Benton County, probably seen some small hail in there.
Let's send that to the Weather Service. You said near Gentry.
Yeah, it was a viewer report at about 9 p.m., about 20 minutes ago.
Thank you. It's good to know. Weather Service likes to know what's happening on the ground. And so what we do here is we take your reports and often we'll send them to the Weather Service. That ground truth helps them draw up the warnings when they're needed. And of course, we want to communicate that to you. One of the really important things to me is that we're a team with the National Weather Service. We know that if we're walking in lockstep with them, we're going to help keep our community safer. And that's really, really important to me specifically. And I know everyone on the team shares that. And so while they don't control us and we don't control them, we do try to support their efforts, and they do support our efforts here to keep folks safe. They're really good folks out of Tulsa. You know, I don't know about all the other offices across the country. I know about Little Rock and Tulsa, and that's the two offices I've interacted with the most in my career, and we cover their counties here. I'll just tell you, they're some of the best people. They're underpaid. Sometimes they don't get paid, but they're incredible folks. And not that anyone on the stream is wanting to tune in tonight to hear me talk about the Weather Service, but I'm telling you, their jobs are hard and they go unthanked. Often you never even see their faces. And so I actually try to do stories about them as much as I can, just so people can get to know, like, hey, these people are real people. They live among us and they do really, really good job keeping us safe. I'm going to pull up the Fayetteville camera, although for some reason I can't. Okay, here we go. The lightning has really picked up. In fact, I told you it was a lightning show earlier behind Old Main, but my word. Give it a second. Don't make a liar out of me. Okay, there we go. I was getting nervous for a second. There was to be a liar on a live TV stream. Looks like the severe, well, I don't want to say that. Looks like the thunderstorm moving into Flore County is, in fact, picking up a little bit of steam. Now moving east at about 30, wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and penny-size hail. Boy, I'm freezing up the computer over here. Got a little bit of that hook on it again. Feels like we've done this before today. So here's going to be Spyro, almost due east. You've got a strong thunderstorm. It's not currently severe warned, but I'd like you to be aware that it is likely to become a strong thunderstorm. We'll see if it can pulse up. It's trying. It's definitely looking a little bit more organized. Boy, a lot of this has gone south of Muldrow today. Muldrow hasn't seen a whole heck of a lot. You've seen a little bit, I know, but most of this you've heard, but the worst part passes you to the south, which I know you're thankful for here this evening, and of course we are too. But you look at that, and you start to see, yeah, there's that classic hook echo again. You probably got a little bit of hail we saw passing near Cowington, right there along 59, traveling almost due east with the river there. Boy, I hope not. Little pocket of hail. We'll zoom in closer, right along Highway 59 and 9, right into Cowington. Right now, that would be about the size of Penny, which is kind of what we were talking about a second ago. That moves towards Spiro and Fort Coffee, eventually towards the Braden community and over towards Pecola on its current trajectory. May roll close to Panama. Right now, it's moving a little bit more east than southeast. Right here, right along Highway 59. Let me do this. Let's pull up ACHE. This is our Arkansas Colleges of Health Education camera. This is in South Fort Smith, and it gives us a great view of these storms as they begin to roll through. That's pointed off towards the west. I may need to spin that around here. Yeah, look at all that lightning there. I may need to spin it a bit more north than what it's currently facing. Okay, yep, this is going to do it. Oof, look at all that. My word. That's a pretty intense thunderstorm. This probably does eventually roll into southern Sebastian County. We'll go back into Johnson County for that severe thunderstorm warning. That's been updated. Does include Horsehead Lake. A lot of folks camp there. Boy, I used to swim there a lot as a kid. Used to catch a few fish there when I was a kid too. Here's the OR General Store. That's where the strongest of the hail probably is moving into in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Highway 103. This warning does not include Clarksville. It does include parts of Highway 21, probably down towards Ludwig. Of course, Horsehead, you take Highway 352 out of Franklin County to get there into western Johnson County before hopping up towards the north. If we have anyone camping here, we probably need to be mindful of that as well. These 60-mile-per-hour winds can do a little bit of damage. We'll go back into our hail tracker. I don't think I've seen anything that indicates it's gone up. It hasn't. It's kind of maintained itself right there. When you start to wonder, okay, well, what is that? Like, what kind of hail are we talking about? Well, the radar is going to tell us probably around the size of quarters or so. Well, it says pea size there. Let me pause it. Do that again. Yeah, there we go. You can kind of see quarter size hail specifically with that track. Now again, keep in mind, this is going to be in the downdraft portion of the storm where those hailstones get too big, too heavy for the updraft to support. So it falls out kind of right there. But the wind fields are going to be a little bit larger. It's going to be expanded a little bit further out ahead of that storm. So it's not just hail, but of course you've got some wind as well, which again, as we've discussed, is going to be just as problematic for that. Got an update on our Sequoia County and Flore County storm. That is going to be a special weather statement for that, which is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be now 40-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. That's for this booger right here. And that's going to be continuing to track towards Pecola. We were just talking about that when the lightning had been coming up. And you can see it's still a pretty electric thunderstorm producing a fair amount of lightning there. That's going to be tracking over towards Pecola. And that's the one we were also looking at outside of Fort Smith. I wouldn't be surprised to see parts of South Fort Smith maybe get a little bit of rain out of that, and maybe even downtown. But it looks the worst to stay just off to our south here of Fort Smith. Fort Smith's been close tonight, close to a lot of storms, a lot of bad storms, in fact, but we've avoided it. Can't say the same for a lot of our other friends, though, that haven't been able to avoid these storms. Danny, would it be okay
Sure.
to tag team you in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm acutely aware you're the Walking Dead right now.
I know. I'm awake. I slept in this morning. Don't worry.
Okay, all right, good. Danny, our morning meteorologist here on 5 News this morning, typically wakes up about 2 a.m. Tonight he is working late for us, and we appreciate him for being here, not only late, but on his day off as well.
Yeah, of course. And this mic, for whatever reason, doesn't clip on my ties, so I'm kind of holding it like a stick mic, like they used to do in game shows back in the day. So that's what you're going to see from me right now. Noticing, again, we still have those 2 warnings right now, as Scott was showing. That is in northern Johnson County, then in Scott County. But that is going to expire at 9:30, so in about a minute here. And it's dipped below severe criteria. I think that a lot of that hail has diminished. Probably just going to see some gusty winds out of this, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, maybe a little bit of pea-size hail. So again, kind of going around the area here just to kind of show you. Again, it's really diminished, and there goes the polygon. It is off the map. The heaviest, or I should say the largest hail is going to be along Highway 270 here. If we were to see anything in this area right here tracking southeast, if we were to, again, track the hail core here, I think right now it would be very small. The largest of it would be just off to the south there, southeast there of Rich Mountain. So if we were to query this and look at it, again, maybe up to penny-size hail, along Highway 270, just south of Parks there. So I'll watch for maybe a little bit of small hail out of that cell. Otherwise, we just kind of show you big picture what's going on here in the area. So we'll show you the radar. There is still that severe thunderstorm warning in effect in northern Johnson County until 10 o'clock. This is going to be for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, so right over the OR General Store here, northeast of Batson. So the lard hail right there is sitting over the General Store, and as Scott mentioned, they've got really good burgers there. I have not been myself, but I still need to go. Been here almost a year, still haven't gone. Come on, Danny, get with it. This is riding along Highway 215. That'll continue to track southeast. A lot of these storms have been moving about 25, close to 30 miles per hour. So that'll continue to track north there into the mountains, and then again, for areas kind of closer to Ferris Springs, off towards Garber and Rosetta in northern Johnson County. So we'll keep a close eye on this storm as we move southeast. But again, this is going to be for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll show, let's see the hail track on this one, because this is showing a lot more purple, which usually means either some very heavy rain or maybe some small hail as well. So if you go to now, so yeah, that is going to be a little bit bigger. It's probably going to be close to quarter size. So let's look at this here. Go there. So yeah, quarter size hail there, again, just the northwest of the OR General Store. So kind of in this vicinity, could see up to quarters, which that's what the warning is for, quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is on pace. So now let me kind of recap what's going on across the area, kind of give you a general overview of what's going on this evening. So here's an active look at radar. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Johnson County until 10 o'clock. That is the only current warning we have in the area. Otherwise, scattered storms, some loud storms, some heavy rain, but nothing currently severe. As Scott mentioned earlier, there's a special weather statement just to the west of Fort Smith there in northern Flore County. They see a lot of lightning with this, but just some loud storms, heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, and maybe very small hail, but nothing severe. And again, that storm in southeast Scott County will continue to track southeast. And then the other main core here is kind of right along northern Adair and southern Delaware County, the county line there, into northern Washington County. So where we're at in Johnson in northern Washington County, it's been pretty loud, but again, nothing harmful, just some loud storms. And maybe could see up to dime-size hail. In Gentry about a half hour ago, we had a report there of dime-size hail. So some very small hail could be associated with these storms as well. And then obviously gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. If we look just at the storm development here, so I want to take this over the last hour. You always want to look at like, okay, what are storms doing off to our west? So we're not going to rule out more storms developing throughout the evening into the overnight hours. You see this cell kind of right along I-40 north of McAllister. A couple of these cells we'll just keep a close eye on this evening. And I think for the most part, the severe threat is dwindling, but that doesn't still mean we still can see some low baseline severe events. Whenever we say baseline or base severe weather, that means up to quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. Technically, it's 58-mile-per-hour winds, but we round up to 60 to kind of make it a nice flat number. So there are still some storms off to the west that are developing. And again, we'll be keeping an eye on these, of course, throughout the evening and making sure nothing of that is severe. But I think for the most part, after this cell in northern Johnson County clears, it'll mostly just be kind of loud thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall. You're hearing the thunder. And rainfall that we really need. And really going back to what we saw yesterday, we've seen quite a bit of rainfall across the area. This graphic never likes to load on me, and of course, again, it strikes again. But I would be shocked if much of the areas has seen at least close to 1 inch of rain, maybe close to 2. So it's been a nice amount of rainfall we've seen across the region, and something, like I said, we really need. And oh, there we go. We've seen those reports. So 1 inch is that dark blue, so roughly about at least an inch dating back from yesterday. We also noticed where the strongest thunderstorms have been in the region, riding that area right there in northern Flore, far southwestern Sequoia County, down through southern Sebastian into Scott County. That's where we've had the largest hail along this line, as well as where we've seen the heaviest rainfall. And then this was really mainly yesterday, this line that's moved through. Remember early yesterday morning, we had a lot of heavy rainfall. Nothing severe, but we did see some gusty winds out of it. And it kind of sat over western Benton and central Washington County. So this area is seeing anywhere between, say, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Same with this. I wouldn't be surprised if we have isolated close to 5 inches of rain. Now, it's an estimate, but a lot of rainfall nonetheless. And then again, the rest of the region, roughly about 1 inch to 2 inches. So much needed. And again, just hoping to, obviously avoid the worst of the severe, but certainly that hail was quite the factor as early as about 5 p.m. this afternoon. Still kind of continuing a little bit here. If we looked off to our west, just kind of at storm activity, kind of, again, what's coming. So anything that's in southern Oklahoma here, that'll stay off to the southeast. Anything that's developing here, that'll stay off to the southeast. What you're seeing here, these are not tornado warnings, these are flash flood warnings. That's for really training thunderstorms when it sits over an area for quite a while. Usually you get these to pop up. So again, that's what that is. So really the only area we're looking at right now is northern Johnson County. And then a few of these cells that are developing just east of Oklahoma City will kind of loop through. I'll do the last hour. So again, we'll be watching these cells right here. Again, nothing to me is standing out to saying, hey, it's going to be severe. But a couple of these cells, when they're by themselves, they can tap into a little bit of energy and see maybe some hail and damaging winds. Speaking of energy, we'll take a look at how much storm fuel we have right now. And you're noticing where the boundary is, and this is where it's been interacting and where the strongest storms have been kind of oriented northwest to southeast. That's where we saw that kind of area of the largest hail, but it's really been sapped out now just due to those storms moving through earlier this evening. Again, there's not a ton to work with. There's a little bit. You can see especially in southern Flore and Scott County, but right now that storm continuing to move southeast. But overall, it has tapered off quite a bit since what it was earlier when you have the sun. And as we've been talking about, and we usually always talk about, you still can see storms continuing to fire off overnight. That's due to that low-level jet. We always talk about, like, what is it, Danny? Well, basically what it is when you have the winds during the day, you have the sun heating the earth during the day, that's what's create winds, is uneven heating of the earth. And that's what kind of puts the low-level jet at bay, because it's right above the surface and it's these winds. But when you have winds during the day kind of mixing things up, it can't activate. But when the sun sets, you don't have any uneven heating, or a little bit less, or a lot less. And so then that jet can just freely flow right above the atmosphere, and that's what kind of keeps things going, is that low-level jet. And that's what we're kind of seeing right now, is that, yeah, the sun's down, and while there is some energy gone, it's not completely gone. So again, current warning right now is in northern Johnson County. This is going to be till 10 o'clock for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving roughly to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. We'll put a track on this here, just kind of show you what the direction is going. Again, this is in northern Johnson County. So we'll track this here. We'll do the leading edge as it goes, just kind of to the eastern part. So Mount Pleasant School at 9:42, Ferris Springs 9:43, Ozone 9:45, Oak Grove School 9:46, Mount Zion 9:50, Garber 9:52, Hillcrest 9:54, as well as Mount Vernon School 9:54, Union School 9:08, Woods Mountain School 9:59, Strawberry School 10:02, Murray Chapel School at 10:05, Red Oak at 10:10, and Summerlin School at 10:13. So that is for possibly up to quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can see that dark purple, and that's pretty indicative usually of that heavy rain as well as hail potential of quarter size, continuing to track off to the southeast. I'll look to see if I'm seeing any reports of any new developments in the National Weather Service chat. Not seeing anything, so that's good news. Again, less is more in this case for that. So again, we'll go into some of these storms that are in parts of northern Washington. Again, nothing standing out to me other than just, yeah, you're hearing a lot of heavy rain. We're hearing it right now in the studio. It always sounds like Noah's Ark in here. I don't know if it's the ambiance of how the roof was developed, but yeah, some heavy rain there. And we'll check to see if any small hail is getting out of this, because again, we've seen some dime-size hail. Yeah, right east of Watts in Adair County, you're seeing a blip, and I'm assuming this is going to probably tell me pea size. So again, I can't rule out a little bit of some small hail out of this, but nothing that's severe. Again, severe being that quarter size or inch in diameter. But right now, mostly just seeing some heavy rain out of this, and could see some localized flooding, and especially for those that are, driving, just make sure, take a little bit slow. There's been quite a bit of rain now building up over the past 2 days. There is the little bit there off to the west of Adair County. We'll check this. This isn't warned. If we check the detector there, again, this is just west of Chewy there in Adair County. This is probably going to tell us roughly up to quarter. So that's a cell that I think for the rest of the night, it's going to probably be in this range where it's going to be strong, which means it's just below severe criteria, and could rise to the level of right up to quarter size, right up to 60 miles per hour. I'm not expecting anything more than that, though, for the rest of the night. And now it just dropped off. So that's good news for us. It's been kind of pulsing up and down, and that's kind of what these storms do every now and then. And especially as they organize, or if they kind of combine with storms, then they kind of lose their steam for hail. But then you always worry about maybe some gusty winds as well. But you can see probably this area right here, just north of Tahlequah, moving east into Adair County, northern Adair County, probably some pea to dime size hail would be my best guess for those storms. Otherwise, again, in our area, again, northern Washington County, areas like Prairie Grove northward, up through Farmington, Fayetteville, Springdale, just some loud, heavy rain. Nothing to really be concerned about at this moment. So much needed rainfall at that. We'll go the rest of the region here. So this is in northern Flore County, an area that's gotten hit quite a bit today. But right now, again, nothing that's standing out to me other than just seeing some heavy rainfall, a little bit of some lightning and thunder in that area. But again, nothing concerning besides just some heavy rain at times. Then as we go into, let's see, this is just, again, some general showers and storms over the Washburn area, Lavaca, Charleston, Boonville. Nothing too concerning there. Again, that main cell in Scott County that was previously severe, now areas near Parks and southeast along Highway 270 and Highway 28 that'll continue to track southeast. And again, overall, be pretty harmless. So let me get an estimation of what Futurecast is going to show us. And again, it's not always the best estimation, I'm going to be honest, because sometimes it tries its best and sometimes it kind of falls on its head. So we'll see 10, 11 o'clock. Yeah, maybe we can see a few more developing storms. I want to get a second opinion on this. Some of these storms. So that seems a little bit more likely. So let me slow this down a little bit.
I think
so we've got these storms right now, and it's not exact. It tries to estimate what the atmosphere is doing and go from there. But we'll put the DMA view to put some more cities on here.
I think my mic's up now, Danny.
So we're seeing that about, 10 o'clock, continue to see storms kind of rule through, 11 o'clock. And I think, again, after midnight, we'll see that really start to taper off. Speaking of which, we'll show you, again, the watches that are still in place. Haven't seen anything that will be canceled, but I'm assuming these will just kind of be allowed to expire. I don't expect it to be extended. So we still do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight for everywhere in pink, so all of northwest Arkansas, Delaware, and Adair County in Oklahoma, and then Franklin County there. So that's until midnight. Tornado watch still in effect for Sequoia, LaFleur, Scott, Logan, Sebastian, and Crawford. These four right here, Sequoia, LaFleur, Sebastian, Crawford, are until 11. And then Scott and Logan is until 1. But as I mentioned, I think roughly around midnight we'll see that threat diminish. And I know technically Johnson County is not under one. We have the warning obviously right there. They're not going to issue it now because it's like, well, it's already going through. But really what we're watching for is, again, I think the worst of it is done. We're just going to watch for, see if any little cells pulse up every now and then, just like the one we're seeing kind of off to the west along I-40. So kind of these right there north of McAllister, just seeing what they do, just keeping a close eye on them, making sure they don't, get in trouble. But that's that. So I think they did issue and extend this warning there in northern Johnson County.
Or Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be till 10:30. Again, that's just for that quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds we were talking about earlier. No new reports out of this. So again, still saying that baseline report I'll check to see if the hail has changed any. No, it looks to probably still be a quarter. So if we zoom in, that's going to be for, again, areas along Highway 21, right over Ferris Springs, towards Garber, towards Woods Mountain School, Strawberry School, maybe just to the north at Hillcrest there, and then off towards, again, far northeastern Johnson County. So if you're in this area, again, you're probably going to see some very heavy rain. You are seeing heavy rain right now, but kind of towards Ferris Springs, just the south of Mulberry Grove School, to the northwest of Gillian School there along County Road 4470. Seeing some possibly up to quarter-size hail headed your direction just south of the Garber area, headed towards Ferris Springs. Otherwise, yeah, this is that cell just west of Adair. We're seeing some dime to maybe penny-size hail there just southwest of Chewy. So those in Adair County, probably going to see a little bit of small hail moving in here as well. So that's what we got going on right now in the region. So that warning's blinking. Again, I think that's just to say that, hey, this is going to go on until, I think they're just trimming this, yeah, they're just trimming this back. So again, that's till 10 o'clock. That one is, and then this extension, again, is until 10:30 for Northeast Johnson County. So that's the current look across the region here. Just seeing some scattered storms. In 15 minutes, we are going to go on with news as scheduled because things have started to diminish here. Of course, we're still going to be tracking the storms, and if anything were to pull us back up, we'll make sure to let you know. Meteorologist Noah Simmons here will have your forecast for not only for the rest of this evening or the night hours, but of course, we still have some stronger thunderstorms possible as we head into tomorrow and Monday. But the good news is that risk is lowering. It's not zero, but it does look a little bit better than what we've seen in past days. I do want to give you a quick, I think, preview of this. I think Noah has his show all ready to go here. So we'll just kind of show you a quick sneak peek at that. But basically, for tomorrow, it's kind of one of those kind of wait and see games because there's going to be a cap in place, this warm air aloft that air tries to rise to, and it says, It's like, I'm going to use Scott Covert's example here. If you had a Dr. Pepper, you know what? I'll just grab one to see here. I don't know if you have you have the can, Scott.
Even better. Let her rip.
I'm not going to do that. Oh, there's a Mountain Dew in here. All right, perfect. Or sorry, there's a Downton Moo. I don't know if I can use product placement here. But, okay, so basically if you shake it up, but the cap stays on, it doesn't break, then nothing happens. But see how it's fizzing a little bit? Well, you probably can't see it.
It's actually, the green screen is...
it's keying it out. I suppose it is green. Yeah, so you have this...
It's an empty bottle.
you have this... okay, so I have to put it in front of me. There we go. All right, so there's...
No, it don't work either.
Okay, well, anyway, you have this bottle, and it has stuff in it. So basically, there's foam. It's right when you shake up a pop can or a soda can. I'm showing my Minnesota here. You shake that soda can, there's gonna be fizzing, right? So that means energy is brewing, but it's not able to be tapped into because it can't lift. That creates clouds and storms. But if the cap can break, it overflows, right? And that leads to that storm development. I'm gonna put this back in the fridge. You might be wondering, well, Danny, that's great, but how does a cap break? Well, there's a couple ways to do it. One is daytime heating, or heating from either the sun, or you have some sort of front move in. Well, we're not going to have a front move in tomorrow. That won't be until either Monday or Tuesday, so we're not going to have that. So are we going to get enough heating? And that's a question where, again, if these storms kind of hang around tonight, we're not going to see a whole lot of that. If we see a lot of cloud cover tomorrow, that's not going to help either, or it's going to help put that cap in place. So that's something we'll keep an eye on for tomorrow. But the risk for tomorrow, for most of the areas, a level 1, which we like to see. That's that lowest potential. So that's going to be for much of the area here. You can see a level 1 out of 5 for much of the region here, and then a level 2 for areas like Benton and Carroll County. So that's for tomorrow, and I think it would primarily be during the evening, overnight hours, but there's still a little question mark on the timing of that. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on for tomorrow. But for now, it does look like primarily it's just going to be mainly this evening's event was going to be the main one of the weekend. So Noah will have your latest forecast on that. And of course, we'll continue to keep you posted when that outlook does change. In really about 3 hours here, but I think we'll all be asleep by then. Joshua Weisel will have you tomorrow morning. So again, current warning right now is in Franklin County here Johnson County, northern Johnson County until 10:30 for potential of some large hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll zoom in here just to kind of show you this. So again, you're seeing that right there, that little pinks here. Let me see, I think this, there we go. So some dark purple there, just showing again, 60-mile-per-hour winds up to quarter-size hail. This is without the lightning, so let's see if we'll put the lightning on here. It's going to show, a decent amount of lightning with that storm moving through. But again, overall, looking at just the potential of some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds tracking out to the southeast, roughly about 25 to 30 miles per hour with that storm. So there's that. And then as we go into here in Adair County, that's the other part we're seeing, just some kind of dime, maybe up to penny-size hail just along Highway 62 there, just west of Christie. So we'll watch that as it moves through. Nothing warned there, but you can see that dark purple. Probably going to see a little bit of some dime to penny-size hail just northeast of Tahlequah there. Otherwise, the rest of the region just seeing into some scattered storms. A lot of lightning in this cell south of Fort Smith, so we'll show you that. Again, nothing severe out of this, but just seeing some heavy rainfall over Spiro, Pecola, just north of the Panama Rock Island. Those at the Choctaw Casino, Pecola, if you're having a good time, hopefully you're winning at the tables. You're probably hearing some rain outside right now. My game of choice is usually craps. Not very good at it, though. I always roll sevens. Not what I'm supposed to. If you play craps, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't start. Anyway. Fort Smith, southern Fort Smith towards Arcoma, seeing a little bit of moderate rainfall at times. And again, overall, seeing just some scattered storms. Again, I think the severe threat, I know people are probably wondering, okay, is the severe threat over? It's not 100% over, but the worst is definitely done. And I think for now, we're just kind of watching for, again, those kind of cells that kind of pulse in and out, maybe quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour at best, or at worst, I should say. But as I was talking about those cells earlier, right towards kind of west I-40, so they looked a little dark red, and noticed as they kind of progress, they're kind of pulsing up and down. So they're not necessarily strengthening anymore. They kind of just flashing on and off like a stoplight. Or that's not true, like a yellow yield sign. So a lot of these cells, again, a lot of this area has already seen a ton of storms. So as it's entering into that region, it's like, oh, well, you've used up all my fuel. I don't have any left. So
New severe thunderstorm warning there for Adair and western Washington.
okay, so Adair and Washington. So that was that cell we were watching for a little bit ago that had the dime and penny-size hail. So now they've upgraded it to quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is until 10:30, so including much of Adair County. And then for southwestern Washington County, this includes the city of Morrow, areas along Highway 45, Cane Hill, Evansville, in that area there. So this is moving to the southeast at about 35 miles per hour. We'll check the hail out of this. Let's see if it has changed at all. Maybe it's pulsed up a little bit just to the northeast of Eldon there, just outside the Adair County line. So we're going to pulse this. Maybe you could see $half size out of that. Let's click this here again. A ping pong. It might be a little high, but I do think some quarter-size hail is definitely possible out of this. So we'll put a track on this as it continues to move through Adair County onto Washington County, southwest Washington County. Again, this is just outside of Lincoln, but it is over areas like Stillwell and Christie and Adair County. So we'll put the track on this. Again, this is at 30 miles an hour. So we'll go right from where the hail core is. It's going to be in this area right here. That track. We'll do it for about the next hour or so. So this would also move into parts of northern Crawford County as well. Proctor Church at 9:57, Christie at 10:05, Whitmire at 10:08, England at 10:12, West Peavine at 10:14, Peavine at 10:17, Marietta School 10:19, Fairfield at 10:20, Stillwell at 10:22, Rock Springs Church at 10:28, Dutch Mills at 10:30, Morrow at 10:36, Antioch Church, I hope I'm saying that right, 10:42, Bug Scuffle Church at 10:50, and Strickler at 10:51. And this is for severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:30, moving through Adair County and into southwestern Washington County. Again, this will avoid areas like Lincoln and then obviously Fayetteville up towards Farmington. But again, just watching that for quarter-size hail primarily, as well as potential of some 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Appreciate you, Danny. I'll tag back in here just for some housekeeping. We're about 7 minutes away from our 10 o'clock newscast. This is going to be an interesting little dance we've got to do here. It's always interesting to get into a newscast out of severe weather coverage while we're still running a stream. Made even more complicated tonight by the fact that we are currently on traditional Channel 5 over the air. We are on a CBS News special report. The president is currently speaking after an incident happened tonight at an event in which he was speaking at. Don't quite know the details myself beyond that. With that said, kind of my plan here is, if this is technologically doable, we can continue covering storms on the stream until we start the 10 o'clock newscast. And so Trevor, does that work for you? Do you need to get into a different rundown? Do we need to pause here for a second, let you do that? What is you just tell me what's best for you. So if you're on the stream tonight, my hope is we can continue tracking these up until the point that we have to track them over on TV. When that happens, I'm going to keep the live radar up, so you'll be equipped with the warnings and you're going to see what's going on in your neighborhood, but you may not hear from us on the stream. We'll actually be over on Channel 5 and on 5 News Plus doing that. Right now, it's about 5 minutes. The president's still taking questions, so I suspect it's very possible, even if we do have a 10 o'clock newscast, it's possible that it doesn't start on time. Noah, Danny here, of course, Joshua, hopefully he's sleeping right now so he can come in bright and early in the morning and track tomorrow's severe weather risk. But right now we do have those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, finally getting a bit of a break in the River Valley, with the exception of the Boston Mountains, where we do have this severe thunderstorm rolling through north of Clarksville, moving across Ludwig there. Second severe thunderstorm warning was one that was just issued for Adair County. It does clip parts of southwestern Washington, and that will eventually move into Crawford County as well. In fact, Crawford County will probably take more of the brunt of that than, let's say, Washington County will. It's a pretty electric thunderstorm, quite a bit of lightning and thunder coming out of that. It's a base severe thunderstorm warning, and so what we see there is the potential of 1 inch in diameter hailstones size of quarters, as well as damaging winds up to about 60 or so miles per hour. Hey, Noah, let's do this too. Just to get you ready, I want to set you up for success for the 10 o'clock newscast. I want to make sure this may look a little funny on the stream. I'm going to refresh our graphic system so that these are going to reflect what he has anticipated presenting to you. Yes. While I'm doing that, firefighter in Ozone is reporting quarter-size hail. That's going to be our Johnson County cell right here, Ozone, north of Clarksville, quarter-size hail, which of course is going to confirm that warning is in effect, and for good reason.
I do want to relay a note. Someone in our Facebook chat did note that a car is flipped upside down in the middle of the interstate going south on I-49 near the Johnson Mill Boulevard exit 69. And there is that report on RDOT. Unfortunately, both the cameras are down, so we can't open it. But again, this is just south of exit 69 along I-49. There is a car that is flipped southbound that is heavily slowing down traffic. So again, please be safe if you're traveling in this. There's a lot of water. You're going to probably hydroplane if you go too fast. So again, please be safe. Even if you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, you go a little too fast, that water can definitely make you lose traction on the roadways.
Yeah, without doubt about that. That is actually a bad accident spot right there. Exit 69. So you're just before the Fulbright Expressway roundabout. But you're south of Don Tyson. A lot of accidents happen right there. A lot of accidents happen. 2 minutes, so let's see. Let's do this. I want to get Noah in place to do the 10 o'clock. It is clearly not going to go on time, but in the spirit of being ready for that, we'll continue tracking these storms. Noah Simmons is going to take the reins here. Danny, myself, off to the side, working with some of your reports and tracking some other storms as well.
All right. Again, so Danny kind of passed that. I'm assuming anyone can hear me with my mic being on. But yeah, Danny passed along that report of the accident at Johnson Mill Boulevard. Unfortunately, the RDOT cameras are both down. I was going to maybe see if, I know our Johnson camera is sometimes here at the station, because I mean, that's pretty much right outside the station here where we are. Sometimes we can look at that. So maybe if someone wants to take a look at maybe the Johnson Mill Boulevard camera. Scott and Danny will take a look at that. But again, we're going to be starting I guess we're not going to be starting the newscast at 10 o'clock because we're still going to be in a special report with CBS with some of that breaking news out of D.C. But we still have some of our news here locally in terms of weather. Obviously, we've had a lot of those hail reports. This is what the radar looks like. There's still a lot happening here for being at 10 o'clock in the evening. This will come down in terms of this activity. The coverage is going to come down here, especially as we kind of get closer to midnight and whatnot. So we'll kind of jump into some of these storms here, and we'll start to kind of track it as long as that 10 o'clock newscast continues to get pushed back. But we still have some strong to severe thunderstorms out there across the area. We're focusing on 2 severe warnings right now. We got one in Johnson County. This one is actually northern Johnson County up into the Ozark, Boston Mountain terrain. Then we also have this more recent severe thunderstorm warning into Adair County. This is trekking east-southeastward, and it's going to be into Washington County and eventually northern Crawford County here within the next 20 minutes. So we'll kind of focus in and zoom in on each respective storm here. And we'll kind of pull this back up here. And unfortunately, pulled up allergies. All right, there we go. There we're at Doppler radar. But again, this is what we're going to be talking about here. We'll kind of zoom in and tackle each storm. Where Danny kind of talked about that accident, we're going to zoom in. They've been seeing some heavy rainfall. I mean, obviously here at the station, you can hear it on top of the roof. We've heard and felt the heavy rainfall the last several hours. And that would be right where the accident would have occurred, where that heaviest rain has been pushing. So here's the Fayetteville area. Here's the Springdale area. Johnson would be just north of this little curly area, Interstate 49. So Fulbright Expressway is right here. Here's Interstate 49. This is where the accident occurred, just north of Fulbright Expressway there on that Interstate 49 interchange. We'll kind of get this warning off there. Okay, so this warning is just your base warning, which basically just means that we have wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. Also, we have hail up to 1 inch in diameter with this storm. And you can kind of see that there into Adair County by Christie and then north of Stillwell. So this really encompasses the Stillwell area. We'll kind of focus in a little bit further south here. Keep in mind, it's not necessarily severe from Lincoln to Farmington to Fayetteville, but we are still seeing some of those heavier pockets of rainfall. Here's some of those heavier showers and storms that are pretty much moving through Adair County and going to be into southwestern Washington County and eventually northern Crawford County. If we'll look at hail real quick, you'll kind of see that there is going to be some hail with this cell. And again, compared to what we saw earlier this evening with some of those tennis balls up to baseball-sized hail further south you went, this is nowhere close, but still going to be taking this seriously as we're going to be looking at potentially nickel to quarter-sized hail with that. That one is showing penny-size. So when we kind of use this product, doesn't mean every hailstone is going to be quarters or golf balls or whatever it shows you. Just means that that could be your potentially maximum hail size that you're going to be looking at. So we'll kind of take a look at that hail. And I forgot to check, and I can check here real quick, but if someone maybe has a track on how fast either storm is moving, it's been ages since I've checked.
Yeah, I got you right here. Let me pull that up. I'm getting set up here. You were talking specifically about that storm right there. That one is moving right now southeast 35 miles per hour. A few of the locations going to be in the path of that storm include Tahlequah, Adair State Park, Proctor, Barron, Clyde, Morrow, Cane Hill, Marietta, Christie, Eldon, and Stillwell.
Okay, thank you for that. I got short-term memory loss. You said 35?
You're right. You've balanced a lot of numbers tonight. I totally understand.
All right, here we go. And we'll just get a little.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Noah, is the special report is concluding. So our 10 o'clock newscast is about to begin. Unfortunately for us here on the live stream, it means we've got to kind of wrap things up as well temporarily. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to turn live radar back on for you. You're not going to hear us, but you can still track those storms here on the stream, at which point we can return. We will right here on this stream if there's still active warnings. In the meantime, you can catch the latest forecast and storm track on these on your 5 News at 10, which is likely starting on 5 News Plus and on Channel 5 here in a matter of minutes. This is where we depart. For meteorologist Noah Simmons, meteorologist Danny Cassidy, myself, and the crew here at 5 News, we're sorry about the damage you incurred tonight. We'll get you through these storms as well as tomorrow's as well.
We do know that he brought at least 2 weapons in, a shotgun and a handgun. He was able to fire some of them as you saw him sprint through that security cordon towards that room that was closed off, sealed, as the president had just said, with many, many hundreds of journalists, VIPs, and politicians inside. We don't have a motive, but we don't exactly know what his target was at this moment.
We don't have a moment. We have the context, and I'll give another note on the context here. There's the pattern of political violence with other politicians for many years now. We've had these conversations, it seems like every other week sometimes. And on the way out, as we were all escorted out, forced down one particular pathway, there are protesters. It is a free speech event. Protest is a free speech right. One of the signs that I saw on the way out said, "Death to tyrants, death to them all." Protected speech, ugly speech, and the kind of speech that can lead a broken mind to charge a security checkpoint like we just saw.
And Tony, I was in the room before this incident happened, talking to a White House official about all the threats that they have been getting. And they were talking about the decision that they were making about whether to move and where to move, because there is this heightened threat environment. You have several top White House officials and cabinet members who are actually living on an army base right now because it was determined that that was the safest place for them to live. We were just on the salad course when this happened. The president of the United States, who just said in that press conference, I was really ready to rip it tonight. He was very excited. This was his first time in either of his terms actually attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner. It was our Weijia Jiang who made that entreaty to him, arguing this was all about the First Amendment, the relationship between the press and the president, urging him to come. He was looking forward to it. He had worked with his joke writers on a speech, and we had multiple officials telling us after this